Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Reed Richards, the leader of the Fantastic Four in the superhero team. Known as MR, Fantastic. Since being exposed to cosmic rays, he can change his body into any shape as he wishes. One of the smartest people on Earth. Susan Stone, one of the Fantastic Four with Reed. Known as the Invisible Woman. Reed is in a relationship with her. Also exposed to cosmic rays, he gained the ability to be invisible and create a protective force field. The relationship between Reed and Susan is well known. This is also gossip that many people pay attention to. However, what everyone does not know is that this couple has had big troubles in a short period of time. That is, Susan is pregnant. Moreover, her belly is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 5 days, she has completed the 5-month journey. This made Reed and Susan very upset. They just started preparing for the wedding some time ago, but they did not expect that things would come so suddenly. Pregnancy is secondary. Reed was mainly afraid that the cosmic radiation that irradiated them would cause Susan to have a difficult birth, and both mother and child would die, especially when 5 days of pregnancy is equivalent to 5 months. However, no matter how Reed studied, everything was normal, including the baby in the belly. The only strange thing was that it grew a little faster. In this way, time came to the 10th day. Susan entered the delivery room. Reed, a super genius, quickly learned the knowledge of childbirth in these few days and delivered Susan personally. He clenched his hands and had never been so nervous in his life. The birthing process was very smooth. With a quack, a pink and extremely cute baby appeared. The little baby did not cry, but put his 2 little hands on his chest and looked at Reed with big eyes. At the moment he saw the child, Reed's heart melted and everything was forgotten. "This is my son." At this time, Susan's voice came, "Reed, show me the child." "Okay." In this way, Reed and Susan snuggled together, looking at the child with smiles on their faces. Although the child came very suddenly, but their love has long reached the stage of marriage. There will be no other thoughts. "So cute, looks like me, but I don't know why he doesn't cry. What should the child be called in the future?" Susan smiled and gently teased the child. "Or call him Fu." Reed was about to speak, but he was interrupted by a childish voice. "Nolin. Nolin Richards." Reed and Susan looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Reed and Susan both knew. Their child was born extraordinary, but they didn't expect that he was so extraordinary. He could speak as soon as he was born. He also named himself. What more extraordinary is, the child grew up to 2 years old at a visible speed the next day. 3 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old, 6 years old, 7 years old, 8 years old. Although he was only 8 days old, Nolin was already like an 8-year-old, and even discussed sleeping in separate rooms with them. Norin's uncle, Jonathan Stone, the Human Torch, who is also a member of the Fantastic Four, and Ben Grimm, the Stone Man, both complained that they hadn't held the child yet, and he had grown up in the blink of an eye, and they didn't feel like elders at all. Night. The night was bright, and the stars were sparse. Reed and Susan lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling silently. It wasn't just Jonathan and Ben who didn't feel like elders. They didn't feel like parents either. "Reed, I'm a little worried about the child." "The child is too unusual." As a woman, Susan is more emotional. Definitely. As a mother, she is worried that Norin will feel that he is different and thus out of touch with society. "Susan, don't worry about that." As a man, Reed is more open-minded. He hugged Susan and said, "Children are naturally mature and have their own ideas. Letting him play with other children won't be able to play together, right? We parents are supposed to." They're discussing things as parents. But they had no idea that what they saw was just the tip of the iceberg of the child. Norin hid in the quilt. The small bed trembled slightly. From time to time, joyful laughter came. Success. Finally success. Norin looked at what he held in his hands. His face was slightly illuminated, and his face was full of excitement and joy. "Take a closer look." What Nolin held in his hands was a real universe. There were galaxies, fixed stars, planets. There were even level universe gods, such as Planet Devourer, Eternity, Infinity, etc. It was a complete, super large universe. Super perverted ability. The moment Nolin died in a car accident and was reborn, he knew what his identity was in this life. The son of Mr. Fantastic and Invisible Woman, one of Marvel's strongest Earthlings, Franklin Richards. Mr. Fantastic and Invisible Woman's abilities are average, but when they're put together, there is a subtle chemical reaction, which can produce a super pervert. Alter reality, psychic powers, manipulation of matter and energy projection, mind control, telepathy, astral projection, predicting the future, traveling through time and space, immortality, creating pocket universes. Easily crushes Phoenix, Force Rachel. In the period of small wealth, they are referred to as beings of the same level as them by the gods. Join Molecule Man in restoring the Marvel multi-universe while constantly creating universes. You know, his ability becomes stronger as time goes by. After reaching adulthood, he was judged by the gods to be beyond the Omega level, known as the Shaper of a Universe and a galactic constant in danger. The achievements are: easily create multi-universes. He challenged 3 gods from the god group and defeated one of them. Use energy to directly resurrect the Planet Devourer killed by the gods. Later, he created a universe with his bare hands and declared that he would accompany Galactus until the end of all things and witness the birth of the new universe together. In fact, this is true. He and Galactus lived until the end of time before the heat death of the universe. Hailed by Galactus as the strongest mutant in history. Well, he is also Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Even the identity of mutant. In fact, Xiaofu was just afraid that he would not be able to integrate into the mutant group. Only then did I change my identity. Nolin is a reborn person. He knew Franklin was himself. I am Franklin, but I'm still not used to bearing this title. So at the beginning, I named myself Nolin, because in his previous life, his name was Lin Nuo. Nolin did not reveal his ability in front of his parents in this life. I just grow a little bit faster than normal people. Definitely. The speed at which the exterior grows is different from the speed at which the interior becomes stronger. After all, Nolin just grew up fast in this life, and his actual age is only 10 days. But even so, Nolin has also secretly built his own pocket universe. Ding! The Wanjia chat group invites you to join. Do you agree? Just when Nolin was excited, a mechanical sound rang in my ears. He lifted the quilt and looked left and right. It's not something my parents did. Nolin smiled again. He clasped his hands together, annihilated the universe, and rubbed his hands with interest. Agree. Ding. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Join the chat group. Ding. Overlord of the universe. Join the chat group. Blood Demon. Hey, there's a newcomer? Welcome. The Pothead Leader. Welcome. Yuki Asuna. Welcome. Welcome. Warm welcome. Gambling Maniac. Welcome new members to join our big family. Master of the Universe. Master of the Universe. What is this? Master of the Universe. Does anyone dare to invade my inner world? One Punch Superman world. The one-eyed man frowned, not knowing where to start. He considered himself to be knowledgeable as the master of the universe, but he had never seen anything like this before. But Nolin is still in the Marvel world. I didn't feel the slightest bit surprised. Instead, I was very happy. The Wanjia chat group was exactly what he thought. However, primary school students? What the hell? He is only 10 days old, not even old enough to go to primary school. Blood Demon. The master of the universe? Are you just bragging? Gambling Maniac. Is it bragging to not change the two for the time being? Let me answer the newcomer's question. The Wanjia chat group is actually very easy to understand. It is a chat group from the Wanjia. Everyone comes from different worlds, and the Wanjia chat group brings everyone together, just like a chat room. Ding. Group member Gambling Maniac helps the newcomer solve his doubts. Points +10. Gambling Maniac. Huh? Does this up points too? Not bad. Yuki Asuna, 10 points. If it were me, I would definitely become much smarter. Blood Demon. Ah. Why didn't anyone tell me that there would be some rewards for doing this? 10 points is equivalent to 2 or 3 days of check-in. Looking at everyone in the Wanjia chat group, Boros's tightly furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. The Lord of the Universe. I see. If people from all over the world gather together, there must be someone as strong as me, right? The Lord of the Universe. Is there anyone who can fight me? Blood Demon. Are you still a martial arts fanatic? Are you here just to fight? Blood Demon. I am the best fighter in this group. I can fight with you. Master of the Universe. Seriously? Blood Demon. Seriously. Ding. The virtual duel field is open. The virtual duel field appears to mediate conflicts within the group and can be opened at any time. Damage sustained in the duel arena will not appear in reality. The points required to activate the app are 100 points. You can choose to pay as a couple or as a single person. When paying as a couple, the amount of payment each person bears is decided by both parties. Each time a duel starts, both parties can choose whether to allow spectators to watch. If one party disagrees, the spectator function will be canceled. The spectators and the combatants cannot hear, see, smell, or feel anything. Each group member will have one free challenge opportunity at the beginning. The Lord of the Universe. Well done. Group member Cosmic Overlord invites Blood Demon to a virtual battle. Both parties have agreed. The virtual battlefield is open. Group members can enter the virtual audience seats at any time to watch the game. Everyone chose to enter the virtual audience. I saw a flash before my eyes, and then I appeared in a different space. This is a flat planet with unlimited file size. It has various environments such as land, ocean, desert, etc. It is perfect for fighting. In a wide duel arena, on the left stood a one-eyed monster wearing armor and a quill head. On the right is a girl with 2 small red horns on her head, wearing a normal black uniform and white shirt. Nolin also chose to enter the spectator seats. This way, he can see what the other group members look like, except for the 2 in the duel arena. He also saw a young man with a bowl-cut haircut and dead eyes, a young girl in a casual dress, a girl in a red and white school uniform. The boy has an ordinary appearance, but the 2 girls are pretty, each with their own unique features. Yeah, just as I thought, it's them. Universe Overlord. Boros in the One Punch Man world. Blood Demon. Pava in the world of Chainsaw Man. Yuki Asuna. Asuna in the SAO world is also the heroine Yuki Asuna. Gambling Maniac. Yumiko Jabami in the world of Kakagurui. Pot Cover Headmaster. A passerby in Psycho 100, Shigeo Kageyama. Nolin was observing them. They are also observing Nolin. Yuki Asuna looked at Nolin curiously and asked, "Little brother, are you the new member who joined the group with that one-eyed weirdo?" "That's right." Nolin nodded in a gentlemanly manner and said, "Hello, my name is Nolin Richards." How polite. Jabami Yumiko walked up to Nolin and said with a gentle smile, "Little brother Nolin, how old are you?" 10 days. Nolin replied, "Oh, 10 years old." Yuki Asuna nodded and said, "He really is a child." "Oh, not 10. Nolin shook his head seriously, stretched out his 2 palms and said, "It's 10 days." 10 what? 10 days. Yuki Asuna looked at Nolin, who was serious, and laughed. 10 days. Little brother, stop kidding me. How can you grow up to be like this in 10 days? Jabami Yumiko still had a smile on her face. Kageyama Shigeo had a blank expression on his face. Obviously, they all didn't believe Nolin's statement. Nolin shrugged. "I just grew up faster." Okay. Yuki Asuna reluctantly nodded and said, "Let's watch the duel. I wonder who will win. This is a rare duel." Obviously, I still don't believe it. Nolin said, indifferently. Next, the perspective shifted to the virtual duel arena. At the moment, the virtual duel arena has already counted down for 10 seconds. The combatants on both sides are ready. Pava smiled evilly, and a crack appeared on his right wrist. Blood gushed out of it, quickly formed a sickle. This is the power of the Blood Demon. Can manipulate blood into weapons and use them for your own benefit. Yuki Asuna and Jabami Yumiko looked slightly excited. Both girls are in the ordinary world. The only thing I've seen is the video of Shigeo Kageyama killing enemies uploaded by him. Seeing Pava's amazing ability. Naturally, I can't help but get excited. Pava, come on. Pava held the sickle in his hand, jumped out from the ground, rushed forward, and launched a series of attacks at Boros with the sickle. But Boros didn't move at all, just frowned. Clang, clang, clang. The sickle hit the armor, sparks flying. Pava swung the sickle very quickly, but it couldn't cause any harm to Boros. Weak, too weak. Boros had a blank expression on his face. From the very beginning, he had noticed that the girl in front of him was very weak. He just threw a punch casually. Bang! Pava's abdomen was pierced, and he was broken into 2 pieces. The winner has been decided. Blood Demon. How can this guy be so strong? I don't accept it. Gambling maniac. Just give in, Pava. As a new generation Trask, you have to accept the facts whether you win or lose. Blood Demon. TSK. How abominable. The Overlord of the Universe. Weak, really too weak. Is this the strongest being in the group? The Lord of the Universe. If that's the case, then I'm going to be disappointed with this chat group of all worlds. Blood Demon. Yuki Asuna, you are so arrogant. Although you are very strong, there are always people who are better than you. You will be defeated if you do this. The Overlord of the Universe. I am waiting for you to make me suffer. Yuki Asuna. Blood Demon. Someone has to teach you a lesson. Although I don't want to admit it, there are indeed people who are stronger than me. The Lord of the Universe. Oh, who is it? Gambling maniac. At pot cover headmaster. That's him. The pot-covered leader. The Lord of the Universe. Will you fight me? The pothead leader. I can't do that. Blood Demon. Haha. I knew you would say that. Blood Demon. As long as you fight this one-eyed weirdo with all your strength, I will teach you how to please girls. The pot-covered leader. Kageyama Shigeo's dead fish eyes suddenly lit up. In fact, compared to his own powerful strength, he was more interested in knowing how to please girls. Pava's move hit him right in the heart. The pothead leader. Okay. Everyone entered the virtual audience again. Nolin looked at the gentle, ladylike Jabami Yumiko, and suddenly a smile appeared on her face. She pulled her JK skirt and said, Sister Yumiko, how about we make a bet? In fact, Jabami Yumiko wanted to refuse. But who asked Nolin to gamble? No one can resist a gamble. A gleam of light flashed in Jabami Yumiko's eyes, and she smiled and said, What do you want to bet on, little brother Nolin? Bet on who will win. Nolin smiled and said, The loser will become the other party's servant. What do I want with a 10-year-old servant? Although she complained, Jabami Yumiko still smiled and said, I promise you, but you want me to choose who wins first? Nolin knew that she couldn't refuse to take a gamble. Good. He nodded nonchalantly. No matter who Jabami Yumiko chooses to win, Nolin will find a way to make herself win. I choose the pothead to win. Jabami Yumiko likes to gamble, especially this kind of bet that relies entirely on chance. She doesn't like the idea of definitely losing or definitely winning. I love this feeling of having the possibility of winning or losing. Definitely, she still chose the person she thought was most likely to win. After all, Shigeo Kageyama once uploaded a video of himself displaying his mighty powers. It was a divine power she had never seen before. Then I have no choice but to choose the Overlord of the Universe. Nolin smiled and said, Let's start the bet. No one is allowed to regret it. Yeah, it's a deal. Listen to everything the two of them said. Pava said that he wanted to participate, but there was only one opponent and he couldn't add another. But Yuki Asuna, a girl who grew up in a big family, wanted to persuade people not to gamble. But everyone is not in the same world, and she knows that she cannot use the rules of her own world to restrict others. In the end, it ended up in nothing. At the moment, the countdown is over. The duel begins again. Boom! Because of Pava's promise, Shigeo Kageyama gave 100% of his strength from the very beginning. His eyes were fierce, and terrifying super ability waves erupted around him. The ground quickly cracked, hurricanes flew, and the pot-lid head was lifted up. Boros watched this scene. A hint of interest finally appeared on his expressionless face. It's a bit interesting. He crouched slightly, prepared to rush forward. And in the next second, Kageyama Shigeo's psychokinesis swept over in an instant. The ground was lifted up inch by inch. A moment later, Boros was blown thousands of meters away and crashed heavily into a mountain. Boom! The whole mountain shook and rocks collapsed. The air was filled with smoke and dust. Yumiko Jabami and others were experiencing this kind of battle for the first time apart for watching videos. Seems very excited, especially Yumiko Jabami, a woman who loves to pursue excitement the most. A sick smile appeared on her face. Yuki as soon as swallowed hard. This passerby is too strong. Come on, passerby, Pava nonchalantly shouted. We must beat this stinky alien to death. I'll keep my word. I'll definitely teach you how to please girls. Nolin glanced at Pava. Then he curled his lips. I don't even think before I tell a lie. He knew Pava, a demon who lived for who knows how long before coming back to life. They don't even understand many modern rules and how people get along with each other. How to know how to please girls. Only a naive child like the passerby would believe it. Looking at Shigeo Kageyama, who was very excited, Nolin shook his head. He's going to be disappointed. Of course, Boros couldn't be affected by Shigeo Kageyama's attack. When the smoke and dust cleared, he fell out of the big pit. All the armor on his body shattered. There was a crackling sound, and it fell all over the ground, revealing his muscular body. Ha ha ha! He was slightly stunned at first. Then he broke into a ferocious and arrogant smile. The saw teeth up and down, like those of an electric saw, glow white under the sunlight. You're qualified to let me use some strength. Energy liberation. Boros clenched his fists, and his body was slightly hunched. An astonishing burst of energy suddenly erupted. Boom! A huge crater suddenly appeared on the ground. The aftermath of the energy instantly blew away all the surrounding trees. Shigeo Kageyama couldn't help but raise his hands to cover his eyes. Boros laughed wildly. The skin quickly swells up and forms a stratum corneum on the surface that resembles an exoskeleton. The blue energy light spread from the chest to the whole body, extremely dazzling. This is Boros's fighting form. Energy burst. Boros showed a ferocious smile, took a few steps, and started running. Every step he took left a big hole in the ground. Then he stomped his foot on the ground. Boom! The whole person shot towards Kageyama Shigeo at a speed faster than a missile. The fist wind arrives before the fist arrives. The whole bowl-covered hairdo was lifted up, causing his cheeks to hurt. So strong. This was a power that Shigeo Kageyama had never felt before. In his world, no one could give him this feeling. Sense of crisis max. Feel the crisis of death. Shigeo Kageyama pushed himself and instantly unleashed 100% of his super ability. Use all your strength to raise a defensive force field in front of you. Bang! Boros' fist smashed into the defensive force field. In an instant, Shigeo Kageyama gritted his teeth and let out an involuntary roar from his throat. With both hands raised to block the front, psychokinesis has been condensed to the extreme. Boros smiled evilly. Shigeo Kageyama was like being pushed back by Boros's defensive force field. He was dragged for thousands of meters, plowing a long trench in the ground before he finally stopped. Boom! The aftermath of the energy from the fight between the two suddenly dissipated. Bang! The hill behind disappeared from the bottom of the mountain, forming a crescent-shaped gap. Pava took a deep breath. Oh my God, so awesome! Is this universe overlord so awesome? This really shocked them. It's really outrageous. Jabami Yumiko became even more excited. She clenched her hands tightly in front of her chest and looked at the scene in front of her excitedly. In the end, the passerby will win. Or will the master of the universe win? The most exciting moment of gambling is coming. She thought the duel would be easily decided, but it looks like this now. But not necessarily. This undoubtedly makes this gamble even more unpredictable. Yumiko Jabami is a veteran gambler who is addicted to gambling. This doesn't make her feel flustered. It only made her more excited. Gambling, for her, isn't gambling all about the thrill of having everything under control, but also the possibility of something unexpected happening at any time? Nolin looked at the excited Jabami Yumiko. He shrugged silently and shook his head. The possibility of a passerby defeating Boros is very slim. Almost nothing. Mob Psycho 101 Punch Man are both works by the same author. The author has confirmed Shigeo Kageyama's strength, when it's activated at 100%, is roughly equivalent to Tornado in One Punch Man. Tornado versus Boros? Tornado, pointing at herself. I fight Boros? How will Tornado deal with Boros? Even if it's a tornado attacking with all its strength, I'm afraid it can't be compared with Boros's energy liberation state. Although Kageyama Shigeo is above 100%, there is still a percent state. But Nolin didn't think he could beat Boros. What happens next? Just as Nolin thought, Boros, in the state of energy release, almost suppressed Shigeo Kageyama. Bang, 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 with one punch and one kick. Shigeo Kageyama had almost no strength to fight back. Boros smiled grimly, and an energy cannon burst out from his chest, blasting straight towards him. Kageyama Shigeo quickly raised his hand to block. Boom! Energy waves blasted towards the rear from both sides, instantly destroying everything behind. Kageyama Shigeo persisted for a while. The whole person was submerged in the light of the energy wave. Dead. Boros looked ahead. There was no wavering in my heart, even a little regretful. So that's all. As the final blow landed, Shigeo Kageyama's body almost collapsed. But he didn't fall. Instead, his fist clenched tightly. Deep inside him, a powerful force was awakening. That was his true strength that had always been hidden beneath his ordinary appearance. Suddenly, Boros felt an indescribable energy bursting out from the smoke. Like a volcano erupting, psychokinesis soared into the sky. The force was so strong that it dispersed the smoke and dust, and everything within a radius of thousands of kilometers began to tremble. Dense cracks began to appear on the ground, and these cracks quickly spread out, spreading to every corner like a spider web. The mountains collapsed in the trembling, and the waves rolled under the impact of the force, forming wave after wave of tsunamis. The clouds in the sky were also torn apart by this force, revealing the obscured sunset. The blood-red light shone on the battlefield, adding a sense of doomsday. Standing at the center of it all was Shigeo Kageyama. His figure seemed particularly tall in the light of power. Everyone in the group, except Nolin. Once again, I was shocked by the power displayed by Shigeo Kageyama, especially Yuki Asuna. Is this something humans can do? I will defeat you, then ask Sister Pava to teach me how to please girls. Poor baby. At this time, I'm still thinking about Pava's promise, and looking at Shigeo Kageyama, whose psychokinesis has reached the level of percent. Boros was slightly stunned at first. Then in the next moment, an even more ferocious laugh broke out. Interesting. Interesting. Things are getting even more interesting. Boros rushed to Kageyama Shigeo in a few steps and disappeared on the spot. That moment, friends watching in the spectator seats. It was like seeing countless duplications of Boros attacking Kageyama Shigeo from all directions at the same time. However, this was just an illusion caused by his extremely fast speed. Compared to before, Shigeo Kageyama's approach was undoubtedly easier. Each attack can be blocked by the defensive force field. At the same time, he even seized the opportunity and blasted Boros away with one blow. Polo quickly adjusted his posture in the air, landed steadily, and stopped after dragging on the ground for several kilometers. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, but there was a crazy smile on his face. Ha 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 ha. You are one of the few people who can force me to use my full strength. I recognize you, but I hope you can hold on and let me enjoy it to the end. Boom! Suddenly, Boros' body began to emit a light. Soon, the lights began to converge and became stronger and stronger. It seemed as if countless energies were surging beneath his skin. Every inch of muscle appears tougher and stronger under the light. Buzz, buzz, boom, boom. It seemed that he felt the power of this force. The surrounding rocks floated into the air and shook continuously. As time went on, the light on Boros became brighter and brighter, eventually reaching a critical point. In an instant, popular outbreak, his entire body was covered in white light. It was a pure and strong light, as if it could illuminate the whole world. Extremely powerful energy burst out from Boros' body and soared into the sky. This energy is so huge, so much so that it shook the entire surface of the earth. The ground began to tremble, cracks spread rapidly like spider webs. Mountains collapsed in the trembling, and rivers began to evaporate under the strong energy. Transform the energy in the body into propulsion. This allows for explosive speed and power that exceed biological limits. The destructive power is greatly increased. Even if the body is shattered, it can be restored instantly. It is one of Boros's 2 trump cards. However, there are naturally some downsides. That is wasting life. It feels like being in space all the time. Boros grinned. The energy gathered in his body has already been stretched. Even Shigeo Kageyama didn't react. Boros appeared in front of him in an instant. The huge fist hit him on the head. Bang! Boom! Thousands of miles of land were razed to the ground, and Shigeo Kageyama died. In the Wanjia chat group, the pot-covered leader, Blood Demon, Gambling Maniac, Yuki Asuna. Everyone in the group looked dumbfounded. I had no idea what was happening. At once, it's over? Blood Demon, who wins? It's actually very obvious. But Pava still has a glimmer of hope in his heart. The Jarhead cult leader. I lost, and lost miserably. Shigeo Kageyama actually doesn't care if his strength is surpassed by others or anything like that. He himself doesn't care about strength at all. It's just a pity about the promise made by Pava. He sighed. Well, there is no way to get the secret to pleasing girls. How abominable. Gambling Maniac. It looks like I lost. Jabami Yumiko was a little confused. Oh, it feels like you have lost yourself? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. At Gambling Maniac, accept the loss, Mungzi. Gambling Maniac. Definitely. Where is your home? I'll be there right now. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Don't worry, don't worry. Just know that you have already lost yourself to me. Nolin is very confident about Jabami Yumiko. The most annoying thing about gambling is that people refuse to admit defeat. Yumiko Jabami is a person who is so obsessed with and worships gambling. It is naturally impossible not to admit defeat. The Overlord of the Universe. Not bad, not bad. At Pothead Master, you are one of the few people who can catch my eye. The rest are just trash. The pot-headed leader. Like this? Should I feel honored? Master of the Universe. Logically, yes. Blood Demon. Ouch. How annoying. Is there no one who can deal with this cosmic overlord? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. I think so. Blood Demon. Who? Who? Tell me. Tell me. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Him. I have a lot of people here who can deal with him. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Blood Demon. Meow? Seriously? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Definitely serious. Universe Overlord. The Overlord of the Universe. Oh, then I'm really curious. What kind of world is it that can have so many people who can defeat me? Are you Marvel's strongest elementary school student? I think so. Nolin is still very humble. If you ignore what he has just created, and then the universe was destroyed casually. The Overlord of the Universe. You count as 1, 2? Then I'm even more interested. I want to see it for myself. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. If you want to see it, I'll let you see it, but that won't make me look very embarrassed. The Lord of the Universe. Haha. Empty words are not enough. Yuki Asuna. At Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Nolin. Don't get too close to him. He's a martial arts lunatic. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. It's okay. He can't do anything to me. Master of the Universe. You kind of P asterisk 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 D me off. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Are you angry? Then there's nothing you can do to me. The overlord of the universe. Boros, as I sank. Nolin attitude was something he had never felt before. This made him a little angry. Blood demon. Ah, even though I don't know what the truth is, well done. This guy is too arrogant. He needs to be punished. Blood demon. It would be nice if we could really give him a good show. Gambling maniac. At Marvel's strongest elementary school student, Nolin, forget it, don't listen to them. As a child, you should not get involved in such things. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Oh, why don't you believe me? Never mind, let's give it a try. It's still the same old place. Nolin and Boros are facing each other from a distance. What was broken on Boros just now was only his armor in the virtual battlefield. So wait until he shows up again. The suppression armor on his body also returned to normal. Seeing Nolin as a little kid, Boros frowned slightly. Are you serious? Boros said calmly. I'll give you one last chance. Admit defeat and leave here. Naturally, he would not have any sympathy for the other person just because he was a child. It was mainly because of him that he entered the Wanjia chat group. And he is not a fool. In such a virtual arena and the influence of points, I have come to understand the power of the Wanjia chat group. Group members in this group. No matter what, he needs to give some face. Becoming the overlord of the universe is not something that can be achieved by just being a reckless person. Don't talk so much nonsense. Just start right away. Nolin yawned. At most, he was only 10 days old. Still very sleepy. To be honest, he has very strong ability. But in fact, the body is quite weak. However, there's a passive defensive force field on his body at all times. So even if he falls asleep, the attacks from level universe are just like tickles to him. Snort. In front of Boros, Nolin was so ungrateful. Just prepare to teach him a lesson. As soon as it comes up, a meteor explodes. Everyone in the spectator seats was shocked. Is this Boros so ruthless when he strikes? What if the beating leaves a psychological scar on someone? Yuki Asuna is very nervous, being the only normal person in this group. She can care about the mental health of ordinary children. What's the matter? Pava curled his lips nonchalantly and said, if you can't stand this, then just quit the group. This is the chat group for all worlds, not a chat group for raising children. Human children are the most annoying. How can you say that, Pava? Yuki Asuna said dissatisfiedly. As long as you join the chat group, you are a member of our group. You can't think like that. Do you understand? Okay, I get it. Jabami Yumiko didn't say a word from beginning to end. In fact, she hoped that Nolin would come up with some minor problems that would not affect the overall situation and then voluntarily withdraw from the group. After all, it's good that she is willing to admit defeat. But it does not say that punishment cannot be avoided by other means. She has done many things to avoid punishment. But no matter what, Jabami Yumiko is now Nolin's servant. Saying such depressing words. This is not something a servant can do. And then there's Shigeo Kageyama. He kept staring with those dead fish eyes from beginning to end. Don't care about fighting at all. If I don't want to play with everyone. He doesn't watch any battles. How boring. I need to teach you a lesson. I'll show you what it means to respect the strong. Boros shot towards Nolin at a speed beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. His body drew an S-shaped trajectory in the air, dragging a long arc of pink energy. It was an extreme speed, a speed that even the speed of sound seemed to be as slow as a turtle. Boros is too fast, so wherever it passes, the high temperature generated by the friction of the air instantly evaporates everything around it. The forest turned to ashes the moment he passed by. Mountains crumble in his wake. Even the hard Earth's crust became fragile before his speed. The entire terrain underwent earth-shaking changes under his impact. However, it's a punch that is packed at such a terrifying speed. But Nolin only raised one finger. A faint square fluorescent barrier appeared in front of him. Bang! All the kinetic energy and energy seemed to be like a drop in the ocean in front of this barrier, without even any aftermath. It was like a plain punch that was blocked instantly. Boros widened his eyes and looked at the barrier in front of him in disbelief, if not for the fact that the entire terrain behind him had already turned to charcoal and ashes. He began to doubt whether he had just thrown an ordinary punch. Boros wasn't the only one shocked. Everyone in the group watching the fight dropped their jaws. "Oh my God, is this true?" Pava's jaw was dislocated, so she forced it back in place and said in shock, "This punch is even more powerful than the one that killed the pot-covered guy just now." Shigeo Kageyama glanced at Pava. "Don't cue this child," Yuki Asuna muttered to herself. An indescribable light burst out from Jabami Yumiko's eyes. "Nolin is so strong. If I lose to him, it seems not a loss. I've already told you that there are plenty of people who can beat you to death. Why don't you believe me?" Nolin sighed. The eyes gradually became dull. The tone was like that of God. His hand with outstretched fingers gradually spread out, turned, and clenched into a fist. Boros was shocked again to find that he was unable to move. The energy barrier was like a huge net that absorbed him, controlling him, and was manipulated by Nolin into a ball. "Since you don't believe it, then let's give it a try." Nolin stretched out his hand. He controlled the ball close to his face so that Boros could look him in the eye. His big face, pressed against the energy barrier as if it were pressed against glass, looked a little funny. The surface of the ball formed by the energy barrier is as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the light of the stars. Boros' body was twisted mercilessly, and every part of his body was squeezed as never before. His muscles tensed, and his bones creaked under the pressure. No matter how hard you try, there is no way to break free. Pava, Yuki Asuna, Jabami Yumiko, and Kageyama Shigeo all looked at this scene in shock. That's outrageous. How could the great master of the universe be subdued so easily by a child? Sweating all over, their persuasion just now seemed to be fake. Maybe in other people's eyes. I'm just a fool. It's a bit like persuading the richest man in the world not to spend $1 million to buy a house. "Let me go." Boros was speechless. But Nolin has the ability of telepathy. Mind reading is just the simplest part. He said silently, "What will happen if I let you go? You can actually hear me?" Boros was shocked, but he quickly reacted. "Let me go and fight me head on, instead of using this kind of moves. It's like I screwed you." Nolin complained and removed the energy barrier casually. "Come on, let me see." "Go to hell." Boros landed on the ground instantly, then kicked off with his feet and rushed into the sky. He clenched his fists and began to gather energy in his mouth. Collapse. As energy gathered, clouds and winds began to surge within tens of thousands of miles. The clouds in the sky were torn apart by this force, revealing the obscured stars. Roar. The earth is shaking. Roar. Mountains shook and rivers changed course under the force. Gun. Finally, the energy in front of Boros' mouth gathered to its peak. He opened his mouth, and a dazzling beam of light gushed out of his mouth. It was an energy cannon, which blasted towards Nolin with an unstoppable momentum. The light of the roaring, star-collapsing cannon illuminated the entire night sky. Its power was so terrifying that once it landed, it would surely destroy everything within tens of thousands of miles. The people watching the battle had no doubt that if this energy cannon landed on the Earth, it would be enough to blow up the entire planet. This is another of Boros' 2 trump cards, the ultimate skill that explodes from all the energy in the body. Pity. He faced Nolin. Nolin raised his hand, and the energy of the collapsing star roaring cannon was instantly stopped in midair. Then, suction seemed to burst out from his palms. All the energy of the collapsing star roaring cannon was absorbed. Finally, a ball of energy was harvested. Very bland operation. However, Boros, who was falling in the air, was shocked once again. "Your energy is returned to you." Nolin casually stretched out his hand, and a ball of energy flew lightly towards Boros. "This is just an illusion. In fact, speed trumps everything." The energy ball sank into Boros' body. In an instant, Boros seemed to have turned into a fragile piece of porcelain. There were dense cracks on the body. A dazzling light appeared among the cracks. His eyes widened and his mouth opened wide, all emitting light that was enough to block out the sky and the sun. In the next moment, Boros' body couldn't bear it anymore. Boom! It exploded in the air. The battle is over. The atmosphere in the Wanjia chat group was very quiet. No one spoke up. All were greatly shocked. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. What's wrong? Why aren't you talking? Blood Demon. Hiss. You are too strong. Wow. You defeated the overlord of the universe so easily. Yuki Asuna. It seems like I was worrying for nothing, boo-hoo. Gambling maniac. You are so strong at the age of 10, Nolin. You definitely have much more energy in your body than you have now. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. I've long said that there are a lot of people who can kill him, but you just don't believe it. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Also, I'm not that strong. I'm very weak. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. My body is very weak. If Boros hits me, I will really die. My parents say that I am powerless. Gambling maniac. Yuki Asuna. Blood Demon. Blood Demon. Are your parents serious? Are you powerless? The pot-cut leader. You must be kidding. This doesn't look like he is powerless at all. Weak as a kite. Nolin. He is powerless. So what are they? Are you the kind of person who gets killed by ants when you go out? Yuki Asuna suddenly thought of type of parents. That is no matter what the child is like. They will use derogatory methods to urge the other party to grow and become stronger. Could it be that? Are Nolin's parents also like this? I can't help it. Yuki Asuna felt a little sorry for Nolin. The strength is obviously so strong, but they still have to be educated by their parents in a repressive way. What a poor child. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Sometimes people just won't believe you when you tell the truth. Spreading hands. Nolin didn't know that in the eyes of Yuki Asuna, her parents had become repressive parents. If you knew, you would definitely laugh out loud. My suppressive MR. Fantastic, the invisible woman. You're too good at imagining. But now, he just shrugged. If you don't believe it, forget it. He is telling the truth. His body is indeed weak. It's just that he can use his super ability to enhance his body. That's all. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Also, I told you I'm not 10 years old. I'm 10 days old. 10 days. Yuki Asuna. Wait. These 10 days, could it be true? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Definitely it's true. What good would it be for me to lie to you? These 10 days. The expressions of several people in the Wanjia chat group became even more confused as to what to say. Nolin really had no intention of deceiving them. There is no need to deceive them to gain any benefits. That is to say, 9 times out of 10 it's true. It grew this big in 10 days. Are you serious? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. You are just too focused on appearances. It's easy to be deceived. Nolin felt that if Mystique was in front of them, I guess they could be fooled. Too simple. Yuki Asuna. Hiss. If you don't look at the appearance, what do you look at? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Appearance is the most unreliable thing. Blood Demon. I agree with this. I was also very young before, but I always looked like this. Gambling maniac. You are a devil. How can we be the same? Blood Demon. What's wrong? What's wrong with demons? Do you discriminate against demons? Nolin no longer paid attention to what was happening in the group. He yawned and fell asleep under the covers. The next morning, Reed and Susan woke Nolin up. After finishing breakfast, the two called Jonathan, the fireman, to look after Nolin and then left in a hurry. If it weren't in the eyes of the two of them, Nolin is still young. Neither of them would go home. After all, it's really busy. Not only busy with work, I also have to take care of mutants' business. The sources of their abilities are somewhat different from those of mutants, but they all have super abilities like mutant. Jonathan, my parents asked you to come visit me again. Nolin sat on the sofa, pressing the remote control in his hand out of boredom. Hey, Nolin, be respectful and call me uncle. Jonathan seemed to have stayed up late last night, so he yawned tiredly. Do you think I want to see you? If your parents hadn't asked me to, I wouldn't bother to see you. Then go away now and leave me alone. Nolin curled his lips and said indifferently, That won't do. If something happens to you, won't your parents kill me? Jonathan shook his head quickly. Then shut up. Nolin rolled his eyes. Ouch. Jonathan rolled up his sleeves and said, I wonder if you deserve a beating. They say children are the cutest, but I don't see that at all. Am I a child? I'm only 10 days old. I'm just a baby. Nolin chuckled. Jonathan clenched his fists and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What you said actually makes sense. What the hell? But he really didn't dare to do anything to Nolin. After all, he is my nephew. And just a little brat. Who cares? Jonathan lay down on the sofa again and exhaled comfortably. Okay, you can have fun by yourself. What a play. There's nothing fun here. Nolin shook his head, walked to Jonathan, and said stealthily, Hey, Jonathan, do you want to go out and play? That won't do. Jonathan is a playboy. He is also a playful person. But in this matter, he still had a good grasp of it. Nolin originally was unusual. Besides, the situation outside is very chaotic right now. The struggle between mutants and humans has always existed. What if something happens when I take him out? Stop it. I know you want to go out too. Nolin has the ability to read minds and can tell what Jonathan is thinking at a glance. He had just returned from outer space after undergoing mutation. I actually really want to get in touch with Mutant. But Reed and Susan wouldn't give in. Given Jonathan's personality, if he encountered something bad, he would probably explode. TSK, what does a kid know? Jonathan didn't care at all and even tried to make excuses. You also want to get in touch with Mutant, Jonathan. Let's go and take a look. Didn't my parents forbid you to go? Isn't it a good time to go now? I won't say anything. If I do, I'll get scolded, won't I? Nolin used a little trick. Make him feel that what he says is extremely tempting. This is not. Jonathan suddenly became hesitant. Are you serious? Definitely. And I believe you can protect me. You are Jonathan the fireman. Nolin's few words made Jonathan feel more confident. That's right. I'm Jonathan the fireman. Can't I protect you, a little kid? Jonathan stood up and opened his arms. It's just a mutant. I'm not afraid of anything. Let's go. Let's go now. Reasons. Nolin nodded, and under the leadership of Jonathan, he went out of the house for the first time. That's right. This is his first time leaving home. After all, he is only 10 days old. Even if it's well, it doesn't look like it. Reed and Susan both took it very seriously whether he should go out. But Jonathan felt a little confused after he went out. Hiss. It seems like he doesn't know where to find Mutant. The current situation between mutants and humans. It is also impossible for the former to do anything like that on the street. Unless you are unlucky and run into a mutant, something bad will happen. The streets here are no different than they were before. Jonathan yawned. Might as well go home and get some sleep. Shoo, just follow me. I'll take you to a good place. Nolin smiled mysteriously and dragged Jonathan towards a dark corner of the city. Jonathan had no idea what Nolin was doing, so he could only follow. Soon, the two came to a small alley. Do you really want to go in? Jonathan frowned. This place isn't safe at all. What are you afraid of? You are here with me. The two of them walked in. At the end of the alley, there's a mysterious little door. And in front of the small door, there were two muscular men standing there. His wallet is bulging, and you can tell at a glance that he has something rich. How do you know about this kind of place? Jonathan's voice involuntarily deepened, but Nolin ignored it. Two muscular men stretched out their hands to stop the two men and glanced at Nolin. Children are not allowed to enter here. As for you, please show your identity information. Jonathan was about to pull Nolin away, but Nolin just waved his right hand, and the two sturdy men seemed to be possessed by a ghost. They actually let go of their outstretched hands and pretended not to see them. Let's go, don't just stand there. Nolin grabbed the dazed Jonathan, pushed open the small door, and walked in. The noise and tranquility outside the door were instantly replaced by the frenzy and chaos inside. In the center, huge amounts of octagonal cages stand there. It is like a modern version of the Roman Colosseum, except that the fight between humans and animals is not staged here, but a brutal contest between humans. Countless spectators gathered in a circle around the cage, their faces distorted with excitement and their eyes flashing with wildness. They either waved the betting tickets in their hands or raised their fists and yelled heart-wrenchingly. The sound was like the roar of a beast, deafening. These white-collar workers who appear glamorous in the outside world on weekdays, at this moment, show the most primitive, bloody, and violent side of human nature. Their suits and ties are out of tune with the atmosphere here, yet they're strangely integrated together to form a twisted harmony. Jonathan frowned slightly. There was an unpleasant odor in the air, a mixture of sweat and blood. He looked around quickly. Really, there were many people holding rifles, standing in various corners, staring at every move below. Curses rose and fell, and the audience's emotions became more and more heated as the game progressed. They cursed their opponents and cheered for their own fighters, as if this could pass on their own strength to them. Here, moral constraints are completely abandoned, and people go crazy just for the pleasure of the moment. How on earth did you find a place like this? Nolin, this is serious. Jonathan had intended to speak quietly, but there is no doubt that in a place like this, if you speak softly, you can't hear it at all. He roared. Nolin didn't bother to pay attention. He looked towards the ring. Jonathan, isn't this what you want to see? His voice was obviously not loud. It was very normal, but floated into Jonathan's ears. Let him hear it clearly. For some unknown reason, he looked at the two fighters fighting in the ring. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but once you do, you will be a little surprised. The gladiator who fights on it. Not an ordinary guy, nor a black boxing fighter, but mutant. One had extremely dense hair on his body, and the other had a fist that had completely turned into iron. The iron fist hit the opponent's hair, and it actually made a clanging sound of metal clashing. Both are mutants. This is actually a fight between mutants. Jonathan was shocked. No wonder Nolin said this is what he wanted to see. But what he wanted to see was the mutant, not the fighting. Soon, the winner was decided in the ring. The man with the iron fist found an opportunity and punched through the hairy man's vitals. At that moment, cheers resounded throughout the entire small world. Although Iron Fist's body was covered with wounds, he raised his hands at this moment and enjoyed the glory that belonged to him. Is this mandatory? Jonathan spotted the wires on the cage. His eyes narrowed slightly. An indescribable feeling arose in my heart. Although he is not a mutant, he is better than a mutant. This is a microcosm of most mutants lives in human society. Rejected and controlled by humans. They use it as a tool for entertainment. After all, what's better than watching guys with special abilities fight over them? I can't stand it anymore. Jonathan looked at the two mutants in the ring. It was as if I saw my future fate. He had a hot temper and was quite straightforward by nature, so he clenched his fists immediately. Nolin saw what Jonathan was thinking. He just smiled and didn't care. Jonathan frowned, as if there was an indispersible dark cloud hanging over his heart. He felt heavy-hearted. It was as if he was tightly bound by an invisible force, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. This was his first exposure to the dark side of mutant. Even though his little nephew Nolin was by his side, he could not calm down his inner turmoil at this moment. His palms trembled uncontrollably. It was as if a force was surging in his body, looking for an outlet to vent. There was a flash of determination in Jonathan's eyes, as if he had made some important decision. He slowly raised his hand, palm facing up. A ball of blazing fire gathered in his hands. The light was like the brightest star in the night sky, but it also carried a breath of destruction. Boom! As he turned his wrist, the ball of fire shot out like a wild horse. Go straight to the electrical system on the second floor. It was a dazzling fire that cut through the darkness and crashed into the electrical box, carrying with it Jonathan's deepest anger and suffocation. Bang! It was a loud bang. Like a thunderbolt, the electric box exploded instantly under the impact of the flames. Sparks flew and metal fragments flew like raindrops. Huge amounts of roaring sound echoed throughout the room, causing pain in the eardrums. The heat wave swept in like a gale, igniting the surrounding air and forming a sea of fire. The guard standing by the electric box seemed so helpless in the face of this sudden attack. Even with hot weapons in their hands, they were like grass swaying in the wind and rain. They were knocked to the ground by the heat and the aftermath of the explosion. Some were covering their wounds in pain, while others had already lost consciousness. Their figures seemed so small in the firelight, as if they could be swallowed up by this destructive force at any time. Screams of fear erupted throughout the house. Countless people who had just been roaring with excitement began to flee in all directions, as if they were mice seeing a cat. The surrounding soldiers quickly locked onto Jonathan, raised their guns and pointed them at him, and shouted in a timid tone, "Stop!" But Jonathan has already decided to take action. How could it be stopped with just one sentence? He once again erupted flames from his hands, melting the metal cage. Iron Fist Mutant, who was stunned by the external situation, suddenly reacted. He looked at Jonathan with gratitude and immediately crawled out through the gap in the cage. The soldiers became even more nervous when the mutant escaped. But the gun in his hand was so powerless against the crowd. You have to know that these are all their financial sponsors. If they open fire, they will inevitably kill many of the rich people who give them money. But if you don't shoot, the mutant will escape in the end. These mutants are also wealth to them. However, after just a moment of daze, Mutant Iron Fist disappeared into the crowd. Chase, chase, chase. Chase them all. Get it back to me right now. And catch the murderer. Rage, the guard captain in charge of the house, gave orders over the intercom. The guards immediately began to surround Jonathan. Jonathan finally realized what he had done, picked up Nolin, and ran outside. Great job, Jonathan. That's what we need to do. It's so cool, so exciting. Let's make a scene. Nolin clapped his hands excitedly. He is just like a little devil who is not afraid of any trouble. My dear little ancestor, your uncle has been badly harmed by you. Jonathan secretly groaned in his heart. I dare not stop for a moment. Behind them, several guards fired at them one after another. It was about to hit Jonathan. Nolin, who was laughing, raised his hand with a playful smile to hover the bullet and blew casually. The bullet immediately flew back at a faster speed, and the guards fell to the ground instantly without a sound. Jonathan hadn't realized how strong his nephew was. He was a little nervous. It's over. If we get caught, we're doomed. In fact, if he uses his ability, then you can escape easily. But with Nolin around, he didn't dare to do that. That would only make the situation worse. He just wanted to have fun, not cause trouble. But who would have thought that while he was having fun, he would actually think of himself? Your mother. He is actually similar to Mutant. Seeing my fellow countrymen suffering such abuse, I definitely can't help it. Jonathan ran all the way and escaped. On the street, many cars and guards had gathered, frantically searching for people on the street. I can only say that these people are indeed rampant. There is definitely something behind the umbrella. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to arrest people so openly. Don't run, Jonathan. Nolin patted Jonathan on the back and said, Didn't you realize that they can't see you? Jonathan finally reacted. The guards around him seemed to ignore him and just ran around in front of him. Who is helping us? Nolin looked at Jonathan like he was a fool. Tell me, is it possible that I am helping us? Jonathan looked at Nolin in shock. Nolin, are you serious? Definitely serious. Nolin jumped off him and said, How about it? This ability is pretty good, isn't it? Yes. Jonathan nodded, then suddenly realized, No. When did you get the ability? I need to tell my sister and brother-in-law right away. At the moment, he seemed a little nervous. As people who have been irradiated by cosmic energy, especially couples, what Reed and Susan are most concerned about is whether the new life will have any problems due to the cosmic energy. Nolin is a good example in their view. Grow to 10 years old in 10 days. In fact, they checked Nolin thoroughly on the 6th day. Except, there were no problems. Every bodily function a 6-year-old should have. It doesn't mean that he has grown into a 6-year-old, but in fact he is almost the same as a 6-day-old baby. This puts him at ease. I felt a little scared again. So I have always been deliberately concerned about whether Nolin will have some ability like them. But Nolin never showed it. Not much different from an ordinary child. Until just now, the first thing Jonathan thought of. Just tell your sister and brother-in-law. Jonathan is the uncle. The uncle mentioned in the previous chapters was misremembered. Whatever. Anyway, Nolin actually has no intention of hiding his ability. Mainly because he was afraid of showing too much. I suddenly scare my parents in this life. Let's go immediately. Jonathan grabbed Nolin and ran home. Their family is considered wealthy, otherwise they would not be able to do scientific research, and they even have a house in New York. Jonathan contacted Reed and Susan immediately after returning home. No matter how busy they are at the moment, Reed and Susan want to get home from the laboratory quickly. However, after calming down, he decided to let Jonathan bring his men to their experimental base quickly. Although there are equipment at home, it is obviously not as good as those in the experimental base. Jonathan brought Nolin to the experimental base. Reed and Susan quickly began to examine him thoroughly. After the physical examination was normal, then start checking ability. What we can know now is, even infrared, even thermal imaging. I can't see you guys who are invisible. This ability doesn't appear to be optical invisibility, but a real disappearance. Or should I say, Reed and Susan continued to analyze from various angles. You can see it. They were very nervous about Nolin. Nolin reminded at this time. It's not optical invisibility, nor is it a real disappearance. It's just that you can't see me in your mind, etc. Is there anything about the ability of the mind? Reed and Susan looked at each other. I immediately thought of someone. Professor X. Charles. Charles is also able to block himself out from other people's minds. As for thermal imaging, wouldn't it be nice if they could see the actual thermal image but not feel it appear? To put it bluntly, even thermal imaging machines can detect it. Doesn't it also need to be seen with the naked eye and then processed by the mind? Go find Charles when you get a chance. Neither Reed nor Susan spoke. I can already feel what the other person is thinking. My son's affairs. It must be taken seriously. And it is super important. They could be considered as mutants who debuted halfway. There are many things I know, but they cannot be compared with a real mutant. And Professor X. Charles. They are born mutants. Moreover, since childhood, I have been committed to the research of mutant genes. It can be said that no one in the world knows mutant better than him. Professional things. Still need to find a professional. So, Jonathan, how did you find out that Nolin has this ability? Susan looked at Jonathan with some unfriendly eyes. Jonathan was suddenly speechless. He stammered for a long time, but couldn't say anything. Reed couldn't help but frown. It was Nolin who came to the rescue and said, I discovered it first and then told Jonathan. Jonathan glanced at Nolin with gratitude. Susan and Reed were both skeptical, but Nolin said so. What else can they say? In the Wanjia chat group, Blood Demon. I said I'm a good person at pot cover headmaster. How about it, passerby? Is the method I gave you very useful? Yuki Asuna. What's the solution? What did you guys talk about behind my back? Blood Demon. That definitely taught him how to pick up girls. Blood Demon. Although he didn't defeat Boros, I thought he had a good attitude, so I taught him anyway. So, I'll say I'm a good demon. The overlord of the universe. Turned out to be. Hava actually went to see Shigeo Kageyama in private. I specifically taught him how to flirt with girls and how to please them. Blood Demon. At Pothead Cult Leader, come out quickly. Tell me, did you succeed in picking up the girl? The pot-covered leader. No, I failed. I was called a psychopath, and now my teacher is lecturing me. He is afraid that I will commit suicide. Yuki Asuna. Gambling maniac. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Question mark. Everyone in the group was full of questions. Meow, meow, meow. What kind of method of picking up girls would be enough to be called a psychopath and be lectured by the teacher? Only Nolin was not particularly surprised. After all, he had already anticipated that Pava's idea could not be a good one. But, tell the truth, he was also very curious. What did Pava teach? Blood demon. Blood demon. Impossible. If it were me, I would be very happy if someone like this did something like this in front of me. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. You're so happy? No wonder people call passers-by crazy. Yuki Asuna, tell me about it quickly. Gambling maniac. Curiosity +1. The pot-headed leader. This is what happened. At the beginning, really, Pava's method is not reliable at all. Her approach is straightforward, even according to your own. But that's where it's unreliable. How can humans and demons be the same? Pava is the blood demon. Her favorite thing is blood. So, the method she gave to Shigeo Kageyama was very simple. That is, if you like a girl, just go up to her, cut your wrist, and then use blood to confess your love to her. When I heard this confession method, everyone in the Wanjia chat group knew that something bad was going to happen. Even Boros was full of question marks at the moment. Although he is all about fighting, he loves fighting the most. But it doesn't mean that he has an IQ problem. Sure enough, what followed was Shigeo Kageyama's description. That's a bad thing. He actually did it. The little junior high school girl was so frightened that her face turned pale. Tears started to flow down my cheeks. Her best friend next to her immediately scolded Shigeo Kageyama as a psychopath. Then, many students gathered around to watch. Finally, the security guard came, and then the teacher. The teacher didn't dare to say anything to Shigeo Kageyama. After all, this is something that only a student with a mental problem would do. Which nice guy would cut his wrist to ask for love? In all likelihood, he has autism, depression, mania. If he said a few more words, the teacher would be afraid that Shigeo Kageyama would jump off the building. The end. That's the whole story. After listening to the whole game, what else can everyone in the chat group say? Yuki Asuna, gambling maniac, the overlord of the universe, Marvel's strongest elementary school student. I can only say, breathtaking. It's amazing. Blood demon, why are you so silent? I think the passers-by are doing very well. Yuki Asuna, awesome, awesome, gambling maniac. I thought I was no longer a normal person, but I didn't expect that there are still experts. Yuki Asuna, why would you, a passerby, believe what the devil Pava said? Blood demon, hey. Blood demon, Asuna, what do you mean? Although I'm a demon, I am telling the truth. Pava actually felt a little red and warm. Gambling maniac. As for Pava, I'm afraid only passers-by would be so innocent to believe him. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Passers-by are still too naive. Although Pava is telling the truth, can the devil think the same way as normal people? The pot-headed leader. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. At pot cover headmaster, passerby, think carefully. Do you think you would run to a girl and commit suicide and use suicide to threaten her to become your girlfriend? The pot-headed leader. The pot-head leader. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be true. Should I say it or not? Shigeo Kageyama is indeed simple. And it's not just ordinary simplicity. I believe whatever Pava said. Don't consider the consequences at all. The pot-covered leader. Blood demon. Yuki Asuna, at blood demon, Pava. Yuki Asuna, Pava. Everyone knows you don't mean anything else, but when you teach the passerby, you should think about it. The passerby is an ordinary person. Well, barely. He lives in an ordinary human world, and he certainly can't use devilish methods to seduce girls, don't you think? Blood demon. Yeah, you are right. Okay, this time it's my fault. Blood demon. I will think carefully next time. My problem. Shigeo Kageyama didn't mean to blame Pava. After all, Pava has good intentions. Just a method. Maybe the judgment is not so accurate. And just when everyone in the chat group was having a great time chatting. Ding, Nezuko, join the chat group. Ding, Deadpool, join the chat group. Gambling maniac. There's a new member joining the group? The Lord of the Universe. Yeah, the pothead leader. Welcome newcomers. Blood demon. Welcome, warm welcome. Deadpool. F***K, what the hell is this? Is this some kind of mutant ability? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Hey, isn't this little sly? Deadpool, how do you know me? Wait, Deadpool isn't my name, but it feels so familiar for some reason. Hiss, get out of my head right now, or I'll kill myself in front of you. Speaking of, Wade jumped directly from the tall building. Bang. Dead? Oh, not dead. Shit. Why haven't you gotten out of my head yet? Wade scratched his head, confused. It wasn't until everyone took action that a long explanation was given. Wade finally believed that there really was such a thing as a chat group for all realms in the world. Deadpool. Oh, why didn't you tell me earlier? I jumped off the building for nothing. Yuki Asuna. What? You jumped off the building. Are you okay? Deadpool. It's okay, I just have some broken bones all over my body. Just lie down and it will be fine. Yuki Asuna. Question mark. Gambling maniac. Gambling maniac. What? Did I hear it wrong? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Don't worry, you heard it right. This guy, Xiao Jianjian, has a very strong self-healing ability. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Even if his head is chopped off, it will grow back. Deadpool. It's all right, it's all right. Gambling maniac. Sure enough, no one who joins the Wanja chat group is a simple person. Yuki Asuna. Hiss. I feel like I'm pretty simple. Compared to you guys, I'm really just an ordinary person. Although he is a top student. But among this group of people, except her, the most ordinary Jabami Yumiko, that's also living in a world where gambling is glorified. She is just an ordinary student who is a bit better in academics. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Don't worry, Asuna. You are not an ordinary person either. Yuki Asuna. Nolin, do you know anything? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. I know much more than you can imagine. And I know it all. Gambling maniac. Universe overlord. The pot-headed leader. Blood demon. Yuki Asuna. Is this true? Is this really not the omniscient and omnipotent God? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Not that great, just average. Nolin does have an ability called omniscience and omnipotence. Pity. In the world of Marvel, the least valuable description is omniscience. Everything can have a bit of omniscience. He was still easily defeated by someone more powerful. What? You are omniscient and omnipotent, and I am also omniscient and omnipotent. My omniscience is greater than yours. Then I can kill your omniscience and omnipotence. What a nesting doll, Marvel. Yuki Asuna. Hiss. Omniscience and omnipotence are just average. Nolin, you are invincible. Gambling maniac. As Nolin's servant, can I be omniscient and omnipotent? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. You wishful thinking, Yumiko, even though it's everywhere, not everyone has it. Nolin, I'm too lazy to criticize. Deadpool. Wow, brother is so awesome. Brother knows me so well. I really want to know he. Marvel's strongest elementary school student? Question mark. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Get lost. Don't stay in this barber shop. It makes me sick. Nolin frowned. If it's just a joke with a good brother, then forget it. But you have to know that the guy in front of you is Deadpool Wade. This guy Wade. But he's a real bisexual. A piece of shit that appeals to both men and women. When I think of Wade's expression when he said this, Nolin felt so sick that she felt like vomiting. Deadpool. Come on, brother. Can you tell me what will happen to me next? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. I advise you to shut up now, or the consequences will be serious. Deadpool. I don't want it, I don't want it. Yuki Asuna. How disgusting. Gambling maniac. No wonder Nolin calls this guy a jerk. It really fits the name? Jerk. Blood demon. I didn't know there are people like this in human society. I've really grown up. The pot-covered leader. Is this something a child can watch? Covering eyes. Nolin sneered. The Xiao Jianjian think that he can't cure him? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Little b asterisk 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 d. I have to remind you that you and I exist in the same world. I can find you right now. Deadpool. 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 Wade was a little dumbfounded. F asterisk asterisk K. Didn't we agree that we're not all in the same world? How come you and I are in the same world? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Hee hee, just wait. You will die miserably. Deadpool. Wade's eye twitched wildly. Deadpool. Didn't we say that everyone is in a different world, so it's called the 10,000 worlds? He is playful by nature. But, damn it, who would have thought that in the Wanjia chat group, the first person he teased was actually someone from the same world as him? I'm already honest. Please let me go. Deadpool. Honestly, really honestly, I will never play Abstraction again. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. I warned you. Now you're being honest? It's no use. Yuki Asuna. Awesome. You deserve to be called a little b asterisk asterisk. The first thing he did when he joined the group was to provoke the strongest person in our group. Deadpool, no. Now he is really obedient. F asterisk asterisk K. Not only is he in the same world as me, he is also the strongest in the group. This time Wade is really obedient. Unfortunately, being honest is useless now. Nolin was disgusted. If I see Wade, it's hard not to arrange for him. And just when everyone was chatting happily, Nezuko, who hadn't shown up for a while, was in a tough fight. Demon Slayer World tore the city and the flower streets. Nezuko doesn't bubble up, not because she doesn't want to bubble up, but it was because of Tanjiro Kamado. Tanjiro Kamado is her brother. Tanjiro Kamado accepted a case assigned by the Demon Slayer Corps to investigate whether there are evil spirits in Hanamachi. It turns out there is, and it's not an ordinary ghost, not even the lower string, but it's a real upper-rank demon. You know, an upper-rank demon hasn't been killed for 100 years. You can imagine how powerful the upper-rank demons are. Watching Tanjiro Kamado fall into danger, Nezuko was anxious and couldn't stay in the box any longer. She grew from a small one to a big one, with demon horns growing on her forehead and patterns appearing on her body, completing her transformation into a demon, fighting with Upper Moon Ladaki. But after becoming a ghost, the strength is enhanced, and the side effects are also obvious. That means he can no longer control his urge to eat humans. Fortunately, Tanjiro tried his best to stop Nezuko, otherwise she would really not be able to resist eating people. Recover from ghosting. Nezuko burst into tears when she realized what she had just done. At the same time, I also remembered that I had the Wanjia chat group. 10,000 worlds. Chat group. Tanjiro looked confused. What chat group? Nezuko didn't answer. She is very tired. No cannibalism. So what she needs to do is to use sleep to restore her strength. She was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gradually curled up on the ground and closed his eyes. In the moment before closing your eyes and falling asleep. Nezuko, everyone save me and my brother. After finishing this sentence reluctantly, Nezuko fell into a deep sleep due to the energy consumed in the previous battle. Yuki Asuna. Meow meow meow. What does that mean? Blood demon. What's going on? A newcomer needs help, right after joining the group? Gambling maniac. Hey, new guy. Can you please speak more clearly? The overlord of the universe. The pothead leader. Isn't he dead? Yuki Asuna. Hiss, that shouldn't be the case, right? If he died, there should be a notification in the Bankai chat group. Gambling maniac. What should we do now? Gambling maniac. I always feel like I'm suffering because I joined the group with Xiao Jianjian. Deadpool. Nolin looked at the situation in the group. Nezuko, isn't this Demon Slayer? It seems that there is danger of encountering a ghost. But it's just average. Ding. Detected that group member Nezuko has a strong desire for help. Hereby issued a task. Mission content. The Kamado brothers and sisters and their colleagues have encountered an unprecedented enemy, Upper 6. In the face of crisis, Tanjiro is about to be defeated. Please follow the purpose of the 10,000 Worlds chat group and go to the rescue. Note 1. This mission is a single-player mission. During the mission, you can go to the world of group member Nezuko for free. The mission time is 24 hours. After 24 hours, regardless of whether the mission is completed or not, you will be forced to teleport back to the original world. Note 2. The chat group subtool task system is enabled. Group members can freely post tasks, or the chat group can post tasks. The rewards are determined by the posting group members or given by the chat group. Yuki Asuna, Emission, Gambling Maniac. There's a new tool in the chat group? Yuki Asuna, wait. The new tool isn't the point. The point is who should go on this mission. How about I go, Blood Demon? No, absolutely not. Asuna, you are too weak. You can't even beat a stronger ordinary person. How can you fight this thing? Yuki Asuna, it seems so. Gambling Maniac. If that's the case, then I can't do anything about it. Spreading Hands. The pothead leader. I think I should be fine. Blood Demon. I can do it too. Go, go, go. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Actually, well, except for the two girls Asuna and Yumiko, everyone else is fine. Demon Slayer or something. The combat effectiveness is quite weak. Be reasonable. Indeed, anyone is fine except Yuki Asuna and Jabami Yumiko. Apart from the two of them, the weakest is Pava. But even Pava, I have to deal with an upper-ranked demon. There shouldn't be any problem. At most you will have to pay a small price. Deadpool, so easy? Then can I go too? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Yes, but I want to go. Ding. Group member Marvel's strongest elementary school student has accepted the mission. Deadpool, you. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Why? Are you dissatisfied with something? Deadpool. No. How dare I be unconvinced? How dare I? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Okay, go away. I'm too lazy to criticize. Blood Demon, I was just about to answer it, but forget it if it's Nolin. Yuki Asuna. Can we broadcast live, Nolin? We also want to see what's going on. Gambling Maniac. Master, I want to see it too. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Small problem. Demon Slayer. Nolin folded her arms across her chest. Demon Slayer. Kimetsu no Yaiba. He must know. Otherwise, we also don't know how strong their combat effectiveness is. Besides, he just can't do anything through the Wanja chat group now. See the task. Although Nezuko herself did not appear. But at the moment, they should be visiting Guohua Street. Nolin quietly hid aside. Then, the portal to the mission was opened. Travel through all realms begins. A brilliant light quietly bloomed. It was like a colorful black hole. This brilliance is not simply a pile of colors. It is a wonderful experience beyond vision. It contains an unfathomable sense of mystery. It was as if a corner of the most hidden secret in the universe was revealed at this moment. Nolin looked deeply at the space-time portal. The edge of the light is a soft gradient color band. Gradually transitions from deep blue-purple to warm orange-yellow. It is like the gentlest nebula in the night sky, and also like the glow in the sky at dawn. These colors interweave to create a harmony and balance that cannot be fully described in words. They converge in the center of brilliance. It seems to be constantly rotating and spreading. It seems to be telling an eternal cycle. Nolin wants to try to analyze this space-time gate. But he found out, with my current strength, it's impossible. Indeed, the Wanja chat group is not simple at all. Nolin was not surprised either. He spread his hands and shrugged. He stepped into it. 3, 2, 1. Ripples spread across space. Nolin's entire body was immersed in it, and the space-time portal suddenly closed at this moment. It's as if nothing had happened. While shuttling, Nolin was also looking for live streaming tools in the group. Group live broadcast or something. Found it quickly. Ding! Group member Marvel's strongest elementary school student starts live streaming. Universe Overlord, enter the live broadcast room. Deadpool, enter the live studio. Pot-covered leader, enter the live broadcast room. Yuki Asuna, enter the live broadcast room. Gambling Maniac, enter the live broadcast room. In a live broadcast room, Travelgua, there are exquisite wooden buildings on both sides of the street. Now it looks like a wreck forgotten by time, with wooden beams charred and twisted, and tiles broken and scattered all over the ground. On the cobblestone street, the cracks crisscross. Dust, and ash mixed together to form a thick covering. The air was filled with thick smoke, the smell of burning wood and paper, mixed with a hint of burnt smell. Tanjiro Kamado was really angry. No way. Nezuko is his only relative in this world. Even if Nolin is a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, there was no way he could let the Demon Slayer Corps control his sister. You know, the first batch of columns, most of them want to get rid of Nezuko. Therefore, Tanjiro Kamado will not give these people in front of him any chance to contact Nezuko. Pity. He faced Nolin. Nolin just raised his hand slightly. Tanjiro Kamado was suddenly blocked outside, as if by a barrier. The whole person stayed where he was, unable to move. Nolin waved his hand, and the door of the box opened, revealing Nezuko, who was sleeping inside. He slept soundly, so there should be no problem. The self-healing ability of the demons in the Demon Slayer world is still worth seeing. Nezuko doesn't eat people. Replenish your energy through sleep. As long as there is energy, everything can be restored naturally. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go. Tanjiro Kamado tried his best to struggle, but it was of no avail. If Nolin's method could make him break free. That's what's called strange. Hey. Jifutaro looked at Nolin and Tanjiro Kamado, frowning slightly. He made a very unhappy sound. Please respect me a little. I'm still here. As he spoke, he raised his sickle, rushing towards Nolin. I didn't ask you to speak, so just shut up. Nolin glanced casually. Swish. In an instant, Jifutaro just stood there with a sickle in his hand. Look at Nolin. His body was shaking uncontrollably from extreme fear. My heartbeat was like being hit by a heavy hammer, and every beat brought sharp pain. The glance we exchanged just now was only a brief moment, but it left an indelible impression on his heart. At that moment, Jifutaro seemed to see the stars collapse in the boundless darkness. The order of the universe was destroyed in an instant, and all existence vanished in the face of an irresistible force. The image of destruction echoed in his mind. The earth seemed so small and vulnerable in the face of that power. Call. His breathing became rapid. My vision gradually became blurred, and the world before my eyes seemed to be shaking, as if it would collapse at any time. As the owner of this power, Nolin, how will he fight back? You can't win. You absolutely can't win. Even the Ghost King can't win. Don't even think about it. It's impossible. The Uda Taro's heart was filled with despair. He felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. In the face of that power, he felt like a speck of dust. Negligible. It could be completely wiped out at any time. His legs were weak, and he could barely support his body. With a plop, the Uda Futaro knelt on the ground, covering his face in pain. Tanjiro Kamado, who had no idea what was happening, was dumbfounded, including the group members. Gambling maniac. Meow, meow, meow. Why did this ghost suddenly kneel down? Blood demon. Could this be the legendary aura of kingly dominance? Deadpool. I kneel too. Yuki Asuna. He looks like he was frightened. Maybe he saw something. Nolin glanced at Nezuko in his hand. Just wave it casually. Put it back into the box. Then it was returned to Tanjiro Kamado. After being untied, Tanjiro Kamado held the box tightly, looked at Nolin, and couldn't help asking, Who are you? He saw too. If the person in front of them has evil intentions towards them, then he had no chance to resist. Didn't you see the Udataro who was beating them up so hard that they had no chance to fight back? He was forced to his knees just by looking at them. Nezuko should have said that just now. The chat group of all worlds. Nolin smiled slightly and didn't say much. Tanjiro Kamado is a smart man. At this moment, I also knew that it was related to Nezuko. He held the box tighter. Nezuko, so it's you. You saved me. You saved us. Tears rolled down Tanjiro Kamado's face. It seemed as if he wanted to burst into tears, but she forced herself to hold it back and could only lower her head and sob. Okay, there's nothing to cry about. Although you were young, I am younger than you. Nolin shook his head. He hates to see people crying, both men and women. Ah, Tanjiro Kamado raised his head in confusion. Younger than me? Full of question marks. Is this true or false? Maybe it's just a casual remark. Only dead. Everyone is dead. Seeing that he was about to cry again, Nolin turned his right hand, and the surrounding wooden boards and stones began to tremble. Who told you that they were all dead? The planks and stones seemed to be controlled by an invisible force. There were vibrating sounds. Then the three people floated up one by one as if pulled by mysterious gravity, flying towards Nolin and Tanjiro Kamado. The armless sound pillar Tenjin Yuzui, the buried Agatsuma Zenitsu, and Hashibara Inosuke. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Am I going to die? Am I going to die? Woo woo woo, I don't want to die yet. Zenitsu Agatsuma's body swayed in the air, constantly wailing in pain, crying and howling, his voice full of fear and helplessness. His expression was distorted, and he was obviously in great pain, but even so, his vitality was still strong, and he could not die. Tenjin Yuzui and Inosuke Hashibara are a little calmer than Zenitsu Agatsuma, but only slightly. Although the movements of the two were not as intense as those of Agatsuma Zenitsu, their living conditions could still be seen. Not particularly optimistic. All three were placed in front of Tanjiro Kamado. Only, at least, they're all alive. Everyone is alive. Tanjiro Kamado burst into laughter and shouted in surprise. And here's cry. The unconscious Tenjin Yuzui and Inosuke Hashibara also woke up, although Inosuke Hashibara suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. There are also some internal organs mixed in, but he still laughed. Aha, I knew it. Tanjiro, my best friend, you will definitely not die. He seemed to want to get up, but he was stopped by Tanjiro Kamado. No, don't get up. Yuzui Tenjin leaned against the rocks of the ruins, breathing heavily, and asked calmly, has the support from the Demon Slayer Corps arrived? No. Tanjiro Kamado shook his head. Mr. Sound Pillar, I don't know how to explain. I don't know how to explain it, so forget it. Yuzui Tenjin smiled carefreely. As long as the problem can be solved. My wife Zenitsu is still howling there. Judging from the full of energy he sounded, it didn't seem like there was anything particularly wrong. Nolin glanced past. Isn't this a happy occasion? Yuzui Tenjin seemed about to ask, but he found a certain upper-ranked demon kneeling beside him, doubting his life. He is an upper-ranked demon. He's not dead yet. Moment. Yuzui Tenjin stood up from the ground. Inosuke Hashibara picked up his weapon. My wife Zenitsu stopped screaming either. It looked like another tense situation was about to occur. Tanjiro Kamado said quickly, It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay. He doesn't pose any threat now. Hear what Tanjiro Kamado said. Yuzui Tenjin and others were all confused. What is going on, Tanjiro? Tanjiro Kamado glanced at Nolin, and Nolin just spread his hands. Then, he thought about it for a while, hid certain things, mainly mentioning how Nolin made Gifu Taro become like this. And just as Tanjiro Kamado was explaining, Nolin walked slowly in front of the PR *SD** Udataro. He looked at the PR *SD** Udataro, who was kneeling on the ground with a smile on his face. Immediately following, Jifutaro seemed to be under control. I couldn't help but look up. At that fateful moment, the eyes of the PR *SD** Udataro and Nolin met. His world seemed to be controlled by an invisible force. I instantly fell into darkness and despair. Well, ABA. Jifutaro's throat seemed to be tightly strangled by an invisible hand. Unable to breathe, unable to speak, can only open and close lips constantly. His movements were like a fish thrown onto the shore, struggling in vain, longing for that life-saving drop of water. Soon, Nolin's smile became brighter. Jifutaro's body begins to change strangely. An extremely hot wave of heat gushed out from his body. It was as if the flames of hell were burning in his veins. His skin turned red, like an iron plate scorched by fire, and the firelight from inside made his outline extremely clear. His eyes, mouth, ears, every orifice glowed red. Like a lit lantern, it illuminates the surrounding darkness. The skin, muscles, and bones of Jifutaro. Everything chars quickly at high temperatures. It was like a fragile piece of paper, quickly curling and turning black under the licking of the flames. Eventually, it turned into a ball of burnt ash and drifted away with the wind. This evil ghost, whose hands were stained with the blood of countless people, eventually died. Only ashes were left to testify of his existence. Very weak, very weak. Nolin felt that she had looked at Jifutaro for one more time. You guys are giving him too much face. And on the side, Yuzui Tenjin and others listened to Tanjiro Kamido's story. They also noticed the situation here. They looked at the ashes on the ground in shock. Etc. Upper Moonland died so easily, but only Nolin knows. I don't know if that's the case yet. He laughed. A certain scumbag Ghost King should be scared to death now. When I think of the appearance of the Ghost King, Nolin couldn't help but want to laugh. And just as Nolin said, in a villa on the edge of a city. This is a study room. The bookshelf is filled with all kinds of books, arranged in an orderly manner. However, most of them are medical books. In addition, there are also many records about rare and exotic herbs. In this space full of books, there stood a man in a suit. He is handsome, with distinct features, but he always gives people an indescribable evil feeling. His suit was neatly tailored and his tie was neatly tied. However, at this moment he looked a little embarrassed. Holding onto the bookshelf, his body slightly leaned forward, he was constantly breathing heavily, with beads of sweat dripping down his forehead, as if he had just been through a fierce battle. My eyes couldn't help but turn into vertical pupils. The weird ghost teeth were also revealed. The sharp nails on both hands are like those of a beast. This is not someone else. It was none other than Muzan Kibutsuji. No, impossible. How could such a person exist in this world? Impossible. Muzan Kibutsuji was holding a book in his hand. He couldn't help but clench his fists and tore the book into pieces in an instant. The body is tense. He saw everything that Jifutaro had just seen. Absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. Muzan Kibutsuji didn't want to believe it. But everything that happened just now was too real. It was as if it was happening right in front of me. And Jifutaro is really dead. Wind up. An upper-rank star that hasn't been killed for 100 years. Dead. Died so quietly. Died so easily, so carelessly. This makes it more credible. I'll come find you, Muzan Kibutsuji thought of the man's whisper. In an instant, his hair stood on end and cold sweat streamed down his body. What? I hit that guy. Is this true or false? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Muzan Kibutsuji grabbed the bookshelf. He overturned the bookshelf with one hand. It seemed that he was using this to relieve the anger and cowardice in his heart. He couldn't accept his own cowardice. But I didn't dare to face the person in my mind. So he can only vent his anger on things that are weaker than him. And the commotion over here is a bit loud. The servants in the villa were attracted by the attention. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Sir, do you have any questions? Muzan Kibutsuji suddenly turned his head and looked towards the study door. There was a sinister look in his vertical pupils. Soon. Screams of fear echoed throughout the villa. The blood and fire instantly covered the quiet and peaceful atmosphere. You killed your entire family, leaving no trace behind, and ran away? Nolin clicked his tongue. This is indeed something that Muzan Kibutsuji could do. These innocent people died because of me. I still feel a little guilty. Wait for me. He glanced at Yuzui Tenjin and others who were still in shock. Disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the ruins of the villa. Gambling maniac. Is this the ability to teleport? Yuki Asuna. It seems that Nolin has many abilities that we can't even imagine. That guy just died miserably. I can't tell why. Deadpool. What kind of place is this? It's a mess. It looks like this just happened. Nolin didn't look at the chat group. He looked at the ruins before him. There were 4 bodies inside, 2 servants and a mother and daughter. You know, this mother and daughter. Although the girl is not Muzan Kibutsuji's biological child. But I grew up watching it. It's really unfortunate that this world has a guy like Muzan Kibutsuji. Nolin stood there, his right hand slowly stretched out, as if silently summoning something. Following his movements, an invisible force began to gather in the air. A powerful suction force was formed. This force is like an invisible hand. 4 bodies were pulled over from different directions accurately and quickly. They drew arcs in the air and finally stopped in front of Nolin. There were 4 bodies, each of which showed an extremely miserable death. Their bodies were twisted and shape-shifting, with wounds so deep that bones were visible and blood all over the place. Obviously, they all died in extreme pain. Every scar on these corpses seems to tell of Muzan Kibutsuji's cruelty and ruthlessness. Nolin had a blank expression on his face. A ray of light appeared on the 4 corpses and then condensed into 4 clocks above their heads. He walked forward and gently moved the hour hand on the clock in the opposite direction. Nolin's movements are gentle and precise. He flicked his fingers in the air. Following his action, the hands of the clocks condensed on the 4 corpses began to rotate in the reverse direction. Time seemed to be reversed at this moment. The wounds on the bodies began to heal at an astonishing rate. The wounds that were so deep that the bones could be seen gradually closed. The bloodstains faded. Skin regains its original radiance. The face of the corpse gradually changed from pale to rosy. The breath of life seems to be returning little by little. At the same time, the corpses began to make a series of strange postures. Their movements became extremely fast. It was like a videotape with a rewind button pressed. Every movement was jumpy and incoherent, but it is full of a certain weird rhythm. As the movements of the 4 corpses became lighter and lighter, their expressions gradually changed from the ferocious look before death to horror. The expressions are lifelike, full of fear and despair. This is the moment before they are attacked by Muzan Kibutsuji. That should be enough. Nolin paused time casually. Just at this moment. Boo! The clocks above the 4 corpses suddenly exploded like pop bubbles. It turned into countless points of light and quickly disappeared without a trace. As the clock disappears, the 4 corpses also lost the power of levitation. They slowly fell to the ground. Oh no, not a corpse. Neither are they, but them. For living, intact people. Goodbye, this is the only thing I can do. Nolin took one last look at the 4 unlucky guys. Disappeared from the spot in an instant. With the departure of Nolin, 4 screams that broke through the sky echoed around. What happened? Where's the villa? Is Kibutsuji miserable? Because their memories are still stuck on the time when Muzan Kibutsuji turned into a demon, the moment before attacking them. To them, it was just a blink of an eye. Then the surroundings became like this. The little girl threw herself into her mother's arms, obviously scared to death by Muzan Kibutsuji. The remaining 3 looked at each other. There was fear on their faces. Supernatural events. Supernatural events. And in the Wanjia chat group, there was silence in the live broadcast room. Everyone was shocked. Until now, I still haven't come back to my senses. Mainly, it's just too outrageous. Is that a time trip? Yuki Asuna. Time goes backwards? Gambling maniac. Obviously, yes. Deadpool. F***K. That's awesome. Blood demon. This is too much. Damn, it's so easy to turn back time. The pot-covered leader. Hiss, it's really amazing. Time, as a rule that exists everywhere and in the world, is undoubtedly mysterious and powerful. It is like an invisible river flowing silently, witnessing the beginning and end of everything, life and death, change and eternity. For most people, time is a one-way river. You can only go downstream and cannot turn back. Take control of time and turn back the clock. This is almost a miracle beyond ordinary people's imagination. It is a power that is almost miraculous. Nolin did not catch up with Muzan Kibutsuji. If he wanted to kill Muzan Kibutsuji, even if there is an entire universe between us, it's just a matter of thought. Rather than dealing with Muzan Kibutsuji now, his current favorite thing Naturally, this still makes Muzan Kibutsuji live in fear. This kind of torture is much more horrible than death in an instant. He returned to Flower Street. At the moment, the support from the Demon Slayer Corps also arrived one after another. Among them is Shinobu Kocho. See Nolin appear instantly. Shinobu Kocho and the others obviously haven't realized what's happening yet. After Tanjiro Kamido's explanation, only then did I react suddenly. This person, Nolin didn't say much, just briefly mentioned it. Just left. And in the Wanjia chat group, everyone also received the news that the mission was completed. Ding, mission completed. Mission completer. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Task reward, 500 points. After completing the task, you can. Lots of notes. In fact, it can be summed up in one sentence. After completing the task, you can stay in this world for 24 hours. You can also choose not to wait. Teleport back anytime. Definitely, if you want to stay after 24 hours. The Wanjia chat group will forcibly teleport people back. It's that simple. At the moment, everyone in the Wanjia chat group was still amazed at the amazing skills that Nolin displayed. Nolin has returned to his home. He did not give any response to the surprise of everyone in the Wanjia chat group. Even if you want to answer, he could only say that it was innate to him. No need. Compared to these things, Nolin is more concerned about tomorrow now. Reed and Susan, I have made the decision to leave tomorrow for Xavier College. Although Nolin is not a mutant, but since he has the ability, he is considered a mutant. The next morning, Jonathan, Susan, Reed, and Nolin went to Xavier College. Xavier College, this name is like a beacon in the world of many mutants. It is located in a seemingly ordinary place. But in reality, only those chosen can find its true location. The military and officials have tried countless times to force the location of Xavier College to be revealed, but nothing was found. However, Reed and Susan have some friendship with Professor X. That's why it's not difficult to get to this place. The main building of the college is a huge, old-fashioned building. It exudes an ancient and solemn atmosphere. The architectural style is deeply influenced by tradition, with pointed roofs, thick walls, exquisite wood carvings, and stone carvings, and every detail reveals a sense of calmness and strength. This building is more than just a symbol of the college. It is also the precious legacy left to him by his stepfather, Professor X. Charles. As the founder and leader of the college, Professor X. Charles inherited the estate and could have spent it like a tycoon, but he didn't. Instead, choose to carry it forward. He created a safe, inclusive environment here. Allow those mutants who are excluded by the outside world to learn how to control and use their own abilities. It also teaches them how to find their place in this complex world. Xavier College is not only the home of Professor X, but also the home of all students. This academy, hidden from the world's sight, is like a secret haven. Nolin walks around the Xavier College campus with her parents, Susan and Reed, and her uncle, Jonathan. The scene here made the latter three feel both novel and excited. Xavier College is well known in the industry for its unique educational philosophy and its training of mutants. They walked along the paths of the college. From time to time, you can see groups of students exercising their abilities. There are students playing basketball on the roadside. Although it was just a normal basketball game, the mutant students were using their own super abilities. Some students can control the flight trajectory of the basketball, some can teleport, and some can enhance their jumping ability and jump high. The interactions between these mutants made Reed and the other two stare at them intently. You know, even Reed and Susan, who have had some contact with mutant, have never seen such a scene. Not to mention Jonathan. The three of them are not considered mutants. But on a global scale, it is actually not much different from mutant, because they are all super ability people with super ability. It's just a late mutation, so it will make many people relax a little. Jonathan was eager to try it out, and even wanted to go up and play with these classmates. Sister, brother-in-law, I'll go shopping by myself. You could take Nolin to see the professor. After saying that, Jonathan also ignored Reed and Susan's objections. He left here on his own. I don't know where he went. Reed and Susan looked at each other. They all feel helpless towards this younger brother. However, it shouldn't be a big deal at Xavier College. They still trusted Jonathan. He may be a little careless in normal times, but he can actually distinguish the big things. Besides, New Orleans matters are more important right now, so I didn't interfere. Soon, someone came to greet them. This is a blue mutant that looks like a lion, but he was wearing glasses, and the clothes he wore gave off a scholarly vibe. "You're a beast, right?" Reed walked up and shook his hand. Since they had seen the stone man first, they didn't feel any different about Beast's appearance. "It's me. The professor asked me to greet you, Mr. Reed, Miss Susan." Beast glanced at Nolin, who was following the couple. "Is this the child who has awakened his ability?" "Don't worry. The professor is the best at this. Please follow me." While walking, Beast was still talking about the psychological problems of mutant children. It seems that he is afraid that Nolin may have it too. However, he was probably worrying too much. No one in this world knows herself better than Nolin. Along the way, he saw some familiar people. "What's Cyclops?" "Iceman." "Oh, the little rascal is here too." Nolin saw a cute girl, who was obviously a little naughty. "I'm a little unsure about the timeline of this world." "Then Wolverine is here too?" If Reed and Susan weren't still here, Nolin really wanted to take a good look around Xavier College. Soon, Beast brought the three of them to where Professor X was. Professor X at the moment is still teaching students. When he noticed Beast, he smiled slightly and assigned small tasks to the students before dismissing them. He pushed his wheelchair in front of the group and smiled at Reed. "Welcome to Xavier College." Reed talked to Professor X about Nolin. Most of them are more important. This child is only 12 days old. Even Professor X, who knows mutants very well. After hearing about the differences in Nolin, everyone couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, it is not the same as ordinary people. After all, it's not like there aren't mutants who have been different from others since childhood. Yes. Then, Susan told Professor X again about the awakening ability. Logically speaking, with Professor X's ability, in fact, you can probe the heads of both of them at will. There is no need to ask any questions. You can make the whole story clear. But Professor X has always been committed to friendly exchanges between humans and mutants. Unless it was a special situation, he would not invade other people's minds without permission, especially when the other party is his guest. Susan and Reed are not mutants, but they can empathize with mutants to some extent. In his opinion, the two of them, as well as Jonathan and the Stone Man, are expected to become bridges between their mutants and humans. After listening to the general situation, Professor X looked at Nolin with kindness and compassion. In his opinion, Nolin, who has the same ability as himself since childhood, should also have the same troubles as he did when he was a child. As a child born with strong telepathy ability, he was unable to enjoy a carefree childhood like other children. His mind is filled with all kinds of thoughts and emotions from the people around him. This disorganized information flooded into his consciousness like a tide, making him feel suffocated and exhausted. Whenever he tried to focus, or when you want to enjoy a moment of peace, those extraneous thoughts will interfere with his thinking like noise. He could hear his parents' private conversations, feel the jealousy and ridicule of classmates, even capturing the fear and apprehension of strangers. This flood of thoughts and emotions not only made it difficult for him to distinguish between his own thoughts and feelings, it also made him feel extremely lonely and helpless. Professor X naturally thought that the same was true for Nolin. "Kid, I need to guide you now, do you mind?" Professor X still had a kind smile on his face. He looks like an ordinary old man. Casual. Nolin glanced at Professor X. He wanted to go play quickly. No time to waste on this. He said very perfunctorily, "Can you hurry up?" "Definitely, it's quick." Professor X still smiled. Then he activated his own telepathy. "Child, don't resist. You may feel a little uncomfortable, but I won't hurt you." He uses his ability, like an experienced therapist. Gently extend the power of telepathy to Nolin. This power is not aggressive at all. It's a gentle, soothing touch, like a big, gentle hand, gently covering Nolin's mind. Strands of spiritual power began to slowly penetrate into Nolin's consciousness. However, last second, Professor X's expression was still gentle and kind. But in the next moment, his body suddenly became stiff. All the muscles in his body were tense, as if he had suffered huge amounts of pain and fright. Huh. Professor X's eyes were glaring with a distorted expression, as if he was fighting against some invisible force. This sudden change shocked Susan, Reed, and Beast beside them, because Professor X was usually a symbol of calmness and self-control. So how could he become like this? The three were about to go forward to check on Professor X's condition. But Professor X raised his hand to block it. Although his expression was still ferocious, he was extremely determined. But in the next second, his body suddenly slipped off the wheelchair and rolled on the ground in a mess. Now, no matter how much he tried to stop it, Beast and his three companions couldn't let him crawl on the ground. Quickly help him up. Professor X was carefully helped by the three men to sit up. His breathing was rapid and heavy. His chest rose and fell violently like a blower, and every breath seemed like he was trying to draw oxygen from the abyss. The look in his eyes when he looked at Nolin revealed an indescribable, complex emotion. There was both surprise and confusion. There was even a hint of subtle fear. This child, unlimited potential. I hope Mr. Reed and Mrs. Susan can enroll the child in Xavier College. Professor X urgently held Reed and Susan's hands. This startled the two of them slightly. Even Beast was stunned. Even before, he had never seen Professor X so excited to accept someone into Xavier College. Reed didn't show any hesitation. He has always believed that everyone has their own specialties. They were mutants, but their children were born this way. Even his own abilities are a bit awkward. How to deal with children's problems. But, as a woman, Susan was a little hesitant. In their eyes, Nolin was only a dozen days old. Are we going to leave them? She is a woman who has only been a mother for a dozen days. There are only 3 words in my mind. Can't bear to. Can't bear to. There are some things that are not convenient to say in front of children. Let's go inside and talk in detail. Professor X saw Susan's concerns. There was no attempt to force Nolin to stay. Although with his ability, it would be very easy for him to avoid Susan and Reed and force Nolin to stay. Instead, he took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. The couple looked at each other and noticed something unusual in each other's eyes. It seems that things are getting serious. It's adult time now. Kid, go hang out with Uncle Beast first. We'll be right back. Professor X obviously still treats Nolin as a child. However, Nolin was too lazy to correct it. He just didn't want to waste time here right now. He didn't even resist when Professor X entered his spiritual world just now. Anyone who resisted, he was able to instantly destroy Professor X's mind, turning him into a corpse. Beast also understood what Professor X meant. Prepare to take Nolin to visit Xavier College. This is a preparation for Nolin's future enrollment. On the other side, Professor X, Reed, and Susan enter the office. After closing the door, the expression on Professor X's face suddenly changed from kind and gentle to solemn. That child has the power to destroy all of humanity. No, even the power of the entire universe. Just open my mouth. It's the King Bomb. Reed and Susan's heads turned into a mess in an instant. You know, Mr. Fantastic Reed is one of the smartest people in the Marvel Universe. But now, I'm a little overwhelmed by Professor X's words. Professor, what are you talking about? That child is just her child. How could he possibly possess the power to destroy all of humanity and the entire universe? Reed smiled reluctantly. Yes, Professor, how is this possible? Susan also refuted. No, it's real. Professor X saw that the two were unwilling to believe this fact. He shook his head. If you can bear it, I will show you what I just saw. Professor X said, with an indescribable shock in his eyes. Entering Nolin's mind is the most dangerous thing I have ever done in my life. Just now, Professor X tries to get into Nolin's mind. His mental strength has always been a tool he is proud of. However, in front of Nolin, It was like an insignificant drop of river water trying to merge into the boundless ocean. No, even more exaggerated than that. His mental strength, in Nolin's consciousness, more like an insignificant grain of sand, facing the vast universe. This huge amounts of contrast made Professor X feel an unprecedented shock and fear. His telepathy ability has always been the bridge for him to explore the inner world of others. Contact with brainwave amplifier. It can even quickly destroy all of humanity and even the thinking of the mutant. But is such a powerful force. In front of Nolin, he seemed so fragile and powerless. He felt like a primitive man. Suddenly, I was brought to a modern society full of high technology and complex civilization. Everything is so strange and incredible. His presence was ruthlessly compressed to the extreme, under such huge amounts of mental pressure. Professor X's mental strength was almost torn apart. When he faced Nolin's mind, it was like facing some indescribable existence, floating in the depths of his spirit. The images were distorted and confused, full of incomprehensible power and mystery. He couldn't explain it, nor could he understand it. It's just like it's impossible for a primitive man to understand the knowledge of the universe. Professor X was drawn into a vortex from which he could not escape. You may be swallowed up by this force at any time. Disappeared silently. Professor X had to quickly withdraw his mental power to avoid being completely devoured. This is how the scene of him falling off the wheelchair came about. If it weren't for the child's inability to control this power freely, he just needs to exert a little force. No, he should just breathe. My soul will be completely killed. Professor X's words. Susan and Reed were so shocked that they were speechless. No one knows the value of Professor X better than them. Even Professor X compared himself to a primitive man, while the other party was the original universe. It is conceivable how terrifying the power hidden in their child, Nolin, is. This is impossible. Susan and I are both very ordinary people. Why do you have such a horrible child? Reed is a smart guy. He reacted quickly. However, this kind of power appearing in his own child was not what he wanted. Because once you have this power, that means trapped in a whirlpool, surrounded by danger. If possible, he would rather Nolin was an ordinary person. I don't know the details. Professor X paused for a moment and said slowly, although the two of you are very powerful, you are not that powerful. In this case, it can only be attributed to the fact that Nolin was originally a powerful mutant. Even if the two of you hadn't been baptized by cosmic energy, he would still be so powerful. Mutant genes are so unreasonable. Susan and Reed looked at each other, saw what was in each other's eyes, and couldn't help but sigh. In that case, Susan was full of reluctance. She really didn't want to be separated from her child at such a young age. Nolin didn't know that Professor X had already defined himself as an originally powerful mutant. At the moment, he was traveling around Xavier College under the leadership of Beast. His eyes were mainly focused on those he was very familiar with. For example, Phoenix, Sheen, and there are Cyclops, Little Rascal, Storm, and so on and so forth. Steel doesn't seem to have entered Xavier College yet, so there is no sign of him for the time being. The Little Rascal is not very old, probably around high school age. She wears gloves on her hands all year round so that she can absorb people's memories and abilities through physical contact. So many people are afraid of her. But the weakness is also obvious. It won't work without physical contact. The Little Rascal seemed to notice Nolin's look and glanced at him as well. For a little kid, she just glanced at it, wandering around. Sudden, the playground outside became noisy. Beast frowned slightly and walked out with Nolin. Everyone at Xavier Academy is usually very nice, so why is there a commotion when an important guest comes? He was a little worried that this would leave a bad impression on Nolin. Make way, students, make way. I saw that it was Beast who came. The students who were watching all made way to let Beast and Nolin approach. And after seeing the two people having a conflict, Nolin and Beast's expressions became very interesting. It's Jonathan, the Human Torch, and Pyro. No one knew what the conflict between the two was, but it was very intense. He and Beast looked at each other. I thought it was an internal conflict at Xavier College. I didn't expect it to be Jonathan and the fireman. Well, it's somewhat related to both sides. You are not a mutant. Why do you dare to stand in front of me and show off your power? The fireman is holding a lighter in his hand, has an extremely bad temper, and looks like he's ready to start a fight at any time. I've said it before, although I'm not a mutant, I understand your situation, Jonathan said angrily. If you can't understand, then there is no point in talking about this. I didn't want to talk to you in the first place. The fireman sneered. Okay then let's not talk about it. You and I have the same idea. What I hate most is talking all the time. Suddenly, a ball of fire appeared on Jonathan's body. This ball of fire was like long-suppressed energy that exploded in an instant, spreading rapidly and covering his entire body. The clothes turned into ashes in an instant in the flames. But his skin was not damaged at all. It was as if the body had merged with the flame. As the flames covered him, Jonathan immediately turned into a burning fireman. The man was looming in the flames. Every breath seemed to emit a tongue of blazing fire. Boom! The scorching heat quickly swept around, and the surrounding air became distorted due to the high temperature. The heat of the flame is like an invisible wave, spreading outward in wave after wave. Make surrounding objects hot. The grass and trees on the ground withered quickly under the scorching heat. It even started to smoke as if it was about to catch fire. The fireman's expression suddenly became particularly good-looking. He glanced at the lighter in his hand. Then a smile appeared on his face. It seems that you don't know what my ability is. The flame on your body is much more powerful than the fire from a lighter. It looked like a fight was about to break out. Beast immediately wanted to step forward to stop it. However, he suddenly found that he could not move his body. I wanted to speak, but I couldn't open my mouth. Beast looked at Nolin in shock. Yes, it was Nolin who did it. Don't miss such a good show. A fireman who controls fire. And the Human Torch, who is all on fire. Who will win? This. Beast looked at Nolin beside him in shock, his mind full of question marks. Could it be this child? He actually controlled me. He tried desperately to break free. Unfortunately, the whole person seems to be stuck in a quagmire. Don't even mention that you can't move your body. I couldn't even open my mouth, speak, or stop. And Beast didn't stop it. It would be even less likely that Jonathan and the fireman, who already had very bad tempers, would stop. Nolin folded her arms across her chest, watching the scene in front of me as if I were watching a show. Because we are facing a mutant. Jonathan showed no mercy when he attacked. He just raised his hand. Boom! As he gestured, a flame gushed out from his palm. The flame was like a released fire dragon, rushing towards the fireman. The thickness of the flame is about 30 centimeters. Draw a fiery trail in the air. It's like a small fire dragon soaring in the air. With an unstoppable momentum, the fireman seemed unusually calm in the face of the fierce flames. He smiled slightly, with a hint of amusement in his voice. Interesting. You know, his title is Fireman, a full range of abilities. It is to manipulate and enhance the flame, faced with attacks from fire. For him, it's like a joker. Definitely. This is just what he thinks. The fireman quickly pressed the lighter in his hand. A ball of flame leaped out. Boom! He waved his arms and transformed the flame into a long fire dragon, heading towards Jonathan's flame. The two fire dragons collided violently in the air. Bang! In an instant, fire flew everywhere, as brilliant as firework. The collision of flames creates huge amounts of energy fluctuations. Sparks scattered on the surrounding lawns. The dry grass leaves were ignited instantly. A raging fire broke out. The scorching heat swept around. The air was distorted and the temperature around rose sharply, making the students around feel as if they were in a furnace. Not every student or every mutant at Xavier Academy has combat capability. A level of fireman is already considered top combat power among ordinary students, almost second only to X-Men. It's the first echelon. Naturally, his fighting made it impossible for these students to get involved. Everyone watched as Jonathan and the fireman actually started fighting. They all ran away immediately. Only Nolin and Beast still stood by them. The little rascal was also among those who evacuated. However, she was kind-hearted and didn't know how powerful Nolin was. Go! Holding Nolin's hand, the naughty boy wanted to drag him away. But like this. But I found that it seemed like I had pulled it on a stone pier. Nolin didn't move at all. Don't worry, I'm fine. Nolin looked at Xiao Taochi with some surprise and smiled slightly. The little rascal thought this looked weird, something only a teenager could do. Although he is younger than me, he is like my brother. However, it seemed that there is really no need for her to help him. It's a bit beyond one's capabilities. She then glanced at Beast and quickly ran away. Hey, stop fighting. Stop fighting. Some classmates were giving advice. However, how could Fireman and Jonathan, who were already so angry, stop? The flames of the two people intertwined in the air. The colors of the flames became more vivid as they collided, from bright orange to fiery red to deep blue. Temperature from low to high. The roar of the flames echoed in the air, as if the most primitive force in nature was venting its existence. The fire dragon of the fireman seemed even more ferocious in the collision. His fire dragon was tumbling in the air, actually constantly devouring Jonathan's flames. No, not devouring, but the fireman is gradually taking away Jonathan's control over the fire. This is the most fundamental ability of Burning Man. Control the fire. Ha ha ha! The fireman had a smile on his face and looked very excited. Jonathan also felt that his fire was being taken away from him. However, he was not panicked at all. Looking at the smug fireman, he smiled contemptuously. After all, he is just a young child. If you're still in school, just a high school student. If you have a little advantage, you will lose your way. The duel of flames continued. Flames and high temperatures raged around, enveloping everything in a scorching atmosphere. Wait, this is impossible. Suddenly, the fireman looked at Jonathan in the flames with some disbelief. Anything is possible, kid. Human torch. Not just natural fire. It can also control fire. They're all playing with fire, and the only thing they're competing for is whose flame is more powerful. Obviously, the human torch is stronger than pyro. Jonathan used the flames from one hand to block the fireman's attack, and then he used his other hand to spit out a long tongue of fire and attack the fireman. And at the moment, stop right there, what are you doing? Boom! The clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. It was as if the curtain of the sky was suddenly drawn down. Cover up the entire Xavier Academy. The dark clouds gathered quickly like thick, inky silk, blocking the sunlight and making the originally bright sky become gloomy. Boom! 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 Lightning flashed between the dark clouds. Flashes of lightning cut through the sky like silver swords, illuminating the edges of the dark clouds and dividing the sky into a pattern of light and dark. Thunder followed closely behind. It was like the roar of a god, shaking the earth and filling people with awe. Just as the lightning and thunder were happening, a voice came from the dark clouds. The voice was clear and majestic, mixed with the sound of electric current. It seems as if Thor has come to the world. The voice seemed even louder against the backdrop of thunder. It penetrated the cover of the dark clouds and reached everyone's ears. Stop it, what are you doing? As the voice sounded, a tense atmosphere filled the air of Xavier Academy. The students stopped and watched. Look up at the sky. His eyes were full of surprise. It's Mr. Storm. Teacher Storm is here. Now they can finally stop. The female voice in the dark clouds sounded again. Her voice became clearer. It's like talking directly to each person. Stop your fighting. This is a place for learning, not a stage for you to show off your strength. The voice was full of exhortation and warning. Xavier College is one of the few pure lands of mutants. No one wants this place to become like the outside world, where problems are solved by force at every turn. Every mutant, no matter how strong or weak, everyone should be equal. Oh, you are indeed an Omega-level mutant. It's different from the usual mutant appearance. Nolin looks up at the sky. Among X-Men, Storm is one of the few Omega-level mutants. It can be said that it is already the top level of mutant. Unfortunately, there is something better than the best. But what's the use of being extraordinary? Both Burning Man and Jonathan were furious. There's no way he'd really stop just because of Storm's words. Or no one wants to stop first. In their eyes, doesn't it mean that whoever stops first is the first to give in? Instead, he exerted even more force. The fireman forced one hand free to block Jonathan's side attack. In the dark clouds, the figure of a white-haired black woman slowly descended. She was wearing an X-Men battle suit, and her face was determined. Watching Burning Man and Jonathan, there was obvious displeasure in his eyes. I saw her waving her right hand violently. The movements were crisp and clear. Boom! As she moved, a violent storm arose from the ground. The wind came with great force, turning into a swift gust of wind, like an invisible dragon, instantly rushing towards the flames, confronting Jonathan and the firemen. The strong wind cut through the air like a sharp blade. It was so fast that it reached the center of the fire almost in the blink of an eye. Under the impact of the strong wind, the flame exploded instantly like a target being hit. Bang! In an instant, fire flew everywhere. Sparks bloomed in the air like fireworks, and then quickly went out. At Storm's gesture, Gale continued forward. Its power remains undiminished, while completely dispersing the flames. It also separates Jonathan from the fireman. The confrontation between the two was interrupted by this sudden force. They had to move back to avoid the strong wind. However, how can the two of them now compare with the battle-hardened Storm? As the flames spread, Jonathan and the fireman were also blown away and fell heavily to the ground. They rolled several times and had mouthfuls of mud. Even the flames on Jonathan's body were dispersed. If not for the fact that some of the clothes he was wearing were specially made by Reed, he would now be lying on the ground naked. Fisk, boring, is this the end? Nolin was still thinking whether he should help the fireman. Then watch Burning Man and Jonathan have a fierce battle. He simply thought it was interesting. Isn't this much more fun than fighting crickets electronically on the internet? Pa pa pa. Jonathan and fireman kept spitting out the dirt in their mouths. Storm landed on the ground and began to scold the two. Nolin also released Beast from his restraints. Nolin, your name is Nolin, right? Beast felt the restraints on him disappear and heaved a sigh of relief, looking at Nolin with some fear. Yes, it's me. Nolin nodded indifferently. Was it your ability just now? Beast was still frightened. Yes. Nolin still nodded generously. Beast swallowed hard. He seemed to understand why the professor was so panicked. This kid is so amazing at such a young age. What will happen in the future? Why did you stop me from stopping them just now? Beast asked the question in his mind. Hey, Beast, don't you think it's fun to watch them fight? It's like a cricket fight. Very interesting. Nolin had a smile on his face. This made Beast shudder. Shit, this is still a little devil. Amazing. Amazing. Beast screamed in his mind. This is the little devil. At first glance, he looks like the kind of naughty kid who is not afraid of anything happening, but is just afraid that the things aren't big enough. If it was just an ordinary naughty kid, it would be fine. The main reason is that Nolin's ability is too terrifying. Even the professor was scared, and it was easy to control himself. What will happen if this kind of thinking continues? What if Xavier Academy is in tatters? No, he can't be enrolled Xavier. Beast first pretended to comfort Nolin. Then he quickly left and ran in the direction of Professor X. Nolin naturally listened to all of Beast's thoughts. The little devil? Yeah, I really am. He nodded seriously, agreeing with Beast's evaluation of him. I just want to see the world in chaos. Is there anything wrong with that? It's fun when things get messy. If it's not messy, then what's the point of staying here? At the moment, Professor X has made everything clear to Reed and Susan. No matter what conclusion the three of them came to, they all had a very pleasant conversation. However, when he saw Beast in a hurry and kept making eye contact, Professor X could see that there were some things Beast didn't want Reed and Susan to know. And it's obvious. This must be something about Nolin. What happened? Professor X delivered his words with telepathy ability. Beast breathed a sigh of relief. Begin to recount in your mind what just happened. Professor X's expression also changed from being steady at the beginning to being wonderful. Etc. Could it be that Nolin can control his ability freely? His concerns are different from Beast's, because, in his opinion, Nolin is just a child after all. It's normal for children to be a little playful. Mainly that power. Has he completely taken control of it? If not, it's easy to deal with. If yes, that's a bit more complicated, and we need to consider what Beast said. Just before that, Beast, have you forgotten the purpose of our Xavier Academy? We will not abandon any mutant, nor any human being. Professor X didn't think much about it. Instead, he immediately said that he needed to talk to Nolin again. Reed and Susan just thought it was Nolin's psychological preparation before entering school. Their trust in Professor X meant they had little doubt. In addition, Beast also told them about Jonathan's matter. This immediately made their expressions become very interesting, and they immediately ran out to deal with Jonathan's affairs. Soon, Nolin was called into the office. Speak to Professor X alone. As soon as he came in, he sat down on the chair by himself. What do you want from me? Professor X glanced at Nolin and asked directly, Child, have you been able to control your ability? I never said I couldn't use my abilities. Nolin looked at Professor X and said calmly, I just didn't bother to care about you just now. If I wanted to care about you, I would crush you in a minute with your mental strength. Professor X's eyes almost popped out. So he knows everything. Even though he was a veteran of many battles, he still felt a little creepy and scary at the moment. This is really invincible, kid. Suddenly, like Beast, he was somewhat afraid to let Nolin stay in Xavier College. According to Nolin, he can do it, and he also has the ability to crush himself. That is to say, the entire Xavier is just his back garden in his eyes. Ability definitely cannot be taught. If we divide the master and apprentice according to ability, then Professor X is the moment when you should become the apprentice. But Professor X's thoughts were wandering. He was somewhat reluctant to give up Nolin. Kid, I can't teach you how to control your ability, but I still hope you can enroll. Xavier Academy will teach you how to relax and not care about the strange looks from outsiders. Nolin was not bewitched by Professor X at all. He groaned, Sorry, I have never found it difficult to accept the strange looks from outsiders. In my opinion, it is just an emotion born out of the fear of the powerful by ants. I can run them over any time, so I don't really care. Like would an elephant mind the gossip of ants on the roadside? Hiss. Professor X doesn't want mutant to ignore other people's strange looks. But it didn't say that. This child's thinking must be changed. Otherwise, the future will be an extremely unstable bomb. Can't teach ability, but it can teach ideological lessons. Thinking has always been a very important course at Xavier College. Nolin saw what Professor X was thinking. But I'm too lazy to care. If he were a mutant, he would definitely not be able to get along with Professor X. That's what he wanted Magneto. Unfortunately, he is not. Neither a mutant nor a human. Can only be considered as an earthling. Then Nolin's attitude must be to just play around and go wherever is fun. Professor X's proposal for admission to Xavier. Nolin's answer is both are fine. It doesn't matter. It's just a small matter. It doesn't matter. This is indeed a small matter for him. Enroll in Xavier College. Can you restrict him and make him do things he doesn't want to do? This is obviously impossible. Same. Not enrolling in Xavier. Nolin can also come to Xavier to play at any time. Who can stop him? Who can stop him? Cyclops, Storm, or Professor X? Or maybe Chin? Well, if Phoenix Chin has all Phoenix Force Awakening. So for him, it is still a little bit threatening. But it's just a little bit. But since Professor X has already brought it up, Nolin doesn't mind. The other side. Susan has already taught her brother a lesson. After all, no matter right or wrong. Making trouble on someone else's territory. That won't work. Get this matter resolved. Finally, we can distinguish right from wrong. In fact, it is very simple for the two to have a conflict. Jonathan the Human Torch and John the Pyro. I just bumped into it accidentally while walking. Jonathan, who was the first to hit someone, apologized. John spit out a few words casually. Now Jonathan couldn't help it. Although it is true that I bumped into you accidentally, it was accidental and I didn't do it on purpose. Now I have apologized. What else do you want? As a result, the two people who disliked each other started fighting. All I can say is that she is worthy of being America. Anything can lead to a fight. Well, but fighting is the lightest thing. After resolving this matter, Reed, Susan, Jonathan, and Nolin left Xavier College together. After returning home, the couple told Jonathan and Stoneman about their idea of enrolling Nolin in Xavier College. In fact, neither of them had any objection. The only unpleasant thing that happened to Jonathan at Xavier College was with John the fireman. The other mutants were very friendly. He could see that. It would definitely be nice if Nolin lived in that environment. After all, Nolin is too special, and he doesn't know how to teach him. The Stone Man didn't go with him, but he had heard a little about Xavier College. Therefore, no objection was expressed. Besides, Nolin is the child of Susan and Reed. Their refusal is of no use. Several people prepared a school admission party for Nolin at home. Eat and drink enough. Pack up Nolin's things. The very next day, Nolin was sent to Xavier College. Originally, Susan wanted Nolin to stay at home for a few more days. After all, she is a mother, so it is normal for her to be reluctant to part with her child. But Reed refused. Sometimes, it is easy to feel worse if you don't make a decision. It will be better to just send it away. After bidding Nolin a reluctant farewell, they boarded their own plane. I can be said to be like this. The sea is wide for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. Nolin's admission was destined to be grand. Professor X personally assigned him accommodation, personally introduced him to the various facilities and teachers in the college. He was also very lenient with Nolin. As for courses, you don't need to take the courses that teach you how to control your abilities. Just take the cultural classes. But Nolin, you're still young. You can skip classes and play in the academy for a while. Then go when you feel ready. Professor X for Nolin. I don't dare to care too much. He was afraid that this child with explosive power would be unhappy because of his jurisdiction. Directly blew up Xavier College. Nolin used his telepathy ability to hear Professor X's thoughts. A little speechless. No. Am I that scary? You're going to blow up Xavier Academy just because of a disagreement? What do you think of yourself? Too lazy to spray. Lying in your own independent dormitory. Nolin yawned and immediately opened the Wanjia chat group. Speaking of which, it seems like I haven't checked the Wanjia chat group for 2 days. But nothing happened in the past 2 days. They are all chatting normally. Occasionally, Shout Jinjin will come out and play some fun to add a bit of fun to everyone's daily life. Yuki Asuna. Hey, a virtual game is going to be released soon. I never dared to think about it before. This is simply a great advancement in human technology. Gambling maniac. Wait, virtual games, are they what I think they are? Yuki Asuna. You put on a helmet, connect your brain waves, and then you can enter another world. The feeling is said to be very real. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Hey, is SAO coming out soon? The world's first virtual reality, massively multiplayer online role-playing game, SAO, is officially released today. A total of 10,000 copies will be sold for the first time, and the server will be officially launched on November 6th. All players will enter the virtual world through a machine called NERV Gear. Yuki Asuna. Huh? How did Nolin know? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Do you want to play SAO? Nolin was too lazy to answer Asuna's question. Yuki Asuna. Yes, it is said to be very fun, but it is hard to get. My brother seems to be trying to get it. I don't know if I can get it. Gambling maniac. Hey, that sounds really exciting. I want to play. Virtual game. This means that humans can feel more powerful in the game. Possess various skills. An ordinary person in this kind of game, being able to feel the pleasure of having super abilities. It can even help disabled people stand up again in the game. Therefore, this type of game has existed since the concept of games emerged. Many people are interested in this thing. even if you're not interested in the game. Also interested in virtual games. The game concept is good. Only Marvel's strongest elementary school student. It's better not to play. SEO has another name, called the Death Game. Yuki Asuna, meow. Yuki Asuna, Death Game? What does that mean? Yuki Asuna looked confused. Ever since Kaiba Akihiko launched SAO, the internet is a carnival. Everyone is looking forward to the appearance of SAO. But the Death Game. But no one mentioned it. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. SAO is actually a game that you can't leave without completing the walkthrough. Game over is also equivalent to declaring the player's death. Only those who accept this contradictory fact can survive. Death in the game is equivalent to declaring the player's death. Yuki Asuna? Question mark. Yuki Asuna what? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Actually, once you put on a helmet and connect to your brain waves, you're not allowed to quit on your own. You either pass the level or die. Yuki Asuna, is this true? Wow, this is too outrageous. How could someone in the world make a game like this? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. This world is not short of crazy people, nor is it short of crazy geniuses. The creator of SAO, Kaiba Akihiko. I have been pursuing my dream since I was a child. When I was a child, I imagined a castle floating in the air. When he grew up, he studied ARV gear and created the SAO game, and eventually made these. He doesn't like the real world. Therefore, he has to create reality in fantasy. And the reality is that death is an inevitable part of life. Gambling maniac. Look at it this way, he is really a crazy genius. The pothead leader. It feels like these geniuses all have some quirks. Blood demon. I was thinking of trying to see if I can play it. Yuki Asuna. Can't you just take off the helmet? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. No, taking off or destroying the helmet will be considered as leaving the game, which will trigger the helmet's self-destruct program and completely destroy the player's brain waves, which is no different from death. Deadpool, shit, now that you mention it. I suddenly want to play. Deadpool. Can he kill me? Can he kill me? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. I can't kill you, but don't worry, I can kill you. Deadpool Wade's self-healing ability is more like a conceptual level of self-healing. Even if you are beaten to ashes, you can recover. This destruction of his brain waves would at most turn him into an idiot for a short period of time, and then he would be back to normal. Deadpool, no, don't do that. Yuki Asuna, hiss, so, no, I'm going to stop them from playing SAO. Yuki Asuna and others have great faith in Nolin. There is absolutely no need to deceive them. Reminding her was only out of protection for the group members. But, as a person with normal values, Yuki Asuna couldn't bear to watch this happen before her eyes. There are 10,000 places available for the initial sale. Even if some people didn't experience it right away, that's still over 9,000 people. This death game is playing with the lives of more than 9,000 people. Kaiba Akihiko is indeed cruel and crazy enough. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Don't hold your hopes too high. SEO is too advanced a game for you. There are too many people who want to play it. Even if someone really believes in it, they may not be able to get it. If you grab the letter and sell it, there will still be people who buy it. Yuki Asuna, we have to give it a try, don't we? Deadpool, I suddenly want to meet this Kaiba Akihiko. If he is a mutant, he must be awesome. No need to think about it. If Kaiba Akihiko is a mutant, then he is definitely an even more extreme extremist than Magneto. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Wait, but coming to that, I suddenly suggest that you go and have some fun. Yuki Asuna. Asuna was a little dumbfounded. This game of death. What are you going to do by yourself? Are you looking for death? Nolin wouldn't let himself do something like this, right? Should be, right? Nolin seemed to see what Asuna was thinking. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. I'm not asking you to die. There is a way to change the world's plot in the Wanjia chat group. You can get points. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Asuna, the plot of your world is all centered around Isao. If you don't go in, you can't change the plot of the world, and you can't get points. Gambling maniac. There's such a thing in the Wanji chat group. Deadpool. How come I don't know? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. No. Didn't you guys read the introduction of the Wanji chat group? Blood Demon. Who has nothing better to do than to watch that thing. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Oh, then I should be quite free. Yuki Asuna. Hiss. I'm a little scared. I don't dare. Joke. Although you can get points. But this is a death game after all. Except for those who are obsessed with death or are simply crazy. Otherwise, no one can enter into this game without any psychological burden knowing that it is a death game. And obviously, Yuki Asuna is not crazy. I didn't think about dying. Nolin knew what Asuna was thinking. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. What are you afraid of? I can get you out anytime. Besides, with the points, it's easy to protect my brainwaves. No matter how exaggerated it is. It just means that he is more powerful in the ordinary, everyday world. Take the world of X-Men and Marvel. To be honest, quite average. If his father Reed in this life does a little research, he can easily create a virtual game. And it's just brainwaves. Anyone who is a telepath want to block this force that destroys brainwaves. It's as simple as stepping on an ant on the roadside. There is absolutely no pressure at all. Not to mention it's Nolin. Yuki Asuna. Is this true? Yuki Asuna. But I'm still a little scared. The overlord of the universe. With his promise, what are you still afraid of? It's just a little bit of wind and frost. You also know how important points are. If you can get points, what's the harm in taking this risk? Gambling maniac. It's a rare time that I support what Boros said. Deadpool. Just a few bruises. Yuki Asuna. Yeah. What everyone said is true. Although I'm still a little scared, I feel more confident with Nolin and the Bankai chat group here. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Anyway, just watch it yourself. I can't force you. Nolin is just doing this for their own good. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. By the way, is Nezuko awake? Deadpool. She hasn't woken up yet. She's still sleeping. She's been sleeping for 2 days. The pot-headed leader. What a sleepyhead. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Normal. After all, although she's a ghost, she doesn't eat people. She can only rely on sleeping to replenish her energy. Blood Demon. It's pitiful. I really want to rush over and punch that damn Kibutsuji Muzan to death. Nezuko. Meow. Yuki Asuna. Wow. Zayaduzi, are you awake? Nezuko, what is this? Blood Demon. Hiss. Nezuko. I feel like I'm still dreaming. I'm going to sleep for a while. Tanjiro Kamadu, who was carrying a wooden box on his back, felt that Nezuko in the box was constantly making a humming sound. I don't know what he is talking about. I just felt that Nezuko seemed very confused. He quickly weighed the box behind him as if he was coaxing a child. Nezuko, it's okay. Everything is fine. Yuki Asuna. Hiss, Nezuko. Are you confused and thinking that you were dreaming when you joined the Bankai chat group a few days ago? Blood Demon. It seems so. The pot-headed leader. Looks like I have to explain it again. After several people's explanation, the confused Nezuko finally realized that she was not dreaming. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. It seems that the Wanjia chat group has the function of making the dumb speak. Although Nezuko is not mute. But it's not much different from being a mute. I can't speak normally at all, but in the chat group, they can communicate like normal people. It looks like he hasn't recovered mentally yet, and he looks a bit like a child. Nezuko. What do you mean? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. No, I was saying you're cute. Nezuko. Oh, thank you, you're cute too. Yuki Asuna. Such a simple girl. Super Saiyan, what is this? Super Saiyan. How did you appear in my mind? 2 classic questions to ask when seeing a new member joining the group. Everybody knows. It was their turn to start answering questions. Yo, Super Saiyan. The chat group is more interesting. In Nolin's impression, there are quite a few Super Saiyans. Son Goku and Vegeta. And Son Goku's son, Son Gohan. And there is Vegeta's son, Trunks. Wait, this was not enough for him to recognize who it was. But if you wait and see, you should be able to get a general idea. In the Wanji chat group, after a meal of answers, This Super Saiyan finally understood what the chat group meant. A look of excitement. Super Saiyan. Bankai? Masters from all over the world. Super Saiyan. Doesn't that mean I can challenge strong men from all over the world in the chat group? This will definitely help me improve my combat power. Yuki Asuna. Hiss. Is a newcomer the same person as Boros? Blood Demon. I hate people who come into a group and say they want to challenge this and that. Come on, passerby. The pot-headed leader. The pot-covered leader. What does this have to do with me? Forget it. Kageyama Shigeo quickly refused. It doesn't matter whether we won or lost the last fight. Mainly because I was tricked by Pava. Even though Pava didn't mean it, he was still a little scared. Blood Demon. Hey, what do you mean? Can I treat you badly? Gambling Maniac. Your last move must have scared the kid enough. Be steady. Blood Demon. What do you mean, Mingzi? Do you also look down on me? Gambling Maniac. No, don't say that. I never looked down on you. Blood Demon. No, you just look down on me. Deadpool. Yeah. She just despises you, Pava. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. That's enough. Little jerk. Stop fanning the flames. Super Saiyan. Wait. There's a universe master in the group. Moment. The Super Saiyan became alert. You know, what did the previous overlord of the universe do? What they do is, once they find a planet with life, they kill all the natives there and then sell it to other people. Is this the same for the overlord of the universe? That really needs to be a warning. What if they are the same race? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. At Universe Overlord, someone is looking for you. Blood Demon. Speaking of which, this guy should be quite to Boros' taste. He looks like a martial arts fanatic who always thinks about fighting. Universe Overlord. Master of the Universe. Who wants to fight? Super Saiyan. It's me. Definitely me. Super Saiyan. Your name is Boros, right? Do you know Frisia? The Overlord of the Universe. I don't know him. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Super Saiyan. Okay. I also want to see the style of the Masters of the World. Just at this moment, the Wanja chat group suddenly fell silent. The Overlord of the Universe. Are you scared? Super Saiyan. Hiss. How do we fight? Faint. So you don't know how to fight? Everyone explained to him how to initiate the challenge. Super Saiyan. Got it. Thanks, everyone. Group member Super Saiyan invites Universe Overlord to a virtual battle. Both parties have agreed. The virtual battlefield is open. Group members can enter the virtual audience seats at any time to watch the game. As soon as you enter the spectator seats, then I saw a man with a unique crab head and wearing an orange-yellow martial arts uniform standing there. He looked silly. There was an innocent smile on his lips. His eyes constantly moved around, as if he was full of curiosity and kindness towards everything around him. His eyes were clear, without any malice in them. Although she looks quite old, her smile and eyes are extremely innocent. It turned out to be Sun Wukong. Nolin thought to himself, then there will be something interesting to watch next. You do look different from Frisia, but you're all weird. Sun Wukong looked at Boros in front of him. Made an evaluation. Boros is one. I did not reveal anything else. Just pure suspicion. Sure? Such an idiotic-looking guy. What are you really capable of? However, he soon found out. You are very weak. Sun Wukong looked obviously disappointed. This instantly made Boros's one eye full of bloodshot. In order to prevent the battle from ending too quickly, I can fight you with only one finger. Sun Wukong suddenly stretched out his right index finger and held it in front of him. As soon as these words came out, it's not just Boros. Even the group members were stunned. Is this so arrogant? Only Nolin knows. Sun Wukong is not arrogant, but I really feel that way. Blood Demon. This new guy is so floating. Yuki Asuna. Fighting Boros with just one finger? Really? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Deadpool. The newbies probably don't know how powerful Boss Boros is. The pot-cut leader. This uncle doesn't look special, but what he said is really surprising. Maybe it really works. Although Boros is in the group, lost to Nolin, but it doesn't mean that he is weak in the eyes of others. On the contrary, the entire chat group, currently except Nolin, that is, Boros is the strongest. So everyone felt a little bit unbelievable and helpless about what Sun Wukong said. You're definitely going to get beaten. In fact, Boros was indeed a little angry. I will make you pay the price for looking down on me. Boros narrowed his eyes and said so. All I heard was a roar from him. The muscles on the body swell. The energy surged, instantly breaking the armor. The blue upper body with some black lines is revealed. Boom! A terrifying burst of energy. A blue light bloomed with Boros as the center. The air is surging. All the surrounding trees, flowers, grass, and other things were blown away. Sun Wukong's martial arts uniform was also rustling in the wind, and his hair swayed slightly. But he didn't care at all. Scratched his head. It's very ordinary. A little disappointed. Not as good as Frisia. Starting from Boros' chest, the rich and terrifying energy quickly spread throughout his body. As the energy quickly spread, the ordinary muscles on Boros' body turned into dark blue, like armor. The spine behind him protrudes slightly. Obviously, Boros could feel that Sun Wukong was not simple. So he skipped the state of being suppressed by the armor and the normal state of taking off the armor at the beginning. It is a direct liberation of energy, ferocious and terrifying. It's actually a long story, but it only took a few seconds for Boros to release all his energy. It seems that he can't release his full strength without roaring. Boros roared and stomped his foot on the ground. The ground exploded instantly. The whole person turned into a purple light and flew out like a cannonball. In an instant, he crossed a distance of dozens of meters and punched Sun Wukong. Facing Boros' fist, Sun Wukong remained calm, just like he promised at the beginning. Only one finger was extended. It was easily blocked. Bang! Feeling that his attack was blocked, Boros' pupils shrank slightly. But soon he roared again. His hands turned into two white rays of light. A dazzling series of attacks that are difficult for the naked eye to capture began. Bang! 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 However, facing this attack, one punch and one kick could easily destroy a city. Sun Wukong put his left hand behind his back, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the garden. It's just a finger, but it creates the effect of a protective shield with no blind spots. No matter how tricky or unexpected the attack was, he could easily block it. Both the defense and reaction speed were far beyond Boros' imagination. Just a tap of the toes can instantly send you back several miles. Boros continued to advance relentlessly. But facing a pervert like Sun Wukong, no matter what kind of attack it was, it could only be easily blocked by the finger he stretched out. The blood gradually climbed up to Boros' single eye. Sun Wukong kept retreating, and Boros kept following up with his attacks. The aftermath of the battle between the two quickly spread to the entire surface of the planet. On land, in the sea, in the desert, there are traces of the two people between a punch and a kick. The roar and the sound of fists hitting flesh continued to ring out. It would be useless even if all of Boros' attacks were blocked by Sun Wukong with just one finger. The aftermath of the leak alone destroyed all the animals, plants, and environment in the areas where the two passed. The mountain was blown up. The sea water evaporated and boiled due to the terrifying energy. The desert sand is flying all over the sky like a tornado. The originally quiet and peaceful planet seemed to have been washed away in an instant, leaving only one huge crater after another, and it was a devastating sight. Definitely, their fight is more than that, and often go up to the sky. Boros cannot fly, but can reach near the atmosphere with his jumping power alone. Actually, it's not quite right to call it a battle, because Sun Wukong always used only one finger to block Boros' attack. On the contrary, Boros looked a little embarrassed because of the recoil caused by attacking Sun Wukong. No, we can't delay this any longer. Lost in Nolin. I can't lose to this new guy again. Boros has won. I was already full of bloodshot. His eyes turned slightly, and he quickly made up his mind. He retreated several miles in an instant. Boros roared. Jump up. Jumped above Sun Wukong's head. Hey! Boros roared madly, clenching his fists. Boom! A blue light suddenly condensed and rushed into the sky like a pillar of light. Bang! The large amounts of energy in the body turned into huge amounts of energy beam attacks, gushing out from the chest, coming in an instant. The energy beam buried Sun Wukong's figure and spread out. Wherever it passed, it was invincible, and it actually blasted a bottomless chasm on the ground with a diameter of tens of kilometers. The smoke is everywhere. Everyone in the audience was voicing their excitement and wonder at the performance. Blood Demon. Wow. It seems that we have been judging others by our own standards. This newcomer is not simple. He can actually fight Boros for such a long time with just one finger. Yuki Asuna. I didn't expect that the newcomer who looks dumb is actually so strong. Yuki Asuna. Blushing. Ahem. Just pretend I didn't say anything just now. A newbie does have the capital to say such things. Deadpool. Shoo. These two seem to be stronger than many mutants. I wonder if they can kill me with one punch. Nezuko. Ghosts and such are just paramecium in their eyes. Everyone's thinking has quietly changed. Just at the beginning, I do feel that Sun Wukong is a little bit floating. He actually wanted to fight Boros, or use one finger. It's too outrageous and exaggerated. But now the shocking facts are before our eyes. He is telling the truth. He was really fighting Boros with just one finger. Everyone recalled the solemn promise they had just made. They all seemed a little awkward. All I can say is that there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this world. Inside the arena, Boros fell from the air, his eyes fixed on the target. Did I defeat my opponent? It seems like a foul. I'm sorry, Boros. However, things are obviously not that simple. A slightly helpless and apologetic voice was heard. At the bottom of the pit, Sun Wukong clenched his fists and exploded with anger. A white aura rose into the sky, blew away all the smoke, and instantly swept to the planet under our feet. With him as the center, the entire planet was stirred up by a Force 12 gale at that moment. The sky shook, the earth trembled, mountains collapsed, and tsunamis occurred. It was like a natural disaster. The whole planet is shaking because of this. Just a breath of air, and the planet is already on the verge of collapse. Boros, who was a little closer to Sun Wukong, had bloodshot eyes and looked like he was about to be crushed. Fortunately, Sun Wukong's outburst only lasted for a moment. After all, he just wanted to disperse the smoke. Otherwise, you will be continuously and unprotectedly crushed by his unreserved aura. Not only Boros, the entire planet will be blown to pieces. The smoke cleared. Naturally, the figure of Sun Wukong was revealed. Don't say he's injured. The clothes on his body are still the same as when he first started, brand new. I broke the rules, I lose this time. Looking at Boros lying there motionless, Sun Wukong put his hands on his hips and naturally announced his failure, because he said that he only used one finger from beginning to end. Just now I was attacked by Boros' energy cannon. He definitely won't get hurt. However, he still involuntarily raised a protective shield in front of his body. This made him feel a little embarrassed, so I thought about just giving in. Winning or losing is not that important to him. As long as it can benefit me in battle, that's fine. Nolin looked at the content in the live broadcast room. He made a sound of sigh. As soon as these words came out, can Boros agree? What a joke. After all, he is the overlord of the universe. There's still some pride. It's like praying for victory. Give it to Boros, but Boros doesn't want it. No, really. Just when Sun Wukong was about to leave the virtual arena, Boros struggled to get up from the ground and spoke. I know I lost anyway. Don't make excuses for me. Please let me lose happily. Look at what is in front of you and accumulate energy again. Boros wants to use his ultimate move. Sun Wukong's performance was a bit difficult. If that's the case, well, as a warrior, he could actually understand Boros' thoughts. But at the beginning, I had already agreed on one finger, just one finger. Be prepared to take my first attack. He leaped up with such speed that he flew into the air as if he had teleported. Then extend your right index finger as usual. Watch it. My attack is coming. A gas bomb quickly condensed at the fingertips of his right hand. Then, snap your fingers. Call out. The gas bullet instantly shot towards the planet. That's right, the target is the planet, not Boros. But Boros still glared and fought back. The gas bomb starts from a little bit at the beginning. Gradually, it becomes larger rapidly during the shooting process. 100 meters. km. 10,000 meters. 100,000 meters. The light shone so brightly that most of the planet was shrouded in the aura, becoming extremely dark and gray, even temporarily overshadowing the fixed star. Boom! Boros stopped hesitating, clenched his fists, and a purple energy wave swept around him. The terrifying energy burst out. This light should have been extremely dazzling. Enjoy the glory of being the center of attention. But there was the still expanding gas bomb and the golden light it emitted. The energy emitted by Boros seems very pitiful, like an ant. But Boros didn't care. The armor on his body, which was originally in a state of energy release, was gradually rendered pale by the energy. Boom! Crashing star, roaring cannon. The airwaves surged. The temperature is already unimaginably high. If it were on Earth, it would be enough to vaporize all matter on Earth. Boros roared. The whole person jumped up suddenly. The star-breaking roaring cannon suddenly blasted out from the chest. Point directly at the gas bomb and go head-on, like a brave warrior who is not afraid of life and death. However, all this is like an ant trying to resist a boulder. Unrealistic. Boros couldn't even slightly block the speed of the air bullet. Not even a scream was uttered. He was with his tiny collapsing star-roaring cannon. The moment it came into contact with the huge gas bomb, it was turned into powder. The gas bomb continued to bombard the planet with its momentum undiminished. Viewed from outer space, Boros's resistance did not have any positive effect, and the gas bomb hit the center of the planet. The aftermath is visible to the naked eye in outer space. Dense cracks first appeared on the surface of the planet that was attacked by the gas bomb, and dazzling dark purple light emanated from the cracks. Then it suddenly exploded. Countless cities and even provinces and cities' file-size rocks were blown apart and completely turned into space junk. Boom! The planet-level air waves instantly swept to several other smaller planets, causing them to tremble. This is the art of explosion. If Deidara were in the group, he would definitely like it. Nolin thought without changing his expression. The battle finally ended at this point. Anyone with a discerning eye knows who won, and it was a complete crushing victory. Fail. In the space battleship, Boros seemed to have just woken up from a dream, as if he had just come back to his senses from suffocation, and he kept gasping for breath. His eyes were filled with grayness. He didn't even take one move, and he lost. What a ridiculous battle. Boros has been longing for a good battle in which he can give his all. It's not like this. What he wants is a 50-50 fight, where they fight each other until their blood boils. In the end, no matter whether you live or die, win or lose, you'll feel great. And what about fighting against Sun Wukong? From beginning to end, Sun Wukong was just using one finger for passive defense, and not even a hair of him could be hurt. He was clearly blocked. Boros even suspected that even if he hit Sun Wukong, it would be just scraping. After all, if one finger can be used to ignore his attacks, there is no reason why other parts of the body cannot be used. Later, the only move he made was to kill him instantly, reduced to ashes. That endless despair and powerlessness. It has nothing to do with passionate battles. This is the second time. The last time I felt this way was when I was facing Nolin. Boros smiled bitterly. He suddenly felt like a joker, obviously so weak, but he still boasted that he would challenge the masters from all over the world. There weren't many challenges in total, counting Pava and Shigeo Kageyama. Only 4 times. He lost twice. Yuki Asuna. Yuki Asuna. The planet exploded? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Am I seeing things? Gambling maniac. No, you are not mistaken. I saw it too. Gambling maniac. A good planet is gone, just like that. Blood demon. Hiss, this new guy is too strong. Deadpool. This super powerful star is so terrifying. The boss is so handsome and so strong. Please hold my thigh. Nolin smiled, but said nothing. Exploding star? This is for Sun Wukong. It's almost as difficult as eating and drinking water. Super Saiyan, I'm not that great. There are always people who are better than you, and I'm just an average person. I'm not a big shot. Yuki Asuna, boss, don't be so modest. This kind of strength ranks among the best in our Wanjia chat group. Gambling maniac. What do you mean by ranking high? I feel like I can compete with Nolin for the first place. Nolin he. Too lazy to spray. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. At Universe Overlord, how do you feel, Boros? The Overlord of the universe. The universe is so vast, and there are countless powerful people. I am too arrogant. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Are you behaving yourself now? The Lord of the universe. Be honest. Boros's mood can be summed up in one sentence. I'm already honest. Please let me go. Super Saiyan. Wait a minute. Who is Nolin? Is he stronger than that guy just now? Yuki Asuna. That's definitely true. Gambling maniac. Much better than him. Super Saiyan. Will you fight me? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Not interested. Super Saiyan. Okay, excuse me. In fact, Sun Wukong was not very interested. After all, Boros is indeed weak. It made him a little disappointed. I don't believe so much that there are strong people in the Wanjia chat group. The Overlord of the universe. At Super Saiyan, I am curious. However, from your perspective, can my strength compete with the Emperor of the universe in your world? Super Saiyan, huh? Let me think. Super Saiyan, I don't know how to put it. He could do what I just did, and it's as easy as it is for me. Seeing what Boros said, Nolin almost laughed out loud. Compete with each other? Forget it. The strongest state of the universe, Emperor Frisia, Golden Frisia. But it can be compared with Super Blue. As for Boros, at best he is just a super surface exploding star. The former blew a breath. The latter is estimated to die 80,000 times. He couldn't even get past Frisia's level 1. The move that Sun Wukong just used. It was similar to Frisia exploding planet Vegeta. However, ignorance is not a crime. The Overlord of the universe. Sure enough, one universe cannot be compared with another. The Overlord of the universe. But now I am very curious. What will happen if you fight Nolin? Boros's current situation is very much like an ant that cannot tell whether an elephant is bigger or a rhinoceros. Because for him, they're all very big, so big that they are unfathomable. Therefore, there is naturally no way to know which one is stronger or weaker. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Why are you fanning the flames? I've always said that I'm not interested in fighting or not. How old are you kids? Yuki Asuna, hiss. Although what you said makes sense, it always feels weird coming from Nolin's mouth. Gambling maniac. After all, Nolin seems to be only a dozen days old. This is how a 10-day-old baby was preached. It's really strange. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Age is not the point, but the mind. Do you understand? The mind. The other side. Watching everything that happened in the Wanjia chat group. As another person who joined the group, like the Super Saiyan, my super ability is money. Currently living in his own luxurious villa. Watching the scene after scene in front of me in shock. I originally thought it was the work of aliens. I didn't expect it to be true. As a very rigorous person, my super ability is to be rich. At first, I didn't believe in the existence of the Wanjia chat group. Even if I saw the explanation, he didn't believe it either. Therefore, my super ability is to be rich never popped up, because one wrong step leads to all the wrong steps. This led to problems later, until the scenes just now appeared before him. This made him believe that the Wanjia chat group was real, rather than what the aliens who controlled the illusion did to him. What would happen if these guys showed up in Gotham? My super ability is that I am rich. I was horrified. Blood demon. Where's the newcomer? Where's the newcomer? Where's the other newcomer? Stop looking, come out quickly. Gambling maniac. My super ability is to be rich? This new guy's name is so crazy. How many bets can he afford? Yuki Asuna. Shoo. This name can even compare being rich to a super ability. How rich is this? My super ability is to be rich. I should be richer than everyone here. Deadpool. Don't be so crazy, I tell you. The knives I have are very valuable. My super ability is money? Yo, don't be too familiar with this famous quote. Nolin knew who the other person was at a glance. Isn't this Batman? A series of Batman memes instantly popped up in Nolin's mind. Martha, your mother's name, is also Martha? And no matter which universe it is, Bruce Wayne's parents always have the hellish joke of having a bad time in an alley. Ahem. Let's not talk about it. I'm afraid Bruce will get angry. Nolin thinks that he has some qualities. Don't let this hellish joke come to the person in front of him. Then Bruce's mentality will really collapse. My super ability is money. Why is this added to my group name? It's probably because I can use money to research and develop a lot of equipment that is equivalent to having a super ability. Bruce was thinking about this too. Is it really because of this? So that's why he's called this. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Huh? That's not the case. You will say this yourself in the future. Your super ability is that you have money, so that's why you call it that. My super ability is to be rich, ? My super ability is to have money. How could I possibly say this? And how do you know the future? Yuki Asuna, Nolin knows a lot of things, so it's not surprising that she knows you. My super ability is to be rich, ? My super ability is to be rich. What do you mean? Gambling addict. You will know more later. Nolin yawned. The Wanjia chat group has been temporarily closed. Close your eyes. Just fell asleep like that. The next morning, Nolin got up early for a rare occasion. Actually, Professor X gave him very lenient rules. Completely different from ordinary mutant students. In other words, he was originally different from these mutant students. It was impossible to treat him the same way as an ordinary mutant student. Only, Nolin wants to go out and have some fun. He came to the classroom. The morning is an ordinary cultural class. It's a college after all. It is not really possible to just teach how to control abilities, rather than teaching knowledge. As a teacher of cultural courses, the Phoenix piano, of course. Nolin found a seat casually and sat down. Chin is giving a lecture at the podium. He saw the power within the piano. Is this the Phoenix Force? Jean, this name represents unparalleled power and potential danger in the world of X-Men. The power within her originated from the mysterious Phoenix Force. This is a level universe energy, powerful enough to reshape stars and destroy the universe. From the original universe, born at the beginning of all things, it is chaos and immortal, an eternal but impermanent existence. Similarly, it is also the embodiment of life and spiritual power in the original universe. It symbolizes life and emotion. It represents almost the connecting point of the spiritual minds of all things that exist or will exist in the infinite multi-universe, and is the creator and source of spiritual power. It is also the storage container and controller of the life and emotional energy of future generations of the entire infinite multi-universe. This power is her destiny. It is also her curse, because it's inside Chin's body. Phoenix Force is like an untamed beast. It's powerful, wild, and extremely volatile. The instability of this force. This makes the existence of the piano originally like a huge, unstable factor that may explode at any time. Her every mood swing, every inner struggle, all of these may become the fuse for the outbreak of Phoenix Force. It is totally out of Chin's control, although she has powerful telepathy and mind control ability. But when facing Phoenix Force, she still feels overwhelmed. This power surged within her body like an active volcano. It may erupt at any time, bring unforeseen consequences. Earth, in front of Phoenix Force, just a speck of dust. It's really a powerful force. Even if I can't master the zither, it's still surging inside me. However, this Phoenix Force currently poses no threat to Nolin. Phoenix Force is stronger. Someone needs to use it too. Otherwise, it's just an empty shell. If it falls on Nolin, it can be tamed in minutes. And Sheen is in class. I always feel like I'm being watched. But his eyes drifted away. But I still couldn't figure out who it was. Next to Nolin, a girl poked Nolin. "Hello, are you Nolin?" The nephew of the man who had a fight with John yesterday? Nolin glanced at the girl. "It's a little rascal." He nodded. "Yes, it's me. What's wrong?" "Be careful." The little rascal glanced at John, the fireman, who was sitting not far away. It is said that John was very angry yesterday. He even said that since that person left, he would take revenge on you. "Oh," Nolin said indifferently. "Come on then. No matter who he is afraid of, he can never be afraid of a little fireman named John." "But the little rascal doesn't know that," she said nervously. "That guy is very powerful and has a bad temper. You must be careful." "Okay, I understand. Thank you." Nolin nodded perfunctorily. You guys." The little rascal sighed, not knowing what to say. But she is not familiar with Nolin either. "All we can do is give you a friendly reminder. If the other party doesn't take it seriously, there's nothing we can do about that. And it's just like what the little naughty boy said. Get out of class just ended." After Sheen left the classroom, the fireman, John, walked up to Nolin. "Are you his nephew?" The fireman, John, stood in front of Nolin, looking down at Nolin, who was sitting on the chair. "Keep pressing the switch of the lighter in your hand." Full of provocation, Nolin glanced at John. "Too lazy to care. Is super ability also popular?" John said, "Come on, let me see. Roll." Nolin stood up, uttered a word lightly, and was about to leave. John's face darkened when he saw this, and he stood in front of him. "You are as annoying as he is. No wonder you are his nephew." "Hey, John." The little rascal didn't want to care about it. But seeing John like this, he hurried forward, standing in front of Nolin. "What are you doing?" John sneered. "Why? You want to help him, little rascal?" "No." The little rascal took a deep breath and said, "Do you still want to fight with a child?" John sneered again. "I've never seen such an annoying kid. I'm just asking." "Just asking? Okay, get lost now that you've asked." Nolin rolled his eyes. He really didn't want to quarrel with this little brat. It's a little bit of a loss of face. After saying that, he wanted to leave. However, his words. But it made the fireman John's face become even darker. He once again stood in front of Nolin. "Say it again." Nolin was really speechless. This little brat is really endless. He felt like his head was going to explode. "Get lost," he said unhappily. John at the moment was in a very awkward and difficult situation. His anger almost reached its peak. It felt like my lungs were about to explode with anger. The discussions and teasing looks from his classmates undoubtedly intensified his embarrassment and humiliation. It was as if to say that he was actually bullied by a little kid and had no way to do anything about it. These gazes were like sharp knives, piercing into his self-esteem. Faced with such a situation, John was full of contradictions. He wanted to vent his anger, want to solve the problem by taking action. But reason told him that doing so would only make the situation worse. The person opposite was indeed just a little kid. If he really did it, I'm afraid the people around him would instantly change their attitude towards him. You actually hit a child. That's not all. There could be even more serious consequences, like losing my place at Xavier College. This dilemma made John feel extremely anxious. He knew that no matter which path he chose, it would bring him irreparable losses. He has to find a balance between anger and reason. Find one that protects your dignity, a way that won't get you into deeper trouble. This idiot actually has some brains and knows how to analyze the pros and cons. But I guess he must be regretting it now. He shouldn't have come to cause trouble for himself. After all, I never expected that I would have this attitude. I guess they just want to bully and exclude me. Nolin had all of John's mental activities under his control. Haha laughed. "Okay, get out of the way." He waved his hand again. "If you don't get out of the way, I'm going to do it. Take action. You." However, before John could continue speaking, Nolin just waved his finger. In an instant, John was directly controlled by psychokinesis, and he broke through the window and fell far down from the second floor. With a plop, It really scared many people. The naughty boy, who had wanted to prevent a conflict between the two, widened his eyes. He looked at Nolin in disbelief. What's the meaning? The students nearby were also very shocked. This is John the Fireman. Become a reserve X-Men in the future. Was it so easy to be controlled? Nolin was too lazy to pay attention to them. He just felt that the class was boring, so he left the classroom. Professor X, who had been paying attention to everything going on in Xavier College, also reacted. That child actually had a conflict with Nolin. Professor X has a headache. He rubbed his temple. Beast, let Jean handle this. After all the calculations, throughout Xavier College, can compete with Nolin in Professor X's heart. There's only the Phoenix guitar. Beast also understands that Nolin is not simple. He nodded and went to look for the piano. But before the piano, there's another more powerful teacher who is already taking care of this matter. It was Storm, who had just returned from a mission yesterday. Storm first took John to the college infirmary. Then, I found Nolin, who was playing games in the dormitory. She frowned and looked at Nolin. Do you know that you have violated the rules of the academy? What rules? Nolin put down the controller in his hand, looked at Storm with a smile, and said lightly, My rules are the rules. Storm's frown deepened. It was the first time she had seen a student who did not admire, fear, or respect her. You know, she's now a member of the X-Men. X-Men are the idols of almost all students in Xavier Academy. I'm telling you one last time, there's no place for fighting at Xavier Academy. At the same time, you destroyed the college facilities. This all needs to be punished. Nolin glanced at Storm and said, The rules of Xavier College don't apply to me. Let Professor X come over and see if he dares to control me. Kid, do you know what you're talking about? Storm narrowed his eyes. Professor X's presence is crucial to every member of the college. He is not only an educator and mentor, it is also a spiritual pillar. His telepathy ability enables him to understand the inner world of each student and give them personalized care and support. His kindness and wisdom have earned him a special place in the hearts of many mutants. Just like a great and kind old father, give them warmth and guidance. Professor X's philosophy is peaceful coexistence and mutual understanding, and he is committed to promoting harmonious relations between mutants and humans. His vision and hard work have given him an irreplaceable position in the mutant community. Therefore, in mutants' heart, Professor X's status is unparalleled. His image and ideas have been deeply rooted in their hearts, becoming a symbol of their pursuit of peace and justice. In this context, any disrespect or criticism of Professor X would be seen as an offense to the entire Xavier School and the X-Men. Nolin was speechless. Storm, please leave quickly. Speaking of, his arms slowly rose. It's like silently summoning some invisible power. Following Nolin's actions, a powerful psychokinesis surged out of his body like a tide, instantly filling the entire space. Storm was standing across from Nolin, her expression changing from frowning to nervous in an instant. What kind of power is this? She was extremely shocked. The moment when psychokinesis touched her, Storm felt as if his body was tightly bound by an invisible force. Unable to move, her feet began to move involuntarily, moving out of the dormitory little by little. It's like being led by an invisible hand. Her eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief and anger. The next moment, her eyes were covered by white thunder. Call out. Boom! Gusts of wind began to rise around the body. There were flashes of lightning and thunder in the wind. She tried to use this to resist the psychokinesis that bound her. Yet, despite Storm's best efforts, her efforts seemed so feeble. She gritted her teeth. But her storms and lightning were like an ant trying to shake a tree in front of Nolin's psychokinesis, and could not shake her at all. Her body was still pulled by the invisible force, moving step by step out of the dormitory. Nolin's expression remained calm. His psychokinesis is like an invisible net, trapped Storm firmly in it. There was no sign of wavering in his eyes. All this was within his expectations. His arms were still raised, and psychokinesis constantly flowed from his body. The violent wind and thunder and lightning were still raging around Storm's body. But there was already a hint of despair in her eyes. This child power is so strong. It seems that even when facing children, I'm going to use all my strength to. Storm's voice echoed through the hallways of Xavier Academy. Her roar was as shocking as thunder. As she spoke, dark clouds in the sky gathered rapidly, as if drawn by her emotions. Lightning swirled among the clouds, emitting dazzling white light. A powerful thunder energy gathered in the air. Boom! The next moment, thunder suddenly struck from the sky, heading straight for Xavier College. It was so fast that it pierced through the ceiling of the academy in almost the blink of an eye, hitting Storm hard with destructive force. Bang! The power of thunder is enormous. The entire room was blown to pieces in an instant. Walls, furniture, and floors were destroyed. Debris flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. However, when the smoke gradually cleared, Storm still stood there, motionless, as if the thunder just now was just an illusion. The psychokinesis still clung to her body without any relief. Stop it! Nolin stood aside. The room was in a mess, but he was unharmed and his expression remained calm. He threw the desperate Storm out casually. However, when it was halfway through flying backwards, Storm suddenly stopped as if someone caught it. At this time, a smile appeared on Nolin's face. An interesting person has arrived. Chin supported Storm with a little anger and looked at Nolin at the same time. At the moment, Nolin slowly flew out of her dormitory on the second floor, floating in the air, looking at Jean and Storm below. Smile slightly. This is an interesting person. A storm is really not enough to arouse my interest. The students around were deeply shocked by this scene. Their eyes moved back and forth between Jean, Storm, and Nolin. His face was full of disbelief. Storm seemed unharmed, though, but her breathing was rapid. His face showed fatigue and alertness. Obviously, this is the performance and state that can only be achieved after exerting great effort. Her eyes were fixed on Nolin. The students' minds were full of questions. That situation just now, is it really targeted at Nolin? The thought flashed through their minds. Then they denied it themselves. In their opinion, Nolin is just an ordinary student. There was nothing unusual about his appearance or behavior. As for Storm, her strength is obvious to all. Having gone through countless battles and solved countless troubles, ability is recognized to be powerful. They're the backbone of the X-Men. Her name is well known in the mutant community. The heroic deeds inspired countless people. Not only is it a symbol of battle, but it is also an idol in the hearts of countless mutants. So, in their hearts, how could Storm be taken down by a little kid? And this kid is even younger than the ones who were originally considered kids by Storm. But the reality is right before our eyes. Storm is indeed controlled by some force. Nolin's calmness and confidence make people have to re-examine this seemingly ordinary student. They began to realize, maybe Nolin is not as simple as they think. Maybe he has some hidden power, enough to subvert Storm in X-Men. Do you know what you're doing? Chin looked at Nolin and said angrily, on the first day of school, you beat up your classmates and hit your teacher? What's the matter? Nolin spread his hands, shrugged, and said, everything happened for a reason. I took action, so what? You are really nasty. Chin stretched out her hand. Psychokinesis erupted, and she tried to pull Nolin over. She didn't use much effort. My original intention was just to teach Nolin a lesson. Thinking of killing Nolin? That's impossible. Bad kids need to be taught a lesson. However, when her psychokinesis erupted like a tide, trying to control Nolin, but he found that Nolin was as still as a rock. This scene caused the surrounding wind and clouds to change color, as if the power of the two people clashed in the air, triggering a reaction in nature. Boom! The storm is coming. The two people's hair was flying in the wind, which looked particularly fierce. Chin's expression became more and more incredible. No wonder Storm was turned into this. She gritted her teeth. It seems that I can no longer hide my shortcomings. I was originally thinking whether I should be gentler when dealing with children. Clearly, she was already using her psychokinesis at full strength, trying to break through Nolin's defense. I didn't use that power. You can't shake me at all. However, Nolin's expression remained calm. It seemed like all this was just a piece of cake for him. There was no panic in his eyes, and with his arms folded across his chest, he looked aloof and confident. The body is under the impact of Qin's psychokinesis, still as stable as a rock. There was no sign of movement. This contest of power made everyone watch with bated breath. Teacher Qin and that new classmate, the little rascal, came later. He looked at the scene in front of him in shock, almost out of breath. Nolin can even compete with Teacher Qin, and Nolin's indifference and Qin's determination formed a sharp contrast. It's obvious. Nolin is very relaxed, but Qin used all her strength. The power of the two people intertwined in the air, forming a shocking picture. Impossible. This child's power is so strong. Qin's teeth are about to break. Sure enough, there is no Phoenix Force piano. That's all. Nolin shook his head. Jean panted lightly. She barely activated psychokinesis with her left hand, trying to control Nolin on a physical level. And he quickly pressed his right hand on his temple to focus his attention. Her eyes were fixed on Nolin. Mental power suddenly exploded, trying to directly impact the opponent's mind. This is a more direct and in-depth attack, trying to break down Nolin's defenses mentally. However, she miscalculated. Just when Qin's mental power was about to touch Nolin didn't even look at Qin, unfazed by her attack. The autonomous protection mechanism of mental power was activated instantly, rushing back like a tide and rushing into Qin's mind. Just at that moment, Qin's mental strength suffered an unprecedented impact. Buzz, her mental strength. It was like an impregnable fortress. But at this moment, it was like an ant colliding with the universe. Small and powerless. It's almost like a collision between ants and gods. This metaphor couldn't be more apt. Qin's mental strength seemed so fragile at this moment. It's like just a thin layer of paper. It was easily torn apart by Nolin's mental protection mechanism. In Qin's mind, the originally clear thoughts became confused. Her memory, her emotions, her sanity. At this moment, everything was washed away to pieces. Her spiritual world. It was as if I had experienced a violent storm. Everything was becoming shaky. A look of pain appeared on Qin's face. Her lips trembled slightly. Seems to be shouting silently. The body begins to lose balance involuntarily. Psychokinesis can't hold up either. He staggered a few steps. It seems like I might fall at any time. It was Storm, who had just caught his breath, who quickly supported her. This prevented her from falling to the ground. Qin! 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 Storm shouted anxiously. However, this did not stop Qin's eyes from quickly becoming unfocused. My eyes quickly lost focus. The soul was pulled out of the body at this moment. The mental strength collapsed under the impact of Nolin, dissipating bit by bit in the universe. Her consciousness gradually began to blur. No, why would you come here to do something when you have nothing to do? Nolin looked at Qin speechlessly. Wouldn't it be better to just use psychokinesis? I don't want to use telepathy to control myself. That's better. It's over, right? His mental power is vaster than the ocean of the universe. The waves that are raised casually, enough to overturn the entire Earth. Qin is really overestimating her own abilities. The situation here can be described as quite dynamic. Many students and teachers gathered around, the most anxious among them. Naturally, it's Cyclops, who likes piano. The moment Cyclops saw Qin falling to the ground and Nolin flying in the air, the whole person was furious. He roared in rage. You are the one who made Qin like this? Right, Qin, Qin. Cyclops holding the harp. However, Qin did not react at all. The whole person is like a vegetable. This instantly made Cyclops furious. Qin is dead. I'm going to make you pay. The device specifically used to control his powerful ability. At this moment, Cyclops directly lifted the maximum limit. Boom! Boom! In an instant, two terrifying red laser beams suddenly burst out. They're like two fire dragons, with the momentum to destroy everything. Break through the sky, shooting towards Nolin. They cut through the sky, leaving behind a trail of fiery tracks. It seemed as if the whole world was going to burn down. Nolin is suspended in the air, facing this sudden attack. His expression remained calm. There was no trace of panic in his eyes. There's only indifference. Take action. Cyclops is usually very rational. But when it comes to things like the piano, he is almost the same as Chao Xiong. These two Cyclops were almost aimed at taking his life. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Nolin's eyes were indifferent. Facing the incoming Cyclops beam, he remains as steady as a rock. There is no sign of movement. The speed of the laser beam is extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Nolin. Their power is enough to destroy all obstacles standing in the way. An erupting Cyclops can easily destroy a street and can even go straight through an entire city. However, just as the two beams of light were about to touch Nolin, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared around his body. Wrap him completely in it. This barrier is made of pure energy. It emits a faint light. Completely isolate the power of the laser beam. The laser beam hits the barrier. There were bursts of harsh noises. It was like metal rubbing against each other. It was like a flame burning. However, no matter how the laser beam hits, the barrier didn't move at all. It seems like an indestructible wall. Protect Nolin firmly in it. He had a blank expression on his face and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the barrier seemed to come alive. Just at that moment, Nolin's energy barrier demonstrated an amazing counterattack ability. It is no longer a passive defense, but take the initiative. Like a huge amounts of net, the red laser beam, fired by Cyclops, was pushed back forcefully. The force was powerful and precise. The beam bounced directly on his Cyclops' eyes, forming an impenetrable energy barrier. Buzz! Boom! What's this? What's this? Cyclops stood up suddenly, staggering forward. At this moment, I felt unprecedented panic. His eyes were trapped by his own laser beam. That energy barrier was like an indestructible cage. Completely block his vision. Impossible. What kind of power is this? This is impossible. He began to pick at his face frantically. Try to tear open the barrier with your bare hands. But no matter how hard he tried, the energy barrier didn't move at all. It seemed to have merged into one with his eyes. Cannot be separated. As a variant, the ability is completely focused on the eyes of the mutant. Cyclops felt more helpless than ever before. His ability is trapped by his own attack. The sight is completely taken away. The world fell into darkness. He now, in addition to having better physical fitness than ordinary people, there is hardly any difference. His strength, his confidence, his pride. At this moment, they were completely defeated. Cyclops' struggle seemed so feeble. His movements became increasingly frantic. His breathing became more and more rapid. His heartbeat became increasingly tense. There was a look of pain and despair on his face. The body began to tremble. It seems like it could collapse at any time. Impossible. This is impossible. Cyclops looked like he was going crazy. Nolin chuckled. He was simply putting a seal on this guy. Without his permission, it is impossible to unravel than just killing Cyclops directly. He felt that this method would be a better way to torture the arrogant X-Men. The students around witnessed it all. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. In their perception, X-Men is a symbol of strength and an invincible existence. However, in this short period of time, Nolin actually defeated 3 X-Men members in succession: Storm, Jean, and Cyclops. In their view, this is something that is simply impossible to happen in the world. Nolin. Countless people looked at Nolin. I didn't know who it was from the beginning. It turned into fear. People are naturally afraid of powerful individuals. This is unavoidable. And at the moment, Beast and the Professor, Finally got here. See the situation in front of you. Professor X almost fainted. The unconscious Jean, the exhausted Storm, and the sealed-eyed Cyclops who was kneeling on the ground digging his teeth. And Nolin flying in the air. Professor X just used his telepathy ability to pass by. Just know what happened. The students saw Professor X coming. It's like everyone has a backbone. Kids, get out of here. Professor X suppressed his thoughts and spoke gently to the students next to him. These students are under his telepathy. I calmed down involuntarily. Then leave here quickly. After a while, only Nolin and a few others are left here. I was just looking for someone to handle this matter. Why did it develop into this? Professor X sighed deeply. As someone who has felt the power of Nolin, he didn't want to conflict with Nolin. Not at all. But now a conflict has arisen. But there is no way. Nolin, I'm clear about this matter. Professor X looked at Nolin and said helplessly, they were indeed impulsive, but you were also wrong in this matter. So let's both take a step back and stop here, okay? Restore the piano, okay? And Cyclops. His good-natured character still prevents him from making the most correct decision. But his last tone was filled with a sigh. It's a prayer. Nolin glanced at Professor X and said coldly, they deserved it. I don't think I did anything wrong in this matter. I just wanted to experience the course, but I was provoked. Storm came up to ask for accountability without caring. After I drove him away, Jin came. Jin attacked me, but my self-protection mechanism fought back. Then it was Cyclops' turn. Is this what you X-Men are like? Coming up one after another? He has no fears. If Professor X in front of him wanted him to do something, then he doesn't mind fighting against the entire X-Men on his own. As soon as these words came out, Storm, Beast, and Professor X, the three X-Men who still have their own thoughts, are all numb. Especially Storm. She seemed to want to say something. Storm undoubtedly wanted to speak, but he was stopped by Professor X. He shook his head silently. Since Nolin doesn't want to, then he won't force it. But we can't just give up on Jean and Cyclops like this, right? Storm is actually okay, although he was the first X-Men member to face Nolin. But the injuries were minimal. Oh no, it's not even an injury. Just a little tired, that's all. Because he tried to break free from Nolin's restraints. He used too much force and became exhausted. Storm glared at Nolin fiercely. The look was very unfriendly. Seems to be talking to him. If anything happened to Jean and Cyclops, she would make him pay. Nolin sneered. I'm not happy with the way you look. Speaking of, Nolin flicked her fingers lightly. A burst of energy rushed into the sky like a wild horse. In an instant, countless dark clouds began to gather, gathering into a huge amounts of vortex. Boom, boom. The sky turned gloomy. The sky is overcast. Energy roils in the clouds, like a dragon soaring in the sky, emitting dazzling light. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. It was like the roar of God, making huge amounts of sound. Stop! Nolin! Stop! Professor X quickly tried to stop it. Pity. Nolin just glanced at Professor X. Some people bring it upon themselves. It's done. You can't stop her from suffering. I do what I want. Boom! Storm didn't even react. The thunder struck her hard. Like a violent storm, it instantly submerged her. His body instantly turned charred, and his hair turned into an afro. I couldn't help but open my mouth. Wisps of green smoke floated up into the sky. Storm's eyes were filled with unspeakable meaning. Is this thunder? Is this a storm? Nolin actually has this ability? She finally understood how those who were hit by her thunder felt. This thought came together. Storm fell to the ground and passed out. There was still burnt smoke coming out his body. Professor X was terribly frightened. I quickly apologized for her. I'm sorry, Nolin. We were wrong about this matter. They were wrong, and I was also wrong. Okay, I'm too lazy to listen to you. She is not dead, and she cannot die. Nolin has never liked nice guys. I should be decisive, but I am not decisive either. What should I do? I haven't done anything. It can be said that neither side is pleased. It's fine when we get along normally. Once you're indecisive on big issues, problems are likely to arise. Professor X has also done a lot of bad things in this regard. Thank you. Professor X certainly didn't feel that Storm was dead. After a sigh of relief, faced with this situation, I really don't know what to do. The unconscious Jean, the unconscious Storm, the eye-digging Cyclops, the speechless Beast, and the humbled Self. Look around. Finally, he turned his gaze to Chin. After all, Chin is the one who is currently the most seriously injured. Chin. Professor X tried to use telepathy to assist Chin. However, he could only feel that Chin's last bit of consciousness could be extinguished at any time like a candle in the wind. No! Professor X's expression suddenly changed. He must maintain this last bit of consciousness. Otherwise, what's the difference between Chin and death? However, his ability cannot be protected at all. I could only watch Chin's consciousness completely. No! In the next second, Professor X's eyes widened. Just when Chin was about to die completely, an indescribable, powerful force suddenly erupted from his body. This force is like a volcanic eruption. It swept across the entire space in an instant. Around her, the symbol of the phoenix began to linger, represents endless power and rebirth. The phoenix spun around Chin, emitting a dazzling light, and the sky began to darken. The entire Earth? No, the entire galaxy, even the entire universe began to tremble. Under this force, the space cracked into pieces like cracks in glass, as if they were going to swallow up the entire world. This force is like a violent storm. Instantly pushed Cyclops and Storm away. Their bodies tumbled in the air, dizzy from the impact. Nolin, who had already felt bored, also widened his eyes like Professor X. Phoenix Force. Ha 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 ha. The moment I saw Chin Phoenix Force awakening, Nolin directly chose to open the live broadcast room. Phoenix Force. This is Phoenix Force. Shouldn't we record it? The live broadcast room has a screen recording function, and after uploading it to the Wanjia chat group, it can be saved forever. All Worlds chat group. There's no such thing as memory. Keep it for as long as you want. Ding! Group member Marvel's strongest elementary school student starts live streaming. Universe Overlord, enter the live broadcast room. Deadpool, enter the live studio. Pot-covered leader, enter the live broadcast room. Yuki Asuna, enter the live broadcast room. Gambling Maniac, enter the live broadcast room. Yuki Asuna, meow. Gambling Maniac. Why did they suddenly start live streaming? Did something happen? Nolin Sama, the overlord of the universe. What is this picture? The space is shattered? Who is that woman? Everyone in the Wanjia chat group hasn't reacted yet. I saw the scene in the live broadcast room. The piano is suspended in the air. Her long hair flew around involuntarily because of the strong wind. His eyes were closed, and he seemed unconscious. Let the power in your body continue to explode around you. The power is like a volcanic eruption. It swept across the entire space in an instant. Space began to distort. It shattered like shards of glass. Click, click, click. Cracks spread across the air, emitting dazzling light. It seemed to swallow up the whole world. Phoenix Force is like a violent storm. The surrounding air was torn apart in an instant. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger, getting deeper and deeper. Not good. Professor X roared in despair. That's the Phoenix Force inside the piano. Charles's heart was filled with shock and anxiety. If you want to talk about the person who knows Chin best in the world, it has to be Professor X. He discovered the extraordinary power in Chin when she was very young and brought her to Xavier College. He knew that the power within the piano was extraordinary. It is an ancient and powerful existence. This power is like the hottest fixed star in the universe. Brilliant and dangerous. Professor X does not fully understand the nature of Phoenix Force, but he knew that once this power was stimulated, its destructive power is enough to make the stars tremble and change the color of the universe. And now, as Chin's life flame seemed to be about to be extinguished, this power in her body began to erupt uncontrollably. The power was like the most violent black hole in the universe, swallowing up everything and trying to pull Chin back from the brink of death. Professor X at the moment felt Jean's pain. His soul was closely connected to the piano, and he could feel the violence of that power. Beast held onto Professor X's wheelchair and looked at the scene in shock. Professor, what happened? Why did Jean suddenly fly? Professor X didn't say anything, just trying to stop what was about to happen. Only Nolin, faced with the violent Phoenix Force. There was still a smile on his face. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the space crack. It was as if broken pieces of glass had fallen to the ground. The sound was clear and loud. A space tunnel appeared in the crack. The space tunnel radiates dazzling light, as if it is a road leading to an unknown world. The light was like a violent storm. It was you, who almost killed me. Jean slowly opened her eyes. Both eyes were covered with fiery red energy. The voice was cold and distant, as if from another world. There was no anger in her tone, only a deep indifference. Those eyes no longer belonged to her, but were controlled by the ancient and powerful Phoenix Force. She raised her hand slowly. Not a word more. An invisible force rushed towards Nolin like a violent storm. Wherever Phoenix Force goes, the space seemed to be torn apart. There was a heart-pounding sound of collapse. Nolin is flying in the air. He still had a smile on his face. That's interesting. What were the previous battles? Compared to Phoenix Force, they are all weaker than ants. Facing Jean's attack, he was not at all flustered. Nolin also raised his hand. The invisible force hit Nolin in front of him. There was a deafening roar. Boom! This force did not dissipate. Instead, it instantly blasted towards the buildings behind Nolin from both sides. In the blink of an eye, the sturdy building collapsed under the impact of this force. Like a fragile piece of paper, it turned directly into ashes and disappeared into the air. Professor X's pupils suddenly shrank. At the moment, most of the Xavier College building was gray, and it looked very scary. Fortunately, most students are out playing at this time. Some of those who stay in the college basically stay in their own dormitories. It was not the dormitory building that was attacked, so there were no casualties. No, if this continues, Xavier, no, even the Earth will suffer. Professor X quickly began to use his ability. Want to guide Jean. His telepathy ability allowed him to feel Jean's inner turmoil and pain. He knew that Jean at this moment was no longer the girl he was familiar with. She was controlled by the Phoenix Force, and her mind was twisted by this power. Professor X was filled with worry. He knew that if he didn't find a way to help Jean regain her self-esteem soon, she might lose her humanity forever. The consequences are disastrous. No, it's still not strong enough. However, this kind of attack. But Nolin was a little disappointed. Phoenix Force hasn't been fully used yet. That's so boring. Just when the Phoenix Force was about to swallow Nolin, exert force suddenly. A powerful energy surged in the palm of his hand. This energy was like a bright 973 star, instantly forcing Phoenix Force back. The originally extremely violent force, under Nolin's control, was like a tamed beast. It suddenly changed direction and hit Jean fiercely. Boom! In an instant, the piano was like being hit by a huge hammer and flew high into the air. Her figure drew a long arc in the air, flying backwards for thousands of meters. It crashed heavily into a large lake. There were splashes of water more than 10 feet high. Voila! The ripples on the lake spread out like waves, breaking the original tranquility. Jean, Professor X, and Beast were both very worried. Nolin glanced at the two of them and said, "Wait here." After saying this, he instantly flew over the lake. On the lake that has returned to tranquility, the originally calm water surface suddenly became restless again. The water in the center of the lake began to boil. It seems as if there's an invisible force brewing deep inside. Soon, rolling waves appeared on the water surface, and the waves were turbulent, spreading in all directions one after another. Nolin watched this scene silently. His eyes peered through the lake, staring at the bottom. Sudden, in the next second, the water in the middle of the lake burst with a roar. A figure flew out from it. That's Jean. Countless splashes of water were sent flying into the sky by her power. These water splashes bloom in the air. They roll and jump in the air as gorgeous as fireworks. They sparkle with crystal light under the sunlight. It is breathtakingly beautiful. She hovered steadily in the air, facing Nolin from a distance. The two people's eyes met in the air. Qin's gaze was still as ruthless and indifferent as ever. Even when she was attacked, she remained the same. Swish! Nolin disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already behind Qin. Nolin gathered a burst of energy in his right hand and punched out fiercely. Bang! The fist burst out with a strong energy light on Qin's face, instantly shattering the surrounding space. This time, Qin had no way of reacting. I can only passively use Phoenix Force to endure it. Bang! Qin was hit by this punch. He was blown away again for dozens of kilometers and flew directly to Wilderness Ridge near Xavier College. Smashed hard on a mountain. A big hole was knocked out on the top of the mountain. Qin, who originally looked very handsome, now became dusty and a little disheveled. Let's do it again. Nolin's excited voice rang in my ears. Phoenix Force. Qin didn't care that she was a little dirty. Fly out of the hole immediately. Shout loudly. Open hands. Boom! Boom! The terrifying and huge psychokinesis instantly spread out in all directions like a big net, reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters. Thousands of meters deep underground. The ground was buzzing and shaking like an earthquake. Crash! In the blink of an eye, he used psychokinesis to forcibly pull up two mountains with an altitude of 1,000 meters from the ground, revealing the abyss below. The gravel and Saxol fell. They all attacked Nolin. At the moment, Nolin was like the filling of big pancake, sandwiched in the middle. Gambling maniac. So why did they fight? Deadpool, wow, awesome. No matter what, this kind of fight is so exciting to watch. Even better than the movies. Yuki Asuna. This sister is so strong. The overlord of the universe. What a great battle. Super Saiyan. I want to join in. This was a battle that had already gone beyond their imagination. Although the destructive power is not as intuitive and shocking as in previous battles. But this battle was on a completely different level. It touches upon the essence of space. It almost touched the boundaries of their cognition. Space, a stable and solid existence in daily life. But he became vulnerable in this battle. Every fight, every collision of power. It was like a heavy hammer hitting glass. The space was shattered. The cracks spread like a spiderweb. This kind of scene, for everyone in the group, it was an unprecedented shock. They remember the last battle between Boros and Sun Wukong, although it was extremely intense. But the space always remains intact. That battle was a contest of strength and speed, a collision of skill and will. But the space was originally not substantially affected. But at this moment, this battle is different. It is not just a confrontation, but also a challenge to the laws of space. Nolin just waved his hand back. There were no surprises. A dazzling white light flashed. A loud explosion sounded. Dust is flying. It's like a different kind of firework. The mountain was blasted into pieces of rubble that scattered in all directions. Bang! Boom! Gambling maniac. Hiss! Yuki Asuna. Hiss! Another big mountain. Hit him hard. However, it was like hitting the hardest object in the world. It broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Nolin opened his hands, and terrifying energy burst out from his body. It is a power beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. It is not just a physical impact, but also a direct destruction to the space structure. With the burst of energy, the space began to shatter into pieces. Space debris flew everywhere like glass. These fragments are under the control of Nolin. It didn't lose control. Nolin's hands kept tightening. The space fragments were quickly gathered by him. Immediately following, the blood condensed into a sword several meters long. This long sword is made of space debris, and every inch of it flashes with dangerous light. Contains the power to tear everything apart. In an instant, Nolin threw out the sword. Shhhhhhhhh. Wherever the sword passed, the space was torn apart, leaving a long crack. That crack was like an abyss, constantly swallowing up everything around it. Jean quickly raised her hand, and Phoenix Force gushed out. Boom! The moment the two collide, half the Earth's sky was torn apart. The cracks in the sky burst out as densely as a spiderweb. Countless people raised their heads. He looked at the wonder in the sky in horror, his eyes filled with fear and anxiety. Is the end of the world coming? This question echoes in everyone's heart. They couldn't believe what they saw, nor can I understand the source of this power. All they could do was watch the cracks in the sky continue to expand. Professor X and Beast in the distance. They were all stunned. Does this power really exist? They both knew it very clearly. The ones fighting are Nolin and Jean. The sky is falling down. Professor X's lips trembled slightly. Beast was also shocked beyond words. Is this something humans can achieve? This is too outrageous. Same. There are also countless mutants who start to find out what happened. Among them is the boss of Mutant Brotherhood, Magneto. Directions to Xavier College? Magneto was also slightly shocked. Even though he was well informed, he had never seen such a scene. It seems that there is a powerful mutant in Xavier College. Mystique looked at Magneto and said slowly, "It seems like he just joined not long ago." ADI. Magneto smiled knowingly. This young mutant who just joined Xavier College. The easiest to be misled, isn't it? Besides, politicians from all countries are also extremely... The view turns back to the battlefield. Jean's eyes glared, and she gritted her teeth. Her veins bulged due to the burst of power. Phoenix Force continued to surge and increase. Finally, the long sword formed by the space debris could not withstand the huge amounts of pressure and exploded. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire universe was shaking. The sky of half the Earth was also on the verge of its limit. The space structure began to collapse, and cracks spread rapidly like a spiderweb. The space debris fell like raindrops, flying in the air, making the already shocked people on Earth even more at a loss. Fortunately, the space had this self-healing ability, and it was fully restored in the next instant. However, this space is still shaking. It seems that if we suffer this kind of attack again, there will be irreversible consequences. Nolin knew it too. So, he quickly opened a space crack and moved to Jean's side instantly. Before Jean could react, he kicked her into the space crack. Then he also entered. The space crack closed quickly. Changed the battlefield. Gambling maniac. Hiss. Yuki Asuna. Is this a battle between gods? The pot-headed leader. Those things that were shattered just now were all space, right? My super ability is to be rich. Everyone in the group was shocked. But Batman Bruce is different. The moment he saw the live broadcast, I started to think about what would happen if these two people appeared in my world. So how is he going to deal with it? The final result is, can't handle it. Superman can also use kryptonite. But I don't understand the two people in front of me at all. And we don't know their weaknesses. They say you can't fight Batman Bruce Wayne. But that also requires Bruce to find a weakness. Then he could find a way to attack the weak point during the fight. It's like challenging Superman to a fight. Everything is closely linked and the preparations are very complete. Everyone says that DC is bullshit. How could Superman be defeated by an ordinary person like Batman? But is there a possibility? Bruce took advantage of Superman's mentality of not wanting to be cruel to him. Only then can we take him down. If Superman hadn't said his mother's name in the end, he might really die at Bruce's hands. No, I must observe carefully in the future. The other side, this is a different time and space. Everything is shrouded in an extraordinary beauty and danger. The light around them was as bright as stardust. They flicker in the void of the universe. It was as if countless tiny fixed stars were burning in the darkness. These lights do not come from any living source, but it comes from the original characteristics of this time and space. They are the soul of this extreme universe. Is the light of life in this lifeless realm. Countless lifeless planets are floating in this space and time. They are like lonely travelers, drifting aimlessly in the ocean of the universe. These planets vary in size and shape, and some are like huge amounts of rocks with cracks and holes all over their surfaces. Some are like cold metal spheres, reflecting the cold glow of the surrounding light. They move slowly in time and space, as if being pulled by some invisible force, or as if following some cosmic law. Often, these planets will collide with each other. There was an extremely terrifying explosion. Every collision is like a grand fireworks show in the universe. The energy wave generated by the explosion spread instantly, swallowed the surrounding light, forming huge amounts of energy vortexes. These vortices spin in time and space, releasing astonishing energy. Bang! It is just such a time and space. But a space rift suddenly opened up. A figure burst out from it and slammed heavily into a huge metal planet, instantly turning the metal planet into cosmic garbage. Then, another figure flew out from the space crack. It's Nolin. He watched Sheen still flying in this universe. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. In this extremely lifeless universe, time and space seem to have lost their meaning. There is no sign of life here, no trace of civilization, only endless nothingness and eternal silence. However, it is this extreme environment. It was exactly what he had in mind. That's what he wanted. Buzz, the body of the guitar, is the host of Phoenix Force. Now his body is controlled by Phoenix Force. It's true. He quickly adjusted his body and looked fiercely at Nolin. Arrogant boy. Here, she also burst out all her current strength. Boom! A deafening roar echoed in the silent universe. It was as if the heartbeat of the universe was being mercilessly struck at this moment. A phoenix symbol suddenly burst out of Jean Grey's body. The terrifying, fiery, red energy was like a raging wave. With her, as the center, it exploded instantly, releasing suffocating energy. This energy is like the wrath of the universe. The source constantly surges towards the surroundings. Its tide keeps growing and growing. From lonely planets, to a complete planet system, then to the huge fixed star series. Its power is all-encompassing and indestructible. Everything in the surrounding starry sky, whether it is a hard planet or floating space debris, it will be instantly annihilated into powder and turned into cosmic dust under the impact of this energy. Have you finally unleashed your strongest power yet? Nolin looked at the scene before him, which seemed like the end of the universe. Instead, he burst into extremely wild laughter. He is not afraid of anything. You know, he is considered an almighty god. Galaxies, countless stars, the universe spread out from beneath his feet. They were like a child's toy to him. When Earth's heroes sacrificed themselves to defeat Onslaught, Franklin subconsciously sent the Avengers and other superheroes to the pocket universe Counter-Earth he created, reborn in a new reality, to escape the fact that his parents died, using humanoids to project a false core of all realities, creating countless realities out of thin air. It's this terrifying ability. This made Nolin feel very bored. This was just childhood. As an adult, Franklin was judged by the gods to be beyond the Omega level and was called the shaper of the universe and a constant danger to the galaxy. Would you be afraid of this? Are you kidding? Chua. Nolin laughed. Against the profound backdrop of the universe, Nolin's body began an amazing transformation. His body was wrapped in a light blue barrier. This barrier is like the strongest shield in the universe, preventing the Phoenix Force from disturbing him at all. Immediately afterwards, the blue barrier on his body continued to twist and condense. It quickly transformed into an enlarged version of the giant Nolin. His body grew bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it was even larger than a galaxy. The transparent blue body appears extremely spectacular in the universe, as if it has become a part of the universe, standing shoulder to shoulder with the stars. 0. Every muscle contains enough power to shake the stars. As the skin expanded, it became as hard as the stars, emitting a faint glow, as if it was condensed from countless stars. His eyes are like two bright, fixed stars, sparkling with wisdom and power. The hair fluttered in the wind of the universe, and each strand of hair seemed like a meteor streaking across the dark space. Have a good fight. Nolin clenched his fist and smashed it hard towards where the piano was. Chin's body seemed so small in front of his fist, not even as big as a grain of sand. Boom! There was a loud bang. It's like the heartbeat of the universe. It shook the entire galaxy. The force of this blow was so terrible that an extremely loud sound was heard in the universe. The sounds go beyond normal sound waves and are a kind of level universe vibration. It travels through the stars, through black holes, and across the boundaries of time. Endless waves are rolling in the universe. Phoenix Force is like the pulsation of the universe, spreading out wave after wave. Under Nolin's impact, the Phoenix Force made a sharp sound, sharp and harsh, like the wail of the universe. Boom! The next moment, the spatial structure of the universe was damaged in the battle between the two. A space rift was blown open that spanned the entire galaxy. Whether it was a black hole or other wonders of the universe, they were all destroyed. The crack was like a wound in the universe, revealing a deep and mysterious void. There were strange lights flickering at the edges. They were the energy released after the space was torn apart. They jumped in the darkness like sparks of the universe. However, the cracks soon returned to normal. Only dense cracks in space showed how hard the universe had just been hit. His power is too great. Phoenix Force felt unparalleled pressure, as a force that has existed since the beginning of the universe. It had never felt such a strong sense of oppression. But under adversity, only then can a more terrifying force beyond the limit be unleashed. The next moment, its flame, under Nolin's fist, was like a flame doused with gasoline, instantly bursting out with even hotter energy. This force expanded rapidly like a raging fire, pushing away Nolin's fist, causing his body to stagger backwards. The flames of Phoenix Force reached an unprecedented height at this moment. Its light illuminates the surrounding stars. The dark space was dyed a fiery red. Nolin steadied himself and stared at the scene in front of him. The flames transformed into a phoenix in front of him, illuminating his transparent blue body red. Its form is elegant and majestic, and each feather seems to be made of the purest fire, flashing with dazzling light. Ouch! The fire phoenix spreads its wings in the universe. Make a loud sound that resounds throughout the universe. Every flap of its wings brought about a cosmic storm and cut through the paths of the stars. The real battle begins now. In the Wanjia chat group, on the group member screens. No, it should be right in front of me. A function of the live broadcast room. It's like being there. The battle scene between Nolin and Phoenix is like a cosmic epic. It shakes everyone's heart. Their eyes are fixed on this universe. The shock in my heart cannot be described in words. The scale of this battle has far exceeded their imagination. A galaxy-level giant, an existence that once existed only in fantasy. But now it is vividly presented before them. The expressions of the group members also changed from surprise to awe. Then there was complete silence. They looked at Nolin's huge body. Feel the burning flame of Phoenix Force. It was as if I saw the arrival of God. In the face of this battle, they undoubtedly felt their own insignificance even more deeply. Is this true? A member's voice sounded in the chat group, with a tremor of disbelief. It's Yuki Asuna, 303, a giant the size of a galaxy file. This is simply a myth among myths. Another group member responded. His words were filled with awe and hidden fear. It's Bruce Wayne. Nolin's power, Phoenix's flame, this is beyond our understanding. Another group member said, her voice revealing deep shock. There was a blush on Jabami Yumiko's face. Excited, unimaginably exciting. Tensed and exciting. Gamble? Gambling in the face of this kind of battle. What does it count for? There was silence in the chat group. The group members were digesting everything they saw. They knew that this scene would become the most profound image in their memory. A long, long time in the future, there is no chance of anything else appearing. The Fire Phoenix is extremely huge. However, Nolin is not to be outdone. While the Phoenix Force is still showing off its power, He simply extended his hand. The transparent big hand is like the hand of God. He reached to the side and unexpectedly grabbed a piece of the galaxy, turned it into a star disk, and smashed it hard towards Phoenix Force. Bang! The Phoenix Force howled in pain. His head was hit and fell to the side. Their powers are intertwined. An unprecedented energy storm formed above the star disk held by Nolin. The power of this storm was extremely terrible. So much so that entire galaxies began to disintegrate under its influence. Fixed star, planet, black hole in the galaxy, and all celestial bodies. They all gradually lost their original forms in this energy storm. Their light was swallowed up. Matter is torn apart. Eventually, it turned into countless stars, like the tiniest speck of dust in the night sky, slowly dissipating into the abyss of the universe. These are little stars. It is the last trace of the galaxy. They shine faintly against the cosmic background. It seems to be telling the glory that once existed. Soon it drifted away with the wind, merged into the endless darkness, and became an eternal part of the universe. Ouch! Phoenix Force screamed again. The sound waves vibrated and spread to the edge of the universe, and all the planets in the path exploded. I saw it flap its wings and fly. Swish! The energy that was released alone extended over an unknown number of light years, destroying several galaxies in the surrounding area that were as large as the Milky Way. Buzz! Buzz! Buzz 1. Nolin on transparent blue skin. There were actually ripples. He raised his hands involuntarily, trying to block out the waves of noise. However, Nolin's huge body constantly resonates due to the vibrations of the sound waves. On his skin, the cracks spread rapidly like the faintest lightning in the night sky. These cracks are densely packed. Like a spider web, it quickly covered his entire body. From the soles of the feet to the top of the head, everywhere. Cut, click, click. The cracks spread at an alarming rate. They interweave into a broken picture on Nolin's body. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang. Nolin's body exploded. Countless fragments were like a meteor shower, shooting out in all directions. These fragments carry huge amounts of energy. They streak across the universe, affected dozens of galaxies. The galaxy faced this destructive force, like fragile glass, easily crushed. Fixed star goes out, planet disintegrates, black hole annihilates. Everything was annihilated under the impact of this force and turned into cosmic dust. Phoenix Force's attacks don't stop there. These sound waves are more than just physical vibrations. They also contain the power of rules of the universe. This kind of the power of rules. Like the Weaver Girl of Time, the cycle of life is woven into Nolin's body. Nolin's body, under the influence of the power of rules. It began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. His appearance quickly changed from that of child, became a teenager. Then there are the youth. Next comes middle age. Finally, there is old age. His skin was loose. The wrinkles are deeply engraved. Hair turns gray. It seems as if it has experienced the baptism of countless years. Nolin looked at his old hands, but there was no panic. The power of time, the changes didn't stop there. Nolin's body began to reverse again, from old age to middle age, youth, and teenager. In the end, it even turned into a baby. His body was constantly shrinking. The skin becomes smooth, and the eyes reveal an innocent light. It's like returning to the starting point of life. This phenomenon of constantly changing through several stages of life makes Nolin's body almost a witness to the passage of time. Every change of his is like a reincarnation of life. The power of time. Who doesn't? Nolin watched helplessly as his wrinkled hands turned into childish ones. I wanted to speak. All that came out of his mouth were babbling words. Then he patted his head, and a protective film quickly covered his entire body. Soon, he returned to his original appearance. No, not the original one, but it was a young man, exactly as he looked when he went to the Demon Slayer world. Then fight against the deep background of the universe. The fierce battle between Nolin and Phoenix has begun. Every time they fought, they are all battles between the gods of the universe. From a distortion of spatial rules to the crossing of temporal rules. They fought like gods. Figures constantly shuttle between galaxies. It is much faster than the speed of light. Every appearance is accompanied by fluctuations in the rules and represents a confrontation with the rules. Space twisted before them. Time flows beneath their feet. Boom, boom, boom. In the aftermath of their battle, galaxies exploded like a cosmic fireworks. The destruction of these galaxies shines in the darkness of the universe, like the most brilliant fireworks in the world. Beautiful, but short-lived. Just a moment. Most of this entire space and time has been destroyed. The destruction of a galaxy is not just the disappearance of matter. It is more like a reshaping of the cosmic order. The universe is like a picture that has been mostly painted over, leaving countless blank spaces and unknowns. In the Wanjia chat group members witnessed the entire battle. Oh my god, the little b asterisk 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 d was stunned. Is Nolin really from the same world as me? Does this kind of mutant really exist in my world? Didn't you see it just now? It's the scene just now on Earth. Yuki Asuna glanced at the little b asterisk asterisk h. Xiao Jian swallowed hard and said, I saw it. Then shouldn't it be 5.1? Jabami Yumiko said, since we can see it, it means we are in the same world, the same Earth. I'm a bit sweaty. Xiao Jian wiped the cold sweat from his head. You know, when I first joined the group, seems to have done some strange actions. This made Nolin unhappy. D-U-T. I don't know if he forgot. It's okay if you forget it. If I hadn't forgotten, Xiao Jian felt itchy on his body. Damn it. Finished. Besides, not to mention the rest of the group members. All were speechless. The battle between rules. Outrageous. It's beyond words. The battle between the two continues. Nolin's fist is as heavy as the universe. Every strike can tear space apart, create black holes of infinite file size, devouring everything around it. His steps are like the waves of the river of time. Every movement can travel through time and space. Appears behind Phoenix and delivers a fatal blow. Phoenix Force relies on her almost unlimited energy. Every counterattack is like a phoenix rising from the ashes, burning with the flame of life. There is an unyielding light in the eyes of Phoenix Force. Each flap of its wings can release a destructive wave of energy that can reduce galaxies to dust. The figure is like the only existence in the universe. Every rotation distorts time. Make Nolin's attack come to naught. It's so good, so good, so good. Nolin is having a great time. Countless rules are like strands of thread, constantly interweaving and colliding in the universe. Some of these rule lines are shining, while others are dull. They weave intricate patterns on the cosmic stage. Every collision caused ripples in the rules, pushing the entire space and time to the edge of the unknown. Time and space flow backwards and matter disappears. This moment, the order of the universe was completely overturned. Time no longer flows linearly. Instead, it rotates like a whirlpool. The past and the future are intertwined at this moment, forming an unpredictable maze. Matter changes in the chaos of rules. Atoms and molecules decompose and recombine under the impact of rule. A completely new form of existence was formed. The sky became the ground. The ground became the sky. The universe is turned upside down, and the concept of space is completely overturned. Stars are falling in the sky, as brilliant as a meteor shower, and countless galaxies rose from the ground. They were born out of the chaos of rule, and perished in the chaos of rules. Metal became paper, and flakes became stone. The nature of matter is redefined at this moment. They constantly change their forms in the interweaving of rules, forming a new state of matter. This kind of battle is interesting. Were the previous battles? As soon as Nolin said this, Boros, who was watching the battle, had a cold sweat on his forehead. Good job. Isn't this speaking volumes about him? Pity. Nolin doesn't bother to care about what others think. Right now, he was so happy that he felt like flying because of the exhilarating battle. even though he still didn't use his full strength. But being able to bring out some of his strength is enough for him to feel the joy of fighting. Aha! Nolin's laughter and movements are particularly eye-catching. His right hand slowly opened, as if silently summoning something. Following his movements, strange changes began to appear in the surrounding starry sky. Tiny little stardust, as if being pulled by some invisible force. They began to gather from all directions. These stardusts flicker faintly in the dark universe. They gathered quickly above Nolin's palm, forming a rotating star disk. The formation process of this star disk was extremely rapid, almost in the blink of an eye. A miniature universe made up of countless stardust was born in Nolin's hands. Inside the star disk, the planet revolves around the fixed star. Fixed star radiates a warm glow. Countless galaxies twinkle on the edge of the star disk. It forms a complete picture of a universe. Although this star disk is small in size, it contains all the mysteries of the universe. It is a microcosm of the universe. Nolin held the star plate gently in his palm, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement. Immediately following, his right hand clenched into a fist. Concentrate the power of the entire universe into this punch. Following his movements, that miniature universe made up of countless stardust. He held it tightly in his fist. The planets, fixed stars, and galaxies inside the star disk seemed to be frozen at this moment. They gathered into an irresistible force in Nolin's fist. A crazy smile appeared on Nolin's face. His eyes flickered with desire for power and excitement for the challenge. He swung his right fist violently. He smashed towards Phoenix Force while shouting, "Cosmic Explosion Fist!" This punch, it seems to contain the energy of the entire universe. Its speed is so fast that it exceeds the speed of light and exceeds the concept of speed. Space distorts in front of it, and time stagnates under its feet. The universe inside the star disk burst into dazzling light at this moment. Planets, fixed stars, and galaxies are instantly integrated under the power of this punch. A huge amount of energy ball is formed. This ball of energy spun in Nolin's fist, releases a devastating wave of energy. The power of this punch is enough to shake the foundation of the entire universe. Ouch! Phoenix Force obviously felt threatened by this punch. It gave a loud cry. The glow of the body became even hotter at this moment. It seemed to swallow up the entire universe. However, Nolin's Cosmic Blast Fist has arrived. The two powerful forces collided at this moment, causing ripples in the universe. Ba-bang! Nolin's punch. It's like the Big Bang reappearing, carrying endless energy and destructive power. It hit Phoenix Force directly in the face. As the fist fell, a dazzling light burst out in the universe, dispelling all darkness. Boom! 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 Waves of aftermath spread from the collision point to the surrounding areas. They're like ripples in the universe. Wherever I go, galaxies are destroyed and the universe collapses. Fixed stars were extinguished in the aftermath, planets were shattered in the aftermath, and galaxies disintegrated in the aftermath. The entire universe began to vibrate. As the aftermath spreads, the dazzling light converges. The entire universe began to dissipate. The boundaries of the universe become blurred. The fabric of space and time began to unravel. The existence of the universe seemed to be wiped out. Only endless nothingness remains. The universe ends. At the moment, the members of the Wanjia chat group were so shocked that they were speechless. Not shocked, but numb. Anyone who sees a man holding the universe in his hand will rush forward and punch him with a Big Bang punch. They will be shocked to the point of numbness. One after another, one ability and powerful strength after another. It has completely transcended their thinking. It makes their brains crash. Jabami Yumiko's legs were even shaking. The blush on her face was extremely obvious. Holding face in hands, the calves were trembling slightly. It seems becoming a servant is not that bad after all. With the annihilation of the universe, the figures of Nolin and Phoenix Force were instantly exposed outside the universe. Their figures, crossing the boundaries of time and space, appeared in an unknown area. In this realm, there are no stars and no light. There is only endless darkness and nothingness. Nolin and Phoenix Force became the only existence in this new field. Their figures seemed particularly lonely and small in the darkness. Is this outside the universe? Nolin knows. This is the gap between universes. Every universe in the multi-universe is connected together. He actually blew up a universe. Then naturally, there would be a dark space in the multi-universe. In fact, they are now at the moment in the cracks of the multi-universe. The power of Phoenix Force has dissipated. The burning flame that once surrounded Jean Grey. It no longer exists. Her figure was like a light feather, floating in the cracks of the boundless universe. Without the protection of Phoenix Force, Jean Li appears particularly vulnerable. Her figure was extremely lonely and small in the darkness of the universe. Rado, the core of Phoenix Force. It is the Phoenix Nirvana, this time of flames, even more terrifying than before. Each flame seemed to have a life of its own. They dance and burn in the universe. It seemed as if all obstacles would be reduced to ashes. Jean's figure grew taller in the flames. Feel the powerful force in your body. His eyes were full of confidence. However, Nolin smiled. Fists open. 2-star discs. 2 universes rise again. Rush straight up. Another punch came down. Since 1 big bang isn't enough. 2 then. 2 aren't enough. That's 3. Right. Bang. 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 Phoenix Force was instantly stunned. Nolin, with his unparalleled strength and speed, launched a fierce attack on Phoenix Force. Every punch was accompanied by a deafening bang. 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 It was as if the pulse of the universe was struck heavily at this moment. There is a universe in every punch of Nolin, and they're all forces like the Big Bang. His movements were as fast as a phantom. Every punch hit Phoenix Force's face accurately. Phoenix Force, a once majestic being that controlled the most powerful force in the universe. But at this moment I seem so helpless. It didn't even have time to react. The power that had just been gathered dissipated again under Nolin's continuous heavy blows. One punch after another. Phoenix Force was beaten so hard that they were completely stunned. Its eyes were lifeless and its expression was dull. It was as if he had lost all consciousness and resistance ability. Its head swayed from side to side in the wind from Nolin's punches. Each blow knocked it further off balance. It is even more impossible to concentrate our strength to launch a counterattack. The last shot, compared with the previous fierce confrontation. Nolin's boxing style seemed unusually plain and simple at this moment. His movements were no longer flashy, no longer filled with dazzling energy fluctuations. Instead, it returns to the purest essence of boxing. Every punch was as simple and direct as a street fight. But the power of the universe is condensed in Nolin's hands. Every punch seems to detonate a miniature universe. These fists, 593, although it seems ordinary, each strike can shake the stars and tear the void. His boxing style, like the breath of the universe. Every punch he threw made everything around him tremble. In the Wanjia chat group, the group members witnessed this scene. If it weren't for the fact that Nolin's hands were filled with the universe. All the punches thrown were Big Bang punches. It really was like a street fight. All I can say is that the battle will last until the end. It's all about returning to basics. Even this return to nature is outrageous enough for the members of the Wanjia chat group. Nolin's wild laughter echoed in the dark space and time. He raised his hands slowly. Spread your fingers. It was as if summoning the ultimate power of the universe. Countless micro-universes emerged at his fingertips. It is arranged in this dark space and time like the starry sky. So gorgeous. These micro-universes, each one contains endless energy and the mystery of life. Under Nolin's control, they sparkle like stars, illuminating this dark space and time. Nolin's hands are like the paintbrush of the universe. Weave these micro-universes into a magnificent starry sky picture. Then, his hands began to close. These micro-universes are under his control, like stars pulled by gravity, slowly gathered in his hands. Every micro-universe is integrated in his hands, gathered into an unparalleled force. There was a gleam in Nolin's eyes. As he folded his hands completely, all the micro-universes were in his hands, gather into a huge amount of energy ball. This energy ball contains the ultimate power of the multi-universe, enough to tear everything apart and reshape the universe. Nolin held the energy ball tightly in both hands. His body leaned back slightly, prepared to deliver the decisive blow. The final blow. His frantic voice echoed across the universe. The body is as tight as a bowstring. Then he swung forward suddenly. This punch cut through the dark space and time. Head straight to Phoenix Force. Wherever the fist wind reached, the stars trembled and time and space were distorted. Phoenix Force is under the impact of this force. Appears extremely fragile. Ouch! An unprecedented emotion rose in the hearts of Phoenix Force. Fear. This fear does not come from physical threats. It comes from the fear of the unknown. All of Nolin's unpredictable power. Nolin's final blow. The power of countless micro-universes was condensed, making Phoenix Force feel unprecedented pressure. It realizes this blow was more than just confrontation. It is more likely to simply erase its existence. Phoenix Force's body trembled in the wind of Nolin's fist. Its light dimmed under Nolin's fist. An unprecedented feeling of powerlessness arose. This feeling made it full of uneasiness, fear, and anxiety. Like a shadow in the darkness, it gradually spread in the hearts of Phoenix Force. It began to doubt its own strength, question your own existence. The outpouring of this emotion plunged Phoenix Force into unprecedented chaos and struggle. It is clearly an incorporeal existence. At the moment, there seemed to be a trace of pain on his face. Unbelievable. I can't believe it. As the Phoenix Force fades, Sheen's body was revealed, eyes closed. It seemed as if there was no breath of life left. However, but Nolin knew, things will never be that simple. Just when everything seemed to be coming to nothingness, seeds like flames quietly sprouted in Sheen's body. This flame, although weak, but it contains the essence of Phoenix Force. They are the seeds of the Phoenix Force act and are the symbol of its immortality. These flames slowly moved within Sheen's body. It seems like they are finding a path to recovery and healing. Sheen's body, at this moment, became the place of rebirth for the Phoenix calendar. Every cell of her, every drop of blood, all nourished by these flames, slowly began to regain vitality. The seeds of Phoenix Force took root in Sheen's body. They begin to absorb the energy around them and start repairing the damaged parts. However, it will take a very long time to recover. Now, there's no need to think about that. Nolin is now feeling relaxed and happy. It was such a great experience playing for the first time. He moved to Sheen's side in an instant. Grab him. He casually opened the space crack and threw it back. Above the Earth, a sudden space crack is like a blade that tears apart reality. Suddenly appeared in the blue sky. This crack distorts time and space. A figure fell from it. The speed is getting faster and faster, like a meteor streaking through the starry sky, heading straight to the ground with unstoppable momentum. Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Professor X and Beast had just taken the unconscious storm to be treated. In addition, all the students in Xavier College were temporarily arranged to live in a safe basement. But I saw in the sky, that figure fell from the space crack. The speed was so fast that it left a blurry trail in the air. Professor X and Beast's attention was drawn to this sudden scene. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. What is that? Go, Professor. Beast relied on his strong physique to grab Professor X's wheelchair and rush to the side to avoid the collision. Boom! Bang! With a deafening roar, the figure fell heavily on the open space of the academy. In an instant, dust flew and stones scattered. Not dead. Nolin glanced at Beast. Fortunately, this kid didn't come up to seek death. Otherwise, still recovering from the battle, He didn't mind giving Beast a slap. And Nolin slap. I can only say Beast if he can handle it. This means that he can easily withstand the Big Bang. Not dead. Impossible. She's absolutely dead. Beast shook his head violently. After he mutated, strength and 5 senses are improved. Don't even mention that you've touched your breath with your own hands. Even if you haven't touched it. He could hear it too. Jean's heart wasn't beating. No breath. The heart doesn't beat. This is not dead. What is that? With Phoenix Force here, he can't die. Nolin said he was too lazy to criticize. After saying that, he ignored Beast and Professor X. He raised his right hand slightly, as if it was the baton of the universe, and the calendar of time jumped at his fingertips. Teaching building and dormitory building. A building that had just been destroyed by the aftermath of a battle. This moment is like a painting infused with life. Start to move backwards slowly. The broken bricks and stones are reunited. The broken steel bars were reconnected. The cracks were smoothed over as if by magic. Everything returned to normal at incredible speed. On the ground, there are traces of fierce fighting. Whether it's gravel, dust, or blood. All disappeared without a trace in the flow of time. The power of Nolin. It's like nature's most powerful cleanser. Remove all discordant elements from the environment. Only tranquility and cleanliness are left. Professor X and Beast witnessed the whole scene. His face was filled with shock. Time goes back. The power of time. They didn't see the fight between Nolin and Qin just now. Therefore, no one knew he had this skill. I didn't know that Nolin and Qin had a fight. Time is just the most basic means of attack. All that. It seems like a dream that they could not believe. However, the reality is so clear, so true. That is at the moment. The piano suddenly made a sound. It's the sound of breathing. She's really still alive. Beast immediately rushed to Qin and helped her up. Qin is still in a coma, frowning. It seems like a nightmare. However, breathing has recovered. The heart is beating too. Nolin yawned. He is still a little baby. Just finished. Take a rest. I flew to my dormitory and fell on the bed. Then he looked at the Wanjia chat group. Well, the recording was successful. He nodded with satisfaction. Then upload the recorded video to the group file. He wants to keep this thing for a long time in the future. There are very few opportunities to encounter a battle of this level. At least that's the case in the Wanjia chat group. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Oops, sorry to bother you all. I'm going to start a live broadcast to record the video and save it. Universe Overlord. Disturbing? How can this be considered disturbing? This kind of battle really opened my eyes and made me realize how many powerful people there are in the myriad worlds. Yuki Asuna. Nolin, you are really opening our eyes. How can this be considered as a disturbance? Gambling maniac. If it weren't for the myriad world chat group, we probably wouldn't even be able to imagine this kind of battle actually happening in the world, let alone actually seeing it. Super Saiyan. Why didn't you tell me you are so strong? Super Saiyan. Can you fight me, please? Sun Wukong was also one of those who witnessed the entire battle. He rubbed his hands, a face full of excitement, a look of eagerness to try. The battle just now was fierce, very scary. It was also something Sun Wukong had never seen before. So far, even the god of destruction, Boros, cannot display such terrifying destructive power. But that's exactly why. That's why Sun Wukong was so excited. He won't back down just because the other party is scary. Not to mention that the other party is not an enemy, but a member of the Wanjia chat group, fighting against people of this level. Just thinking about it made Sun Wukong extremely excited. This made Vegeta next to him look confused. What is Kakarot going crazy about? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. No, I'm sleepy and need to sleep. Nolin knows. Once you are entangled by Sun Wukong, then there will definitely be follow-ups. As long as you beat the other person, the opponent has a breakthrough in strength every time afterwards. Will find myself again. He doesn't want me pestered. Let's just forget it. Just escape by sleeping. Then the chat group was closed. I turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside and just went to sleep. When he woke up, he didn't know what time it was. I'm a little hungry. Nolin touched her belly. Walk out of your dormitory. I looked left and right and found that there was no one around. You know, this is a dormitory. He didn't know how long he slept, probably because of energy consumption. So I slept for 2 or 3 days. Xavier College's studies and students must not be put aside. After Nolin personally restored the building to its original state, those students were picked up one after another. It's still normal to go to class, go home, eat, and play. But in the past 2 days, there has been a noticeable lack of laughter in the academy. Nolin walked downstairs. Then I realized that there was someone there, but there was no one on the floor where I lived. The others are all fully occupied. Can see many students walking around, talk to each other. Only, all this fell silent after his arrival. All discussions came to an abrupt halt. 0, request flowers. All the students looked at Nolin. His eyes were filled with fear. And after discovering that Lorraine was also watching them, they immediately lowered their heads. Start walking around constantly. I don't know what I'm doing. All in all, there was no sound of any talking. There was only the sound of walking. Are you so afraid of me? Nolin scratched his head. I also knew that I probably scared these students enough in the past 2 days. After all, most of them are still young. I have never seen any serious battle. But he didn't care, just as he had said to Professor X. How could an elephant care about the discussions and strange looks of ants on the roadside? It's just a little ridiculous. You know, ordinary people also look at these mutant students in the same way. But they don't understand why ordinary people are so resistant to mutants. Obviously, my actions have already given the answer. Nolin ignored them and went straight to the cafeteria to eat. The other side, Professor X also learned that Nolin had woken up. Of telepathy clearly felt that the Xavier College, which was originally peaceful, became in a state of panic because of Nolin's awakening. Professor X let out a long sigh. He suddenly began to doubt. Was his decision to accept Nolin to study at Xavier College the right one? Although he still wanted Lorraine to not become the kind of person who didn't care about the ants around him, as he said, but because Nolin has already affected the entire Xavier College. There are countless students in the entire Xavier Academy. All are mutants. All of them require Professor X's care and attention. It is impossible to ignore their feelings just because of Nolin, or find a chance to send Nolin away. Beast was silent for a moment, and Professor X said, he does not have as grand ideas and dreams as Professor X. You have to know that his mutant ability was just a Bigfoot at the beginning. Later, he wanted to get rid of his mutant ability, at least in appearance. I just started researching medicine. As a result, his entire body turned blue, and he became the beast he is today. So for the dangerous Nolin, his first thought was to send him away, to protect the students of Xavier Academy. No. However, after thinking for a moment, he continued and shook his head. There are many students in Xavier College, and Nolin is also a student. We can't give up on him. Beast wanted to retort, but Professor X's next words left him with no room for rebuttal. Do you want Nolin to grow freely in the outside world? You know how much chaos the world will be in if his abilities are not restrained and restricted? Don't you understand this in the past few days? Shout Jian was asking questions frantically. Deadpool, I have lived a long time and experienced a lot. I can say 1 or 2 very correct truths. What's wrong with that? Deadpool, no. What I said is correct and reasonable. Gambling maniac, Oh, yes. My super ability is to be rich. That's right. Deadpool, you guys are not cute. Deadpool, Asuna, do you think I'm right? Yuki Asuna, yes, what you said before is really true. There's no point in being nervous now. Deadpool, isn't this just avoiding the answer? Deadpool, I'm really going to break. Deadpool, Strayer, my lovely stranger, little stranger brother, are you there? Look at them and refute them. The pot-cut leader. How to refute? I don't know. Deadpool, it's all in vain. It's really all in vain. The little b asterisk D breaks the defense and the big defense. Nezuko, it's okay, Brother Wade, I believe you. Deadpool. Oh. After hearing this, Xiao Jianjian actually burst into tears in the group. So warm. Is this what it feels like to be exposed to the sun? Deadpool. My lovely Nezuko, you are simply a ray of light in my dark life. Gambling maniac. Little b asterisk 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 d. You know that your life is dark. I suggest you don't let Nezuko get involved. Deadpool. Deadpool. I mean, it's you who made my life dark, F asterisk CK. Don't misunderstand me, okay? I am bright. Blood demon. It feels like no one believes it. Xiao Jianjian is a bright person. If you really say this to others, people who know Xiao Jianjian will laugh. You can say that. The person Xiao Jianjian has nothing to do with the word light. He himself may have only had the word bright when he was very, 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 very small. Later career as a mercenary and after obtaining the mutant self-healing ability. It has nothing to do with the word light anymore. Even though he later joined the X-Men for a short period of time. I also chose to leave because I didn't fit in. Marvel's strongest elementary school student, little b asterisk 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 d. Come to me. You should know where I am. Let me see if you are so bright, okay? 581. Deadpool. Why do I feel like what you said is so much like kidnapping elementary school students? Am I such a fool? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. What? Do you think elementary school students are easy to deceive? Please take a good look at my name and say it again. Deadpool shill. Deadpool. F asterisk asterisk K. Deadpool. Mistake, mistake. I'm not talking about you, Mr. Nolin. You have to understand me. Ding, leader of the snowstorm team, join the chat group. Ding, your majesty, join the chat group. Deadpool. A new member has joined a group. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome, very welcome indeed. Deadpool. Hello, newbie. Come on and tell me your name. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Can I take this as you trying to change the subject? Gambling maniac. Little b asterisk 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 d. You were so abrupt in changing the subject. You must have scared the newbie. Yuki Asuna. Don't even think about it. It will happen for sure. Team leader of Fubuki. There's a weirdo playing tricks on me? What the hell is this? Her Majesty. Do giants have this ability, or has the army developed some new weapon that caused me to hallucinate? Blood demon. Two newcomers are bubbling together, so it's easy to deal with now. Yuki Asuna. At Fubuki team leader, at Queen, this is a chat group that connects all the worlds. We all come from different worlds. As for the people and giants you mentioned, I don't know what they are, but it is absolutely impossible to do it like the chat group of all the worlds. Ding. Group member, Yuki Asuna, answered questions for the newcomer, and is awarded plus 20 points. Blood demon. Wow, I didn't expect Asuna to get it first. Universe overlord. 20 points. Boros actually always thinks it's important to help newcomers solve their problems. So embarrassing. But after actually seeing the points being earned a few times, I feel that it is nothing. Try next time? What's wrong with losing some face in order to become stronger? Come on. Perhaps Boros was the only one who felt ashamed. He usually holds himself too high. As a result, he felt that this was embarrassing. In fact, other group members don't think so at all. Deadpool. F asterisk asterisk K. F asterisk asterisk K. F asterisk asterisk K. I was ready to send it out. Why is it not me? Damn it. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. I really want to tear you in half right now. And just as Yuki Asuna said, some people were indeed scared. That's Her Majesty. After all, as soon as I came in, I saw Xiao Jianjian going crazy. And then it was torn in half or something. It sounds bloody. It's scary just thinking about it. These people are so weird. Gambling maniac. Wade is just such a person, a jerk, otherwise we wouldn't call him a jerk. Yuki Asuna. Little b asterisk asterisk sich. You better pray that the new guy won't be scared by you, or I'll chop you to death. Team leader of the Fubuki team. That's ridiculous. How could I be scared by you? Stop teasing me, okay? Team leader of Fubuki. Whatever you say is true? How can I believe it? Do you think I'm a fool? Gambling maniac. Well, This proves that the chat group's answer questions reward doesn't seem to require actually answering newcomers' questions, as long as you speak up. What follows is a whole set of processes to prove that the Wanjie chat group really exists. In fact, it is very simple. It is nothing more than signing in to earn points, and then using the points on yourself. Then you will feel the magical changes of the points. You have to believe it whether you like it or not. The Wanjie chat group really exists. Deadpool. Newbie, if you don't even believe in the Wanjie chat group, then what else can you believe in? My evaluation is that you are stupid. I am too lazy to criticize you. Blood Demon. Oh? Who was the one who also shouted that he didn't believe it when he first joined the group? Xiao Jianjian, stop. 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 There's a new guy here. Can you please give me some face? There were a lot of people outside just now. I'm kneeling down for you now. Fubuki looked at the virtual screen in front of her. Believe it. It seems impossible. After all, there is this thing called a chat group for all worlds. It's really hard to believe if you tell it to others. Don't believe it. But it seems to be true. Don't be fooled by her arrogant words. In fact, I am still a little skeptical. Then do you want to get a try? Fubuki's super ability is psychokinesis. To be honest, she's not bragging. She thinks that the only person in the world with stronger psychokinesis than her is her sister. The basis of psychokinesis is mental power. A person with strong mental strength. It is difficult to invade the brain. My sister wouldn't be so bored as to play this kind of word game with me. Oh, that's not right. No, it shouldn't. But definitely not. Ding. Congratulations to group member Blizzard Team Leader for signing in successfully for the first time. Bonus points +2. First double bonus. Bonus points +4. Ding. Congratulations to group member Her Majesty the Queen for signing in successfully for the first time. Bonus points +4. First double bonus. Bonus points +8. Fubuki group. Ahem, sorry, I didn't try to say that just now. Please don't mind, it's my problem. Deadpool. You were so arrogant just now. Why aren't you so arrogant now? I want to see you continue to be so arrogant. My super ability is to be rich. At Deadpool, be careful. I'm researching how to suppress your self-healing gene. Maybe I can use it on you someday. Deadpool. Deadpool, no. Don't do that. 683. Bruce is true to his word. This is the consensus of many people in the group. If it is really researched out, Wade could really kneel down to Bruce on the spot. Gambling maniac. Next time a new member joins the group, can you please ban Wade first? I always feel like letting him speak is a bit embarrassing for the Wanjie chat group. Yuki Asuna. It's hard not to support. Yuki Asuna. At Fubuki Team Leader. Ignore Deadpool. You should have been able to tell when you first joined the group that this guy is like this. Team Leader Fubuki. I don't mind. After all, I was indeed arrogant just now. I made rash comments without understanding the whole situation. Fubuki is undoubtedly very arrogant at ordinary times. But now, it's better to be timid. Arrogance is arrogance. She is not a fool. Team leader of the Fubuki group. Hello everyone, my name is Fubuki. Her Majesty the Queen. Hello, my name is Historia. It was indeed blowing snow. In fact, at the moment when Fubuki entered the Wanjie chat group, Nolin had already guessed her identity. After all, he is the leader of the Fubuki team. The name is there. It's really too easy to guess. As for another group member, her name is Her Majesty the Queen. It's the one that's hard to guess. After all, he didn't talk much after he came in. Moreover, there are too many female queens in the 10,000 worlds. Just think about it, and you'll find a lot of them. Never mind 10 fingers. I can't even count them with my hair. But after introducing myself, her identity is also about to be revealed. Retreat Dwarf. The attitudes of these two people are really very good. Therefore, no one bothered Fubuki about her behavior at the beginning. Instead, they started introducing themselves very enthusiastically. Even the diving sun, Wukong, and there is Shigeo Kageyama. They all showed their heads and became familiar faces. Definitely. Except for the arrogant cosmic overlord Boros. Nezuko, Sister Historia, what kind of queen are you? You sound so powerful. Her Majesty the Queen. What Her Majesty? I don't know. Why am I called this? Don't be afraid of being laughed at by everyone. I am just an ordinary soldier. Blood demon. That's weird. Could it be that the Myriad Worlds chat group could make a mistake? Then I'm going to make fun of the Myriad Worlds chat group. Deadpool. It must be something wrong with the Wanja chat group. I told you long ago that there will definitely be problems with him. My super ability is to be rich. Are you kidding? Even if you two die, there won't be any problems with the Wanja chat group. My super ability is to be rich. It can only be said that Historia is not the queen now, but she may be the queen in the future. Yuki Asuna. If that's the case, then it's definitely possible. Blood demon. In that case, there's a possibility that a queen will appear in our Wanja chat group? Deadpool. Wow, the queen. To be honest, I haven't even met the queen yet. Her Majesty, hail, hail, hail. Her Majesty. Her Majesty. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not Her Majesty the Queen. I'm just an ordinary person. Yuki Asuna. You little b asterisk asterisk h, you scared me again. Gambling maniac. It's a pity that there is no administrator in the Wanja chat group. If there is an administrator, I would propose to ban Xiao Jianjian for 24 hours. At least the newcomers need to be banned for 24 hours after joining the group. Yuki Asuna, support. Blood demon, support. Gambling maniac. Okay. 2 newcomers. Can you introduce your world? Or something else? I seem to have seen something about monsters and giants just now. Nolin looked at Historia, who was introducing the giants, and Fubuki, who was introducing the monsters in the Bankai chat group. I couldn't help but recall the story of the giant world in my previous life. The plot of Attack on Titan is actually not particularly complicated. The early stage revolved around regaining the territory within the wall, and find out the spy inside the wall who can transform into a giant. The protagonist Alan's mother was eaten by a giant in the early stage. In the later period, it began to turn to intrigues between countries. In the later period, Alan, the protagonist on the internet, is called a filial son by everyone. So why is Alan called a filial son? This brings us to the abilities of the Founding Titan and the Attack Titan. Only the royal family can unleash the full power of the Founding Titan, such as controlling other intelligent giants. If the royal family had not inherited the Founding Titan, there is no way to control them. The origin of all this. It was during a certain incident. The royal family placed a curse on the descendants of the Founding Titan. It's called Oath of No War. The Eldians retreated to Parody Island and isolated themselves from the outside world. Eternal life must not go to war with the outside world. It's the same even if the opponent attacks, because that king believed that it would be normal for Eldia to be extinct. But this oath of non-war only works among the royal family. After all, only the royal family can use the ability of the Founding Titan, such as commanding all giants, etc. Coincidentally, the ability of Attack on Titan is freedom, not controlled by the Founding Titan. Alan's father is a user of Attack on Titan. Eat the royal family. Inherited the power of the Founding Titan. Then he let himself be eaten by Alan and passed it to Alan. This unlocks the Pledge of Non-War bug. As long as a non-royal successor to the Founding Titan comes into contact with another royal intelligent Titan, you can cross the vow of no war. Use the Founding Titan's ability. Alan, he has the same father as his half-mother. My mother is the elder brother of the royal family. Zeke, the successor of the Beast Titan. This condition is met. So a series of subsequent events happened. Up to here, everything seems normal. So why is Alan called a filial son? Because of another ability of Attack on Titan. The Founding Titan can see the past of all the Eldians. Attack on Titan allows the previous generation of Attack on Titan successors to see the memories of the next generation of successors. Alan's father was a kind doctor. He didn't want to eat the Founding Titan and kill the entire royal family until Alan's memory appeared in his mind. It was like Aaron was whispering in his ear, constantly stimulating him with various words. This eventually led to him eating the Founding Titan and had a mental breakdown after that, because when Alan gets excited, he doesn't leave any leeway for his father at all. The memory of my sister being killed by a dog when I was a child kept recurring, and then later on, the death of my mother. It was Aaron who personally utilized the power of the Founding Titan. control the giant to eat the mother, because he had to make sure his younger self would follow the path he envisioned. Forced his father to kill someone. This caused him to have a mental breakdown and burst into tears. He personally controlled the Titan to kill his mother, who once said, "As long as she was born, she was great." Alan is indeed a very filial son. But the word filial son is a derogatory term. And at the moment, everyone has understood the general worldview of the Historia world. Deadpool, after listening, hit the target directly and accurately. The so-called wall, isn't that just feeding yourself? It's a little funny, and Historia didn't have any chance to refute, because she knew in her heart that what Deadpool said was true. Yuki Asuna, shut up. This was the first time Asuna spoke in such a strong tone, because she was really angry. It was miserable. Do you want another blow? Little b asterisk 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 d? Gambling maniac. Little b asterisk 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 d. You were just teasing me before, but you really went too far this time. Poking in my heart? 581 inch. Actually, after finishing speaking, Wade realized something was wrong. Deadpool, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I meant no harm. Everyone knows that. Her Majesty. No, I know that's the truth. I just said it. Her Majesty the Queen. But, to be honest, if we continue as you said, it is not impossible, but God does not always give us what we want. Her Majesty. Humanity only has such a small territory, but a 60-meter-tall giant appeared and broke through a city wall, causing humanity to lose 1/3 of its leaders. Now, many refugees are homeless. Her Majesty the Queen. Later, even if the authorities organized the refugees and launched a war to recapture them, it was still useless. Deadpool. Seriously, if the giants really can't do anything to the well-trained soldiers, then what's the point of these refugees? It looks like they're just sending them out to die when supplies run out, just to clear out a bunch of useless people. Her Majesty. Her Majesty. Indeed, Historia sighed deeply. She is very smart. Naturally, we can also think of the official ideas. And this is the fact. Are we expecting these refugees who don't even have a 3D maneuvering device and don't know how to use it to recapture the wall? I'm afraid I haven't even thought about it. Just send them out to die. Those specially selected are the old, weak, sick, and disabled, because it is still useful for young people. Yuki Asuna. Little b asterisk asterisk sich. If you can't talk, you really don't have to say anything, right? Deadpool. Sorry, I shut up. I shut up. Now I really shut up. Her Majesty the Queen. Alas. Super Scion. Poor kid. I can help Historia later if I can. Super Scion. Is the giant strong? Marvel's strongest elementary school student, King Chien. What's so strong about it? It's not strong at all. Asuna and Yum's modern worldview weapons are enough to defeat them alone. Yuki Asuna. Huh. Gambling maniac. Is this true or false? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Would I lie to you? Bruce can kill those giants miserably with just any weapon he takes out. My super ability is money. I thought I couldn't do anything, but now it seems I can. Her Majesty. Watching the sudden change in style, Historia was slightly stunned. What's the meaning? Team leader Fubuki. Doesn't that mean I can help too? Marvel's strongest elementary school student, without a doubt. The question mark on Historia's head deepened. Her Majesty. Her Majesty. Is it so easy? Once you've experienced it, you won't say it's easy, right? Unless they're not people from their own world. Historia couldn't imagine it. They try to do it with difficulty. There's no difficulty at all on the other side. 17. Hashtag 810. Are giants that weak? In fact, even they couldn't imagine it. Is this true or false? Nolin's description just now and Historia's description. They all make them feel that giants are a very, very terrifying species. But now I tell them, even modern weapons from their world could be easily defeated alone. So I couldn't help but feel a little bit unbelievable. Nolin also knows. After all, the plot of the world of giants is quite complicated. Asking them to accept all of a sudden that this world is actually very weak. It's indeed a bit difficult. So he just posted a random video. The video is probably a replay of the moment when the giant was killed by the 3D mobile device. As soon as the video came out, these people were stunned. No, giant. That's it? Deadpool. That's all? Very weak. Very weak. Really looks very weak. My super ability is money. That's true. Normal modern technology can easily kill giants. Yuki Asuna, gambling maniac. I didn't expect you to be so weak. Team leader Fubuki. If it's only this level, it can't even beat ordinary monsters. Then can't I help Historia? Her Majesty hiss. Historia was confused. How could it be true? She thought the Titans were very strong after watching the video. Why do people think the Titans are weak? Question life. Marvel's strongest elementary school student. By the way, Historia, you need to pay a little attention to Aaron. Her Majesty, huh? What? Marvel's strongest elementary school student. Wait 080 and you'll know. He's a very filial son. After saying that, Nolin began to explain things about Alan. One by one, list them all out. My super ability is to be rich. It's a very complicated worldview. Alan, this little beast, drove his father crazy and killed his mother with his own hands. Bruce clenched his fists tightly after watching the whole process. There is an indescribable anger burning in my heart. As a child who lost his parents at a young age, he has longed for fatherly and motherly love since he was very young. Even now, he still misses his father and mother very much. It is simply impossible to imagine how Alan could do these things with this mentality. If it were him, even if you don't make that choice, you can only have a winning rate of 0.1% or even 0.01%. You will also give a try, instead of choosing to cause irreversible harm to your parents. It would be fine if Alan's parents were bad parents, but obviously not. Alan's mother even loved Alan so much that she said that he was great just by being born into this world. Father also loves Alan very much. So after seeing Alan's behavior, Bruce could hardly suppress the anger in his heart. I can't wait to rush into the world of giants. He immediately gave Alan a solid set of military boxing. Let him know that his parents are the best in the world. Gambling maniac. Oh my God, it's outrageous. No one in Nolin said he is a filial son. This guy really is a filial son. The weirdness is max. Just pull it to the maximum. Gambling maniac. It turned out to be such an ending. When I first watched it, I felt sorry for Alan, but I never thought he would be such a beast. Blood demon. Humans are capable of such horrible things, haha. Pava is a demon. In fact, there is no morality at all. But I was also shocked by Alan's actions. Yuki Asuna, it's unreasonable. How could you do such a thing? Your mother loves you very much. Yuki Asuna is just an ordinary person with a father and mother who love her. I can't understand Alan's train of thought at all. Super Scion, for the so-called freedom, Alan's mind has gone crazy. Blood demon. Before the final ending, I was just a Yi faction, but what happened in the end? Damn, destroy the world. And you're still saying don't do this kind of thing. Ugh, how embarrassing. Marvel's strongest elementary school student, be angry, hee. Nezuko, she actually drove my father crazy and indirectly killed my mother. I can't forgive her. Jane, it's just. Deadpool. Nezuko, you have a very small vocabulary, you beast, right? Nezuko, that's right. Her Majesty the Queen. I never expected that Alan would be such a person. Historia's 3 views. Exploded. Things in the chat group have come to a temporary end. In Nolin's time, it was already evening. He went to sleep and woke up. I used my telepathy to radiate Xavier College a little bit. Then I found that the figure of the fireman John had disappeared. Where did he die? Nolin was too lazy to look for it. Otherwise, it only took him a matter of seconds to find out where John the fireman was. Only, there's really no need for that. Just last night, John's wounds have not healed yet. But he resolutely chose to leave that night. In this Xavier Academy, he couldn't stay there even for a second. John has brought his hypnotic ability to success. Now it seemed to him that the entire Xavier Academy was deceiving him. Professor X, however, remained indifferent. The anger and frustration in his heart made him want to leave all the time. So I simply chose the night when the idea came to me. Not feeling depressed at all. It might just be a little bit uncomfortable physically. This afternoon, Beast actually came to see him. After all, John's personality is not that good. Not many people like it in the college. But his fighting ability is still much stronger than those people. The only weakness can be said to be if there is no fire around. He had no way to control or amplify the flames. But if he is allowed to hold the lighter all the time, then even Beast would find it difficult to get close to him. So he was selected by Beast as a candidate for X-Men. The other person's character is something that requires serious consideration. Definitely Beast has also thought about it. The X-Men are more than just one person, but a team. There's one person inside who can't do it. All of these have tainted the name of X-Men. So it's not just combat training. Ideological training is also very necessary. He and Professor X are quite confident in ideological training. Therefore, I didn't take John particularly seriously. However, this only made John angrier. What's going on with the people at Xavier Academy? A large group of students can't stand me. However, Professor X, the leader, did nothing. Now I want to join the X-Men and help them do things. Is there such a good thing in this world? He felt like he was just a part of the process being used by them. If it is useful, pull it over and use it. It's useless. I don't care no matter how others bully me. Xavier College is very quiet at night. Normally, there would be teachers doing routine patrols or observing the surroundings. It's just because of New Orleans matter. This resulted in the destruction of many X-Men. Currently, students who are capable of fighting are also undergoing emergency special training. So he could even leave directly through the main door. But just to be on the safe side, John still endured the pain and found a loophole in the wall of Xavier Academy. Get ready to leave here. I'm going to follow the more correct leaders, instead of staying in this small place like a loser. This thought allowed John to temporarily ignore the pain in his body. Gritting teeth, just getting ready to leave. But then I heard the sound of a wheelchair. He quickly turned his head and looked. I saw a big bald head that looked very shiny in the moonlight. He appeared in front of him in a wheelchair. That's right, this person is Professor X. A moment. John, who was originally full of hatred, suddenly became weak, standing there like a primary school student who has made a mistake. At the same time, my heart was full of regret. Yes, Professor X's ability is telepathy. I think so much. Want to do something? He must know everything. He actually thought about sneaking away under the nose of such a person. How is that possible? Kid, what are you doing here so late? Professor X still had a kind smile on his face. No, I was just taking a walk. As soon as these words were spoken, John regretted it again. Are you kidding? The person I am facing is Professor X. Lying does not exist in front of him. He slapped his head. His expression changed immediately. Became very angry. I don't want to stay at Xavier Academy anymore. I want to get out of here. I recognize your leadership ability, but the direction you're leading in is not what I like. I hope you can let me go now. Otherwise, I will only cause trouble for you in your academy. What John said at this time was very reasonable. The idea is very clear. The expression is also very clear. 147. Professor X's expression suddenly changed. You're on the wrong track. What went astray? John said in a deep voice. It's just that we chose different directions. You take your bright road, and I take my single plank bridge. How can it be considered as going astray? If you don't let me go, don't force me to do it. He took out a lighter from his pocket. There was only a click. The flames were extremely obvious in the darkness. John's face was red in the light of the flames. His expression was very serious. However, at the moment, Professor X actually stood up from his wheelchair and grabbed his wrist. He snatched the lighter away easily. Caught off guard, John was totally taken aback. Tried to get the lighter back from him. However, Professor X is extremely agile. With just a few grabs, he was easily pinned to the ground. John understood at this moment. You are not the professor. Who are you? Who the hell are you? John's head was pressed into the mud. He tried desperately to raise his head. Looks very angry. Kid, you are really interesting. Professor X smiled. There was a hint of charm on his old face. Then he let John go. Stand up. The skin on his body fluttered rapidly like feathers and scales. Cover the original skin. Just like that, a woman dressed in blue appeared in front of John. Who are you? John's eyes suddenly widened, looking at the scene in front of me in disbelief. Although he had never seen the person in front of him, but it is extremely familiar. In other words, there is no one in the entire mutant group who doesn't know his name. Mystique. Without a doubt. It's Mystique. It looks like you know me. Mystique smiled. Reach out your hand. John held out his hand stupidly. Mystique tugged gently. Then he pulled him up. It turns out to be Mystique, not the professor. John let out a long breath in his heart. How could he know that Professor X was now checking on Jean's injury every day? Want to see if Jean can wake up. How could I have the energy to use telepathy to pay attention to the entire Xavier College students? In fact, all these things were handed over to Beast to deal with. What you just said is correct. I don't like Charles's leadership style either. So who is the right leader you want to choose? Mystique looked at John, who seemed to be thinking deeply about something. Smile again. Ask questions directly. John looked up and immediately said excitedly, Magneto. Definitely Magneto. Magneto is the right leader in my mind. Mutant Brotherhood is also the organization I have always longed for. In fact, before this incident happened, he already had a crush on Magneto. His personality is not suitable for Xavier College. Now this happened, then I want to hang out with Magneto even more. And now I meet Mystique. John naturally wanted desperately to show his support for Magneto. I want to try and see if Mystique can bring him to Magneto. As long as you support us, you are our brother. This sentence is definitely just nonsense to win people's hearts. No one will really take it seriously. If Mystique hadn't turned into Professor X and interrogated John just now, there was no way she could show closeness to John so easily. Can I join you then? John asked more excitedly. I feel like victory is just around the corner. Definitely yes. Mutant Brotherhood welcomes all like-minded brothers. Mystique opened her arms in welcome. But soon, she seemed to have just remembered and asked, You just came out of Xavier College. So now you should know everything that happened at Xavier College during this period. I know, I definitely know, and it has a lot to do with me. John nodded frantically. That's good. Magneto is very interested in what's going on at Xavier Academy. If you can provide it, I believe you can better integrate into our big family. Mystique is an old hand at deceiving people. Every day, I have to look different and deal with different people. Naturally, he knew how to deal with John, a young and inexperienced guy who had just entered society. Don't worry. I'm sure I'll tell you everything I know. Really? John just kept nodding. In that case, come with me. Mystique glanced at Xavier Academy as she finally left. I have some doubts in my mind. Are Xavier Academy's defenses so weak? She's already here, but still no one showed up. Or rather, it can actually make this little guy, John, sneak out of Xavier Academy. It seems that something really happened. After a night of traveling, John finally meets Magneto in person. He has short silver hair and deep eyes, wearing a bodysuit with red and purple elements. The garment has metallic decorations, such as metal plates and chains. Still wearing a cape. Definitely, at least one of Magneto's most famous logos. His helmet. This helmet is called a brainwave suppressor. Can protect him from telepathy attacks, such as Professor X. When seeing Magneto himself, John was excited, but he didn't show it directly. The main reason is that he is afraid of being looked down upon by Magneto. Magneto glanced at the young man. 0. Request flowers 0. Then he glanced at Mystique again. The tacit understanding they had developed from their early years until now made him understand Mystique's practices and ideas. He smiled and said, This must be the little brother who wants to join us. The first thing he said was, I've known you for a long time and have been paying attention to you. This immediately made John unable to control himself. Yes, it's me. Then there was a series of very old-fashioned pleasantries. But people like John are very susceptible to this. To the very end, Magneto then told him what he wanted to know most. What happened at Xavier College some time ago. The surroundings seemed to suddenly become quiet at this moment. Magneto and Mystique both stared at John. This left him a little overwhelmed. I know. I'll tell you bit by bit. Obviously, there was no way John would honestly tell the whole story from beginning to end. He simply ignored why he had a conflict with Nolin uncle. Instead, he said that he just wanted to talk to Nolin. The result was Nolin's attack. He spoke of what happened later with great disdain. After all, he thought those things were just lies made up by Xavier College to exclude him. Definitely. John said it anyway, because he felt that by saying this, Magneto and Mystique would feel his loyalty. After all, that group of people were rejecting him. Now that I've come here, there's no turning back. So they will definitely let me join them, right? After Magneto and Mystique heard what John said, they looked at each other. An indescribable curiosity arose in my heart towards Nolin. They definitely wouldn't be stupid enough to think like John that those things were used to deceive them. You know, the scene of space shattering that day spread across half of the Earth. Countless people saw it. How could it be fake? Mystique thought. No wonder Xavier Academy's defenses have become so weak. It turns out that it is not weak, but simply useless. We understand. You must be tired after coming all the way here. Let's go down and have a rest first. John wanted to say that he was not tired, but was still taken away by Mystique. Not long. Mystique returns to reunite with Magneto. The two looked at each other again. After a moment of silence, I'm really a little jealous of Charles. Magneto exhaled. Nolin, is this his name? Xavier College really has the best talents in the world. Mystique smiled at the moment and said, from what John described, didn't you find that Nolin has no sense of belonging to the X-Men and Xavier Academy, or even a favorable impression of them? How could there not be? King Vance instantly displayed a wave of facial expression changes, with a confident smile on his face. Charles, if you can't control it, then Nolin, let me control it. Max, when do we leave? Mystique looked at Magneto. According to the current situation, the sooner the better. Magneto had a wise smile on his face. Nowadays, the strongest fighter chain is useless. Storm and Cyclops are also useless. The only ones capable of fighting in the entire Xavier Academy are Beast and Professor X. Beast's combat ability may seem good to ordinary people, but in Magneto's opinion, it's just a small grasshopper. It's very easy to grasp. As for Professor X, that's even easier. With the helmet on, the instructor looks like an old, frail, and disabled man. As for the remaining mutant students, all I can say is that he didn't take any of them seriously. They are just some flowers that have not been beaten by society and are protected too well in the greenhouse of Xavier College. Once you experience a storm, we'll be destroyed. Now, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just like I thought, 967. Mystique smiled. Nolin didn't know that he had been targeted by Magneto. Or even if I knew, it wouldn't matter. Nolin made a light stroke with one hand. A void crack quietly appeared in front of him. This crack, like a flash of lightning, tearing apart the curtain of reality, revealing the entrance to another world. A strange light flickered at the edge of the crack. It seems like a channel connecting countless parallel universes. Nolin stepped into it without hesitation. The figure instantly disappeared in the light of the crack. With the departure of Nolin, the cracks slowly closed, as if it had never existed. As soon as Nolin stepped into it, he came to a messy city. Tall buildings collapsed during the battle. Shards of glass and chunks of concrete rained down. The streets were littered with broken bricks and twisted metal. Traffic was paralyzed and vehicles were overturned. Flames raged through the ruins. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, dyeing the day into dusk. People screamed and cried for help one after another. They sought refuge in the chaos, or tried to escape this war-torn area. Fear and despair spread among the people. But there are also brave people. They helped each other and tried to find a ray of hope in the disaster. Aliens, that is, those creatures from the planet Chitauri, like a tide pouring into the city. Their flight machines shuttled through the air, shooting energy beams, destroy all obstacles that stand in their way, ruthlessly attacks any moving target. This is Avengers 1. Nolin sighed, and at the moment, a giant steel fish. Its body is huge and heavy. The surface is covered with cold metallic scales. Every scale flashed with cold light. It's like countless sharp blades. Its eyes are like two deep rubies, exuding a chilling light. The body is like a shark that has been magnified countless times, but there is no breath of life, only mechanical coldness and ruthlessness. It was as if it were a giant mechanical beast that had traveled from another world, flying from a street ahead. And above, there's a green figure that is constantly destroying things. This causes the giant fish to sway continuously in the air. From time to time, it crashes into the surrounding buildings. At last, it seemed like he was hit in a vital spot, completely lost life, falling from the sky. When the giant steel fish fell from the sky, it's getting faster and faster. It was like a meteor falling from the sky, heading straight to the ground with a breath of destruction, followed by a deafening bang. The giant steel fish fell heavily to the ground. Boom! It has a huge impact. The ground was smashed to pieces in an instant. The concrete floor was plowed abruptly. The cracks spread rapidly like a spiderweb. Gravel and dust were flying everywhere. A smokescreen of chaos was formed. Everything around was shrouded in haze. In this smoke, the body of the giant steel fish did not stop its destruction. Its fall created a powerful shockwave. This force swept in like a strong wind. The gravel and dust on the ground were pushed in the direction of Nolin, like an invisible hand. Push away all obstacles that stand its way, sliding relentlessly towards Nolin. Child, be careful. Just at this moment, one was in uniform, holding a shield. There is blood at the corner of the mouth. A man who looked somewhat embarrassed rushed out from the side. Saw Nolin. Captain America was suddenly too anxious to attach. He didn't want to watch a young man die in front of him, so I tried my best to rush forward. But Nolin just glanced at him lightly. There was no intention of moving. To outsiders, he seemed to be frightened. I was so frightened that I couldn't move. After all, this is a war that even adults find difficult to face. Not to mention that it was just a kid who looked only in his teens. In the war-torn battlefield, Nolin looks particularly lonely and weak. The giant steel fish, like the messenger of doom, brought with it a breath of destruction as it ruthlessly crushed towards Nolin. The metal scales sparkled coldly in the sunlight, as if announcing the coming destruction. However, just when the giant steel fish was about to touch Nolin's movements seemed unusually calm. He just raised a finger, gently pressed against the front of the giant steel fish. This action is like an artist lightly touching the canvas, full of calmness and confidence. At the moment when Nolin's fingers touched the giant steel fish, a miracle happened. With a loud crash, the body of the giant steel fish suddenly turned into countless pink butterflies. Their wings are light and beautiful, as if woven from the finest silk. The butterflies are dancing in the air, flying in all directions. It forms an extremely dreamy picture. People in the battlefield, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. In their eyes, the appearance of these pink butterflies is like a miracle. It unexpectedly transformed the battlefield originally filled with smoke and death into a world full of vitality and hope. People's attention is attracted by these butterflies. My heart was filled with doubts and amazement. Their beauty contrasts sharply with the devastation around them. A strange beauty lingers all around. Nolin stands at the center of the butterfly. His figure looked particularly tall in the sunlight. There was no pride in his eyes, only calmness and depth. Captain America was stunned. He didn't know how to describe the scene before him. The only thing I saw was Nolin, a little kid I had never seen before. He actually showed such terrifying ability and strength. Is this magic? Is this child related to Thor? Involuntary. He thought of someone who had access to magic. That is Thor. But at the moment, he didn't have any time to think about why Nolin appeared on the battlefield. A battlefield full of butterflies does not mean there are no other enemies. But just when he wanted to rush into the battle again, all those butterflies evaporated into pink starlight that filled the entire battlefield. After being sucked in by those Chitauri, he actually fell straight to the ground. The ones in the air. Bang, bang, bang. It was like raindrops falling all over the street. In the blink of an eye, the whole street became extremely quiet. There was no trace of the enemy. Or say, there was no sign of any living enemy. Captain America was already shocked. I could no longer calm myself down. And at the moment, Thor, who was nearby, also noticed something was wrong. Come here immediately. Then I saw Nolin standing in the middle of the street. And a stunned Captain America. I couldn't help but ask, what happened? Why is the child standing there alone? Why don't you take him away quickly? Thor at the moment seemed very anxious. But Captain America took a long time to think about it. I found myself not knowing how to describe what had just happened. See these dead bodies of Chitauri? This kid did it. Captain America thought this child had some relationship with Thor. But judging from Thor's performance now, it seems not to be the case. I can only use the shortest sentences to express what just happened. Thor looked at Nolin in disbelief. Then he looked at Captain America again. My mind is full of question marks. No, this child? Is this true or false? He originally thought that all the Chitauri on this street had died due to some mysterious reason. This is unbelievable enough. But Captain America told him an even more unbelievable fact. Steve, are you serious? Thor couldn't help but ask, pointing at Nolin and said, is this child real? I saw it with my own eyes. I don't think I'm that old and blurry yet. Steve said, shaking his head. DEF. Thor scratched his head in confusion. But now is not the time to focus on these. He looked towards other more intense battlefields. Swinging Mjolnir, he said urgently, no matter what the truth is, we need to help others now. Steve actually wanted to find Nolin and get to the bottom of what was going on. But weigh the pros and cons. Finally decided to follow Thor. And Nolin just watched them leave. Didn't make any response. If I remember correctly, Thanos has already set his sights on Earth at this point in time. Nolin thought about it. The invasion of the Avengers. It seems to be Loki's behavior alone. In fact, there is a bigger conspiracy behind it. Loki is a lonely man. How is it possible for such a large army of Chitauri to invade the Earth directly? Actually, Thanos is the one behind Loki, including the Zatori. It is also the army provided by Thanos. A smile appeared on his face. Nolin disappeared instantly. Wait for the next appearance. It's already another dark place. In that dark place, there was a place similar to a throne, and a person sits on it. He is more than 2 meters tall. Standing anywhere is as majestic as a mountain. It gives people a sense of presence that cannot be ignored. He has a strong body. The muscle lines are faintly visible under the black robe, revealing a sense of primitive power. The attire is mainly black. The wide black robe covered his entire body. Only the purple skin was faintly visible in key areas. The material of the black robe is extraordinary. It seems to be woven from some unknown cosmic fiber. It is both light and tough and can withstand various extreme environments. The edges of the robe were decorated with golden patterns that were intricate and mysterious, as if they contained ancient laws of the universe. This person, it's Thanos. Who are you? Thanos looked at Nolin, who suddenly appeared in front of him. He frowned and asked in doubt, you don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I know you are Thanos. Nolin smiled and said, I just came to see the cosmic overlord who will remain steadfast even then. Thanos' style of action is ruthless and cruel. His purpose is unwavering. In order to realize his ideal, he is willing to sacrifice everything, including himself. His existence, for many civilizations in the universe, it is both a threat and a warning. His strength, his wisdom, his determination, all of these made him one of the most awe-inspiring overlords in the universe. It is also the most terrifying enemy that the Avengers will encounter in the future. Then Nolin must come and take a look. Thanos saw his identity exposed. Then he lifted up the black robe. Reveal his face. Look at Nolin. There is an inexplicable feeling of discomfort in my heart. After all, Nolin's tone made it seem like he was just a tourist attraction. He felt like a famous joker in a circus. The child wanted to come over and take a look. I won't kill you, just go away. Thanos also saw Nolin's identity as an Earthling. If it's not necessary, he would not kill anyone, because in Thanos' creed, Every planet should have half of its people killed. This is the only way to ensure maximum utilization of planetary resources. As for who to kill, it wasn't that he made the decision himself. Instead, half are picked at random. Will Nolin die in the future? It all depends on his luck. Yeah, Nolin, however, had no intention of leaving. He teleported again. He actually sat directly on Thanos' shoulder, patting Thanos' huge head. It's like shooting a basketball. He said earnestly, "You will lose miserably against the Avengers." Although the process of Avengers was also tragic, but the final result was undoubtedly very tragic for Thanos. After all, only one Iron Man died in the Avengers from beginning to end. The rest of the group was intact. And what about Thanos? The army is gone. The dream is gone. Infinite gems are gone. He died too. Thanos frowned. He patted his shoulder in annoyance. But Nolin instantly appeared on his other shoulder. Why did I lose? I have never lost in this universe. Thanos' words, full of confidence and disdain for Nolin. I'm telling you this now because I know you won't believe it. Nolin once again said earnestly, but do you know that destroying half of the people on each planet is a very stupid decision, especially for your dream? What is Thanos' dream? Thanos has a dream, the balance of the universe. This is an obsession and philosophy that belongs to him. If you simply listen to him verbally express his own ideas, there really is nothing wrong with that. Randomly destroying half of all life for the sake of the universe's balance. Balance of the universe is such a great and noble ideal. The word random represents that one has no selfish motives. This means absolute fairness. Even those Avengers members who had crossed him were randomly eliminated. Not all of it is erased. A fair and noble concept. Therefore, it has received a lot of praise and admiration from the audience, but also made Nolin feel that Thanos was very stupid. Thanos, your dream is good, but have you ever considered how long it will take for half of all life to recover and even experience a population explosion after you wipe out half of them? You have to know that the world population was 4 billion in 1974. By 2022, it will have reached 8 billion. In other words, in just 48 years, the world's population alone has doubled. It's not necessarily like this, but at least half of the Earth's population will be wiped out in 100 years. 100 years later, it will definitely return to its original state. Even better, except for races that have particularly difficulty reproducing in the universe. Basically, it can recover within a few hundred years. Moreover, the original population of a race that has particular difficulty in reproduction is not large. It accounts for a very, very, very small proportion in the universe. Inconspicuous. Whether it is restored or not doesn't even have any impact on the universe's population. Hundreds of years. Perhaps it seems very long to humans 590, but a few hundred years is just a blink of an eye for the Earth. That is to say, Thanos' ideal cannot even last to 1%, 1,000th, or 1 billionth of the life in the universe. Thanos was originally a little unhappy with Nolin, but Nolin's words made him freeze again. He didn't seem to really think about what would happen after he wiped out half the population. How long will it take to recover? If you think what I said is ridiculous, then you can go check the life situation on your planet, where half of the population was wiped out dozens or even hundreds of years ago. What is it like now? Nolin patted Thanos' big head. At the moment, Thanos was completely lost in thought. I didn't care about Nolin's offense at all. I'm doubting my life a little bit. After all, that's what Nolin said. A dream for which I gave everything. It may even only last for 100 years. It can't even reach one of his own life cycles. So what is the point of his persistence? In fact, in Nolin's opinion, the so-called cosmic balance. I'm just worried that the universe will be overpopulated, and there are too few resources in the universe. But with infinite gems, you can create something out of nothing. You can easily create a large amount of resources that will not be used up until the destruction of the universe. Just tell your dream. The chance of being stopped by others is extremely small. Very small. Even the entire universe will start looking for Thanos to find out where the 6 infinite gems are. After all, Who hates more resources? That is the guarantee for the future of oneself and even of one's race. Okay, think about it yourself. I'm leaving first and going to play around on Earth. Nolin left. Thanos doesn't even know what his name is from the beginning to the end. But his words really woke Thanos up. He immediately found his subordinates and immediately lead to the nearby space-time wormhole. Go to the nearest planet with life, where they destroyed half of its life and found out the situation. Ebony Maw, he is the smartest of Thanos' 4 generals. So this kind of thing that Thanos thought was more important was left to him to act. The Ebony Monkey is also quite fast. In just a short moment, the information was placed in front of Thanos. Thanos spread out the document and took a look. I just felt like the sky was falling. It was just as Nolin said. A planet with half of its life destroyed by him hundreds of years ago. It is still thriving now. The massacre that happened 100 years ago has long been forgotten. The number of people and the population even doubled. Yes, not twice as much as after half of them were destroyed. Rather, it is twice the original population of hundreds of years ago, according to records, because half of the population was destroyed. Some parents miss their children so much that they speed up the process of having a second child. Place your thoughts on another child. In addition, policies are constantly being introduced. The more children you have, the better. That's why there are so many more. However, the people who were originally relatively peaceful also suffered from the shortage of resources due to the population explosion. Start to conquer the outside world. There's no doubt about this. Let Thanos reaffirm the dream that the universe must be balanced. In that case, I will clean it up every once in a while. Yes, Thanos made the decision. This is why the population explodes every 100 years. Then he would randomly eliminate half of all life in the universe every 100 years. He just didn't believe it. This wouldn't work. Let Nolin know what Thanos is thinking. I just feel that this person really doesn't know how to adapt. Stupid, okay. Why do we have to think of killing people to bring balance to the universe? The increase in cosmic resources has reached the same level as the population. Isn't that another kind of balance? But now Nolin is too lazy to care. He was just teasing Thanos in the past. He wouldn't do anything you asked him to do. I don't want to do it either. The Battle of New York on Earth is coming to an end. The United States simply decided to abandon New York, its people, and the Avengers. A nuclear bomb was launched. This makes perfect sense. After all, the Chitauri's attack was too terrifying. At the moment, they see no hope of victory at all. Give up New York, its people, and the Avengers, in exchange for the safety of the entire Earth, is the best choice. Only, they seem to ignore it after this one. The Earth will completely come into the sight of all races in the universe. If no Avengers existed, the Earth will just become a colony. They will not have any ability to resist. It's just common sense. It is the best choice for ordinary people, but it is very short-sighted. Many people even harbor hostility towards the Avengers. In their thoughts, it would be best if the Avengers disappeared along with New York. Nolin arrived at the Stark building ahead of time. Get ready to watch this gorgeous fireworks display. The invasion of the Chitauri was like a nightmare. Every corner of the city is filled with panic and despair. However, in this chaos, a hero stood up and his name will be forever engraved in human history. Iron Man, Tony Stark. Tony was flying in the air. His iron armor flashed a cold light in the night sky. His eyes traversed the chaotic battlefield, landed on a huge amounts of space-time wormholes. That was opened by Loki's scepter, a passage connecting Earth and Zeta. In the cave, countless Tari warships were still constantly pouring into the Earth. Prepare to completely destroy the city. Just at this moment, a nuclear bomb flew in from a distance. Its target is New York. It is countless innocent lives. Tony knows, if this nuclear bomb explodes in the city, then everything will be reduced to ashes. He thought about it for a moment, without hesitation. Activate the armor's thrusters. It turned into a stream of light and headed towards the incoming nuclear bomb. Iron Man is incredibly fast. He hugged the nuke tightly. Use your body as a guide. Brought it away from the city. He had only one thought in his mind, to to send this nuclear bomb into the space-time wormhole. Let it explode in the Chitauri warship and by a glimmer of hope for the Earth. Tony flew towards the wormhole. His figure drew a magnificent arc in the night sky. The armor made a sharp whistling sound during the high-speed flight. It was as if singing a hymn to his heroic deeds. He passed through the wormhole and saw an unfamiliar starry sky before him. The Chitauri warships were like a dense swarm of bees, waiting for his arrival. Tony adjusted the direction of the nuclear bomb, aimed at the nearest battleship. His heartbeat quickened and his blood boiled beneath his armor. He knows, this moment, he will use his life to exchange for peace on Earth. He closed his eyes, take a deep breath. Then, the nuclear bomb was released. It was a loud bang. A nuclear bomb exploded in the Chitauri warship, releases an extremely dazzling light. The light was like the most brilliant fireworks in the world, illuminating the entire wormhole. It also illuminates Tony Stark's resolute face. The shockwave of the explosion swept over, swallowed the surrounding warships, and turned them into ashes. Tony was thrown far away by the shockwave of the explosion. His armor was damaged in the explosion. Until the last moment, his body was floating in space. Consciousness gradually becomes blurred, but he knew he succeeded. He used his life to win a glimmer of hope for the Earth. As the aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided, the wormhole begins to close. The invasion of the Chitauri was completely stopped. The New York sky returned to peace. Countless people stared blankly at the wormhole in the sky that was about to be closed. Speechless, the Avengers and others had extremely complicated feelings. Unexpected, that proud Tony Stark. They would sacrifice their lives for the Earth without hesitation. The sky over New York was shrouded in war and panic not long ago. Now, but fell into an eerie silence. The eyes of countless people were dull and empty, staring at the wormhole in the sky that is about to close. That wormhole was once the channel for the Chitauri to invade. Now it has become a witness to Tony Stark's heroic sacrifice. Shock and disbelief were written all over people's faces. They can't imagine the always proud and radiant Tony Stark. It happened at this moment. For the Earth, because of them, he gave his life without hesitation. His figure, the figure that drew a magnificent arc in the night sky, it has disappeared at the other end of the wormhole. Only silence and endless grief are left. The members of the Avengers were standing in the ruins of the battlefield. The mood is extremely complicated. They once fought side by side and fought against countless enemies together. But at this moment, they felt unprecedented loneliness and powerlessness. Tony's sacrifice, like a huge rock, weighs heavily on everyone's heart. Captain America gasped and collapsed to the ground. His fists were clenched. My heart is filled with respect and sorrow for Tony. He knew that Tony's choice was the best interpretation of the word hero. But this sacrifice made him feel extremely heavy. Black Widow's face no longer had the calmness and composure it once had. There was a deep sadness in her eyes. There is a complicated emotional entanglement between her and Tony. But at this moment, all personal emotions were overwhelmed by mourning for a friend. Thor is the god from Asgard. I also felt an unprecedented shock. He looked up at the sky and prayed silently in his heart. I hope Tony's soul can rest in peace. Hulk, the green giant who is always angry. But at this moment, it seemed unusually silent. There was no more violence in his eyes. Instead, there was a deep sadness. Nolin didn't know when a handful of melon seeds appeared in his hand. Knowing the plot well, he knew Tony wouldn't dump the spoon here. Just see the moment when the sky wormhole is about to close. Tony fell out of it. He casually held out his hand. A pair of transparent, blue, giant hands suddenly appeared in the air. Hold Tony gently. In this heartbreaking moment, the members of the Avengers were all immersed in deep sorrow over Tony Stark's sacrifice. Their eyes were filled with loss and despair. It was as if the whole world lost its color at that moment. However, in this endless darkness, a ray of light suddenly streaked across the sky. Thor's eyes were extremely sharp. He raised his head. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. The moment before the space-time wormhole closed was captured in an instant. A figure fell from it. His eyes suddenly widened. An incredible excitement surged in my heart. "It's Tony!" His voice exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. The Avengers members all looked up, looking towards the falling figure. As expected, that was Tony Stark, who they thought was dead. His figure drew an arc in the air. It seems like fate. He returned to them at the last moment. Ho-ho-ho! Thor swung Mjolnir in his hand without hesitation. Prepare to take off into the sky, to catch Tony as he falls. However, the Hulk is faster than him. Roar! Hulk just roared, jumped up suddenly. His hands constantly slammed on the building next to him. Bang! 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 With the help of reaction force. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed high into the sky. He 203 stretched his hands out towards Tony, trying to catch him in midair. The Avengers' eyes widened, watching this moment nervously. Their breathing almost stopped. My heart is filled with anticipation and fear. Come on, Hulk! Hulk, you must catch Tony! However, in the next moment, a huge amount of blue hands suddenly appeared beneath Tony. Hold him gently. It was a hand from another time and space. Its appearance seems to be a destiny. Tony was able to survive at the last moment. And the Hulk, he bumped into it head-on, with a thud. Does it sound good? Good sounding means a good start. His expression was distorted. I lost several teeth directly. He fell heavily from a great height. At this moment, the Avengers members almost forgot to breathe. Their eyes were fixed on the huge amounts of blue hand in the air. My heart was filled with doubts and surprises. They can't imagine. Whose mysterious hand is this? How did it appear here? Thor sees Hulk falling. Respond quickly and decisively. He brandished Mjolnir. The hammer seemed to come alive under his control. Take him with you. Rush towards Hulk like lightning. Boom! He was like a bolt of lightning that split the sky. At the moment when Hulk is about to hit the ground, Thor arrived just in time. He used the power of Mjolnir to catch the Hulk firmly. The two bodies paused in the air for a brief moment. It seemed as if time had frozen at this moment. However, their weight and impact were simply too great. Not even Thor could completely counteract this force. The two of them fell to the ground with a thump. Bang! Moment. It smashed a big hole in the ground. Dust was flying and gravel was scattered everywhere. The air around seemed to tremble with the huge amounts of impact force. However, even though a big hole was smashed into the ground, fortunately, neither Thor nor Hulk was seriously injured. Thor stood up from the pit. He looked in a disastrous state. There was a hint of fatigue on his face, but more of it is relief. The Avengers members saw this scene. The tension and worry in my heart finally eased a little. They stepped forward and helped the two men out of the pit. Are you okay? As soon as Steve said this, he knew he was talking to a wall. How could anything happen to Hulk and Thor? Everyone's figures were still gathered on the big blue hand. Then, in the next moment, everyone's eyes were involuntarily focused on the god Thor. After all, Thor is the Thor in Norse mythology. Both his identity and abilities are closely tied to the mysterious and supernatural. At a moment like this, they would naturally expect him to have an answer, or at least provide some clues. Thor felt the gazes of the crowd. He spread his hands helplessly. I don't know what's going on. It's magic I've never seen before. There was also a hint of helplessness and confusion on his face. Obviously, he also didn't expect this to happen. He explained, even though he is a god. But the appearance of this giant blue hand was completely beyond his understanding. He knew nothing about it. Maybe if my parents were here, you should be able to know. After all, even though Asgard has a lot of magic secrets, but Thor has always been a big and strong man. All I can think about is fighting, 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 and fighting. I have never learned how to use magic. The most commonly used magic at present is probably thunder magic. That is also used for attack. So he didn't know what this thing was. The Avengers listened to Thor's words. The doubts in my heart did not diminish because of this. They know Thor would not lie easily, but it also means the origin of this giant blue hand is even more mysterious and complicated. They began to speculate in their minds. Could this hand be a creature from another time and space? or some unknown cosmic force. Just when everyone was lost in thought, the giant blue hand had already gently placed Tony on the ground. At the moment, everyone had no time to worry or to delve into the origin of the giant blue hand. Rush forward quickly. Tony. They carefully opened Tony's visor, looking forward to seeing his familiar, wise eyes. But he found Tony's eyes were closed. Looks pale. He actually stopped breathing. This moment, the hope that had just risen burst like a bubble. The Avengers fell into deep sorrow once again. Even the usually calm Hulk. I couldn't help but roar out loud. Roar! His voice echoed in the air like dynamite, filled with endless anger and grief. However, amidst this roar, a miracle happened again. Tony, who was in a state of suspended animation, was abruptly awakened by the Hulk's roar. He took a breath, panting frantically. It was as if I was pulled back from the brink of death. He looked around at the familiar faces in panic, then looked up at the sky. The space-time wormhole is gone. I understand it in my heart. At this point, the matter was finally resolved. He breathed a sigh of relief. A long-lost smile appeared on his face. He looked at everyone and said in that familiar, slightly teasing tone, "I want to eat a hamburger. Want to join us?" Cough, cough, cough. These words seemed like a ray of light. It instantly lit up the hearts of all the Avengers. They looked at Tony with surprise in their eyes. Ha ha ha. Eat, 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 you must eat. Who are you? Why are you here? Nolin is not the only one in the Stark building now. And Loki looked extremely embarrassed at the moment. The whole person is very decadent. After seeing the wormhole close over New York, he knew that his invasion plan was over. It's completely over. He was quite furious. He fixed his eyes on Nolin. His eyes were also very sharp. So Tony Stark was noticed, falling from the sky, and reach out to help the other person. Without a doubt, it's the child in front of you. Loki never judges people by appearance. Therefore, they will not be too kind to others just because of their appearance. After all, he is a god who relies mainly on deception and lies. If he wants to, he can also transform into a child at any time. As he said that, Loki reached out and grabbed Nolin's arm. He shouted angrily, "Let him go. I won't lose as long as he dies. Then I still have a chance to win." Lorraine's arm didn't move. He glanced at Loki speechlessly and said lightly, "Ow, you still want to fight against the entire Avengers alone? Deal with your brother one-on-one first. Is it possible?" Nolin's eyes were filled with 3 words. "Too lazy to spray. You also think I'm not as good as Thor. You also think I'm not as good as Thor. You also think I'm not as good as Thor." Loki, Asgard's god of trickery. He has always been a character full of contradictions. Deep in his heart, there is always an unspeakable anger and desire hidden inside. The source of this emotion, it dates back to his childhood, a period when he felt he was always ignored and marginalized. In the golden palace of Asgard, all eyes were on his brother Thor, the brave and powerful Thor. Thor's light is too bright, so much so that Loki often feels like he is just a shadow, a being that can never be truly seen. Loki's father Odin, god king of Asgard, his eyes were always towards Thor. Odin's expectations and approval of Thor. It's like an invisible knife. It hurts Loki's heart again and again. Although Mother Frigga loves Loki equally, but in that country that advocates strength and courage, her love could not fill the hole in Loki's heart. These signs add up. In addition, he found out that he was not actually Odin's biological son. It made him feel even more painful. He thought he would become like this. It's all because he is not Odin's biological son. Odin's throne as the God King, Loki had never expected to inherit, but he longed for recognition, eager to prove that he is no worse than Thor. This desire, this eventually evolved into Loki's various actions in the Avengers. He's not a born bad guy. Behind his actions, it is more of a pursuit of self-worth and a desire for recognition. He wants to make his own way, prove that your existence is meaningful, proving that he, too, can do great things. But every time, when he thought he was finally in the spotlight, reality always pushes him back into the shadows mercilessly. When Loki heard Nolin's words, "In addition, I'm almost completely defeated now," His inner defenses finally collapsed. The vulnerability and insecurity he had been trying so hard to hide. At this moment, everything was completely exposed. His anger, it's like a volcano. It finally broke out. His efforts and struggles. In the eyes of others, it is just meaningless rebellion and destruction. This feeling, it made him feel more lonely and desperate than ever before. In fact, Loki's defense is broken. It's not just because of misunderstandings from the outside world. It was also because of his disappointment in himself. He once thought, as long as you work hard enough, you will be able to win respect and recognition. But the reality is, no matter what he does, he couldn't escape Thor's shadow. Every time he tried, it's like fighting an invisible opponent. And that opponent is his own inner fear and lack of confidence. In that tense moment, Loki's rage erupted like a volcano. His fist carried the force of thunder. Go straight to Nolin's face. The air seemed to be filled with energy that was about to explode. However, just when the fist was about to touch Nolin, time seemed to have stood still. Bang! Nolin stood there, expressionless. It's like an unshakable mountain. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. There was only an unfathomable calm. Loki's fist was thrusting in a way that was almost impossible. The moment it touched Nolin's face, weird shape-shifting occurred. There was only a crisp click sound. Loki's wrist was bent at a 90-degree angle. It's like being blocked by the hardest substance in the world, unable to move forward any further. Loki's expression froze at that moment. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Then pain came like a tide. He withdrew his hand. He held his injured wrist tightly. Howls of pain echoed in the air. His body trembled with pain. Sweat and pain intertwined. It formed a picture that was hard to look at, and Nolin always maintained that indifferent attitude. His eyes revealed a kind of contempt and disdain for Loki's behavior. It was like watching Joker. Are you serious? This scene, it's like a silent drama. Loki's anger and pain, Nolin's indifference and teasing. All of this was most vividly displayed at this moment. Eventually, Loki's howling faded. His body was in so much pain that he could barely stand. He looked at Nolin. His eyes were filled with fear. Are you stupid? Lorraine rolled her eyes. I feel speechless. He now uses energy to protect his body all the time. Not to mention Loki's fist. Even if the Big Bang exploded in front of him, he couldn't get hurt at all. I am Loki. I am a god, you mortal. Loki sputtered once again. Only, this time, he did not choose to use physical strength to fight Nolin. Instead, he decided to use magic, which he was best at. His eyes were gleaming green. A sly smile quickly appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was as if he had foreseen everything that was about to happen. Just like that. He couldn't help but think that Nolin was a guy like the Hulk. They're all purely physical creatures. Strong limbs, simple mind. Nolin only felt a flash before his eyes. Zero requests flowers. The surrounding scene changed drastically in an instant. The stark building that once towered into the sky is gone. In its place was a barren land. The sky is gray. It seemed to be covered by a thick layer of dust. Even the sun cannot penetrate this haze. The whole world is shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. Immediately following, some strange creatures began to emerge from the surrounding mud. They are monsters made of mud and twigs. Some are as strong as bulls. Some are as small as mice. Various shapes, but they all exude a strange and dangerous atmosphere. Some of these mud monsters hold weapons like bows and arrows in their hands. Their eyes glowed red, just like a goblin, full of cunning and cruelty, showing off one's skill before an expert. The most important thing about deception magic is to deceive people's minds, and Nolin's mental strength is unfathomable. How could he be so easily fooled by Loki? The magic before him looked like a math problem done by a child to him, full of flaws. But he didn't mind having some fun with Loki. Nolin stands on the barren land, facing the mud monsters swarming in from all sides. His expression was as calm as water, as if all this was just a trivial challenge. There was no trace of panic in his eyes. There was only an unfathomable calm. Roar! Roar! The monsters roared, waving the weapon in hand. launched a fierce attack on Nolin, although their movements are fast. But in Nolin's eyes, it all seemed incredibly slow. He raised his hand gently. It's like shooing away a swarm of annoying flies. Every movement seemed so easy and natural. Bang! The first monster was hit by Nolin's slap. Its body spun several times in the air. Then he fell heavily to the ground. Mud splashed everywhere, and the battle history was lost in an instant. Immediately following, Nolin's slap fell like a torrential rain. Every swing hits the target with pinpoint accuracy. Snap! 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 The monsters fell one after another. Their bodies seemed so fragile in front of Nolin's power. It's like it's made of paper. Nolin's movements are graceful and powerful. Every time the slap landed, all accompanied by a crisp sound, and the screams of the monsters. It only took a moment. All the monsters have been knocked to the ground by Nolin. Their bodies are twisting and shape-shifting. Mud and sticks were scattered all over the ground. It can no longer be seen in its original appearance. Loki, on the other side, looked at the Avengers members around him who were beaten to pieces and fell to the ground. I was laughing so hard that I couldn't speak. Pain? It was not enough to hide his joy.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.